Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of the Irish Breakdown podcast brought to you by FanDuel. Happy Wednesday, everybody. And it is Wednesday of a bye week. You guys know what that means. It is buy, sell, hold, something that we haven't done here in about a month and a half. It's something that with our new content plan, we are going to start doing in the bye weeks. And then obviously it's going to resume once again in the off season. But Brian, I know that I'm happy to be doing buy, sell, hold. I know you are too. This is something that we haven't got to do in quite some time. And if this does happen to be your first one, this is something that we do for our premium message board members. You see it scrolling down there at the bottom of the screen, boards.irishbreakdown.com. And our guy Salty Virginia Peanuts gets a thread going on the message board. And then you guys submit a submission. And it's either a question or a topic. And then after some discussion, Brian and I will talk about whether we buy the premise, we sell it, or we hold it. We're just not quite sure, but we try to do our best to avoid holds at all costs. But Brian, happy Wednesday. Should be a fun show. This is going to be a good one.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be a fun show. It's going to be a fun day. It's going to be a very busy day. So just so everybody knows, premium board members, I will be having a run game breakdown up later today. I will have a pass game breakdown either up tonight or tomorrow. Normally we get those up on Monday and Tuesday, but this week, with it being a bye week, I had to get some business things caught up on these first couple days, and some life things get caught up on these first couple days. So the run game breakdown is done statistically. It was an incredibly impressive performance. I'm going to finish up the video here after the show. Also, here over the next 24 hours, we will record a video breaking down the commitment of James Halter, who committed to Notre Dame this morning at 10 a.m. Very talented 2020-17 offensive lineman, and the latest in what is becoming a relatively consistent pattern of former Notre Dame players whose sons have committed to Notre Dame. So there were 4 players on the 1992 team who now have sons at Notre Dame: James Halter, Jerome Bettis, Bryant Young, and Jim Flanagan all have sons on the team. And then also there's Corny Southall's son who's on the team. He played on the 1988 title team. So it is pretty cool to see all these former Notre Dame players' sons signing with Notre Dame. And James Halter's not just a legacy recruit. He's also a very talented player. Top 150 player from Pittsburgh Central Catholic, home of current standout Donovan Heinisch, Drew his brother Kurt Heinisch, obviously David White. So this is certainly a place where Notre Dame has had some success recently, and he's a very talented player. So we'll have a video kind of breaking that down more in full. We'll have those video breakdowns. Vince and I here either tonight or tomorrow are going to record the film breakdown part of the Upon Further Review, and we will get those out. So we're not skipping those during bye week. We're just going to have to get to those here a little bit later because of some things we had to get done. Well, I had to get done for Irish Breakdown from a business side. As Trev knows, that stuff takes up way more of my time than I would like. But it's part of doing it. But I now have some of that stuff done. We'll get these things out to you guys here on the premium board here very soon. But first, Trevor, we're going to have a buy, sell, hold today. It's going to be a lot of fun. Tomorrow, we're going to preview the big games. We're going to do sort of a Notre Dame college football playoff rooting guide thing. Is going to be a new segment we're going to do now. As long as Notre Dame keeps winning, we're going to keep doing that segment. We're still 2 weeks out from the first playoff rankings. So just a lot going on, and I'm very excited to do the show today, man. And it's kind of cool because I met some people this weekend at the tailgate that I had never met before. Obviously, Christopher Galloway I'd met before, but I had a chance to meet David Flores, who's down here. He's from Boise, Idaho. He did not cut he came to his first Notre Dame game this year, but it was not the Boise State game. It was Saturday against USC. So got a chance to meet him. I just want to thank everyone again who was there this weekend. It was a ton of fun. Akshat Shakur, I'm a little upset with you, though, my man. I heard that you introduced yourself to Trevor, but not to me. So I'm feeling a little bit sad, a little bit hurt. You know what I mean? So, but I'll eventually get over it, my dude. But I'm ready to rock and roll, Trev. We have some absolutely great submissions today from people and a lot of submissions today. So it's going to be a fun show, and I hope everybody sticks around with us. It's going to be a long one because we have a lot of submissions, but it's going to be a fun one as well. So I'm ready to get rocking and rolling, Trevor.
Let's do it.
And of course, as you always know, we start things off with Salty Virginia Peanuts.
Despite the scurrilous innuendos whispered by some, Jaden Greathouse has not abstained from playing a 5th game this season to preserve a year of eligibility with intent to transfer. Rather, he's simply progressing to full health and will return to play most likely against Boston College in an offense that is increasingly comfortable targeting the slot receivers.
Well, I'm going to hope by that one, Salty. I was told, the only sourcing I've really got on this has told me that, yes, he is not sitting out. He plans on playing when he gets healthy, and they're just focusing on trying to get him to 100%. My hope, Salty, is that you are correct, and that him not getting the ball as much as a byproduct of just them not being as focused on throwing to the slot. But now that they are, and when he comes back, he'll do that. I have my concerns about Mike Brown sort of pushing Will Pauling into the offense more so than it just kind of being a byproduct. We'll find out if that's true. Will Pauling's a nice player. He's done some good things for Notre Dame this year. But as Trevor and I broke down yesterday, if this team is going to reach its full potential in offense, it needs Jaden Greathouse to be a much bigger part of the offense than he was at the beginning of the season. It has to happen that way. So I'm going to hope by this one. Way I say it is, if he's back for BC, then we know we're good. Obviously, if he's not back for BC, then I have to think that there's something more going on. That's just my opinion. That's not intel. That's just my opinion. But that's where I'm at on that, Trev. So I'm going to hope by that one. Until I'm told otherwise, a lot of this is just internet speculation. But at the same time, I don't want to dismiss like, oh, this is just stupid internet rumors. Like, that's the world we live in. And and honestly, I wouldn't even blame Jaden Greathouse at this point in time. I hope he doesn't do it. I hope he comes back, because my hope is that him and CJ Carr can kind of connect and become a really great bond, because he's going to be your dude next year. You're going to lose Malachi Fields. You're going to lose Will Pauling. You're going to need Jaden Greathouse. You're not going to want to lose him next year. And if they don't change things pretty quickly, then even if he comes back this year, I definitely don't see him coming back next year. And I hate to say that, but that's the world we live in, and that's the new rules of college football. But if you want a guy to stay, then guess what? Take care of him. I know I can say with pretty high confidence that Jaden Greathouse turned down some pretty big SEC offers to leave this offseason. He wanted to stay at Notre Dame. He turned down more money to go to a couple SEC schools, from what I was told. And then this is kind of what you do with him. So, loyalty is a two-way street, man. It's not always the players that got to show loyalty sometimes. Sometimes that's got to happen from some other people as well. And I just don't know that we've seen that from Jaden Greathouse. So hopefully that changes starting against Boston College, Trevor.
I hope you're right, man. But for some of the reasons that you listed out, I'm going to hold this one. And I hate starting out a buy-sell hold, the first one that we've done in quite some time, with a hold. I can't sell it because I don't know for sure. But I can't buy this either. Because even when he is healthy, it's not like they used him. Dude has 4 receptions on the year for 73 yards. Yes, he's missed the last couple of games, but to my recollection, he was perfectly healthy against Texas A&M. He was perfectly healthy against Miami. And yes, all signs are pointing to that he should get more involved. Keyword should get more involved when he comes back, because the slot has taken on a more important role in this offense. But I got to see it. And if some of the rumors or whatever do come to fruition, it's not like I would be beside myself. I would understand. I'd be upset, but I would understand where Jaden Greathouse is coming from. Because at the end of the day, as a college football player in this new landscape, you also have to do a little bit to kind of look out for yourself.
Yes.
And Jaden Greathouse isn't benefiting from being over the halfway mark of the regular season with 4 catches.
Yeah.
And so
he played 4 games, Trev. I mean, he played against Arkansas. The first game he missed was game 5. So he was on pace to average 12. I mean, on his current rate, he was going to catch 12 passes this season. Like, no.
Got to be.
And it's not like he had like 4 drops. You know what I mean? Like, that wasn't the case either. So, yeah, it's frustrating.
And it's not like he wasn't opened. That's the other thing. It's not like he was getting blanketed. So, Brian, I hope that you're right, but I got to hold this one.
Yep, fair. I just love it that Trevor's like, we don't hold very often, but
I know, man.
First submission. I'm going to hold this one. You've used your hold for today, Trev.
I have.
You burned it on the first one.
Buy, sell, hold from Irish English. Buy one, sell one, hold one, actually. Missouri over Vanderbilt, Ole Miss over Oklahoma, and then Houston over Arizona State.
Those are 3 pretty good games, and just another pretty symbolic of the fact that we're going to have a great slate of bye week games this weekend. But I'm kind of torn on some of these, Trev, and we'll dive more into them tomorrow. But I'm really torn on that Ole Miss versus Oklahoma one, to be honest with you. Missouri Vanderbilt, I'm not all that torn on, to be honest with you. And then the last one, Houston at Arizona State. So if I can buy one, hold one, sell one, I'm going to buy. The one I'm most confident in is Arizona State over Houston. It's at Arizona State. Now, Houston is a sneaky 6-1 football team. And I've watched them play a couple times, and I feel like I've watched them lose twice. I keep forgetting, that I watched them play against Oregon State, and then I watched them play against Arizona, and then they had late wins in both games, and they had a comeback over Oregon State. But sneaky good team. Willie Fritz is one of the best coaches in college football. Just the fact that these Power 5 schools that are looking for new coaches keep recycling the same type of failed coach over and over again, and they ignore guys like Lance Leopold and Willie Fritz, that's why you continue to lose. That's why Florida, since Brian Kelly is hired, I think Florida's had 5 head coaches, something like that, right? I mean, it's absolutely nuts, the number of coaches that they've had. But when you keep making the same mistakes over and over again, and you keep ignoring good football coaches, like I heard somebody explain, well, there's no way they're going to go for John Summerall. I'm like, well, why? Well, because because of what happened with Billy Napier. I was like, well, what does John Summerall have to do with Billy Napier? That's exactly why you keep making these same mistakes. So, but yes, Vince or Trev, Will Muschamp was there for 4 years. They fired him. Jim McElwain was there for 3 years. They fired him. Dan Mullen was here for 4 years. They fired him. Billy Napier was there for 4 years. They fired him. So it's like, okay, maybe that's because maybe you're the problem, in regard to how your search goes. But anyway, that's another conversation for another day. I'm buying Arizona State over Houston. I'm going to hold Vanderbilt over Missouri because that's the game I'm second most confident in. And then I'm going to sell Ole Miss over Oklahoma. If I was predicting now, that's probably the direction I would go. I haven't been overly impressed, honestly, with Oklahoma all season. And I don't know that they're legit, but I don't think Ole Miss is that great of a team either this year, Trev. And it is in Norman. And Oklahoma's coming off the first good win they've had all year, in my opinion. And when I mean good win, I mean win where you beat a quality team, but I thought you looked good doing it. I thought the Michigan game was more about just both of those teams weren't very good. That's kind of how I felt watching that game. I don't know if you felt the same way or if you felt differently, Trev. But when I watched the South Carolina game, I was like, okay, this is a good Oklahoma team. This is the first time they've looked good to some degree, but even then it was kind of sloppy. Did they even have 300 yards, barely over 300 yards of offense? But what it comes down to, the reason I say I felt like I was watching a really good Oklahoma team is because that defense for Oklahoma was really good. And now I've seen them be really good 3 times. And now the Texas game for me is sort of the anomaly of that. But even then, they only gave up 23 points that game. And I think then they have the pick 6 or punt return for a touchdown in that game. So that defense from Oklahoma is legit. I just don't know if I have a lot of faith in their offense. But that one's going to be at the bottom for me.
Yeah, I think we have a pretty different order with this one. I'm buying Ole Miss over Oklahoma. Oklahoma's offense has not impressed me so far this year. They have yet to score 30 points against a Power 4 opponent. And look, in order to beat Ole Miss, one of the things that you have to do is you have to be able to put up points. You go back through and you look at what they've done so far against Power 4 opponents. Talking about Ole Miss, they scored 30 against Kentucky, 41 against Arkansas. Tulane's a good football team, not Power 4, but they scored 45 points against Tulane. They scored 24 and 24 in back-to-back weeks against LSU and Washington State. Then in a loss on the road to Georgia, they were still able to put up 35 points. When you put up 35 points on the board in Athens on the road, your offense didn't lose you that game. And Oklahoma has yet to really put together a strong offensive performance. So I'm going to buy Ole Miss over Oklahoma. I think
real quick to your point about Tulane, Trevor's. That's the only loss Tulane has so far.
Yeah.
I mean, they're 6-1. They beat Duke, so they're a 6-1 football team. So to your point, that's a good football team.
It is, man. And they won handily, 45-10. And so the Ole Miss offense has impressed me, but I'm buying Ole Miss over Oklahoma. I'm actually going to sell Houston over Arizona State. I like what Houston did, but I think Arizona State's win over Texas Tech was going to do something. I said that back when we were previewing that game. I think whoever wins that game is going to kind of go on a little bit of a run in the rest of the Big 12. Arizona State needed it to kind of get back on track. And yes, I understand that Baron Morton was out for Texas Tech. There were some issues there, but Arizona State, I thought they fought hard. They won in typical Arizona State fashion, what we were used to seeing. And right now, when you look, let me see if I can find it here. I don't know if that's the late game. I think that it is, but on FanDuel, Arizona State are 7.5-point favorites at home on FanDuel.
It's an 8:00 game on ESPN too.
Okay. All right. Right on. And so I'm going to sell Houston over Arizona State, and then I'm going to hold Missouri over Vanderbilt because I truly could see that game going two different directions. I think that Missouri, have they played since they lost to Alabama? Yes, they have, right? They went on the road?
Yep.
Okay.
They won this past weekend. Beat Auburn 23-17 in a pretty ugly win. But I thought I was impressed by that because they bounced back. I mean, that you got to look, and Auburn's been a tough out. I mean, Auburn doesn't know how to win, but Auburn's competitive. And you went on the road and beat them. It was a good coaching job by Eli Drinkwitz because we've seen a lot of people have those hangovers from those hard games where you put everything into that Bama game and then you have that letdown the next week against a bad team. And they had a letdown, which is expected, but they found a way to win. And I'm more impressed with Eli Drinkwitz than I thought I would be when he was hired. He's done a really nice job there.
But yeah, I'm going to hold that game. I could see it going either way. I think it comes down to how does Vanderbilt handle success. You're coming off of a top 10 win against LSU at home. Can you then, put that together and then remain at home and beat? I mean, for Vanderbilt to get back-to-back top 15 wins in a matter of 2 weeks would be really, really impressive. So I could see it going either way, though. So that's my hold for those games. Noah Weiss, 2. Notre Dame will be more highly respected by national media in the playoff committee this year than last year because of their more balanced, high-powered offense and their, quote, better losses.
I don't know that I necessarily agree with that. I mean, Notre Dame was the 5th ranked team last year. And the reason they didn't climb up is because they said, look, we're not going to punish teams for playing in their conference championship games. What that really means is we're not going to punish Big Ten and SEC teams for playing a conference championship game. But so that's why Penn State didn't go down. I mean, they were ranked ahead of Ohio State. I mean, when you look at their one loss, I mean, my point was they had better wins than Penn State. That's the thing we kept arguing about last year. They've got better wins than Penn State. But what Penn State had was a far better loss than what Notre Dame had. And the same thing was true for Texas. So I don't like it, but I understood it. I mean, I don't know that the Notre Dame's going to be able to get all the way up to 5 this year. I mean, they were the 7 seed last year, but they were the ranked 5th. If this year's rules applied last year, Notre Dame would have been the 5 seed and they would have hosted Clemson. Because Clemson was a 12 seed. So that would have been an interesting pairing, Trev. And then they would have gotten who was Penn State was the 4, right? Wasn't Penn State the 4 or were they the 3? Let me look up the rankings last year. It would have been very interesting to see kind of what the rankings would have been last year. But the point is, Trev, I don't know if Notre Dame can get to the 5 seed this year or the 5th ranked team this year.
Wasn't Penn State the 2 because Boise State and
Georgia
Arizona
was the 2.
State got biased?
Like,
yeah, because Penn State had to play in the first round.
Yeah, Penn State had to play SMU in the first round. So, but last year, if you look at the final rankings, it was Texas was 3, Penn State was 4, Notre Dame was 5. So Notre Dame would have played Clemson because Clemson would have knocked Alabama out of the playoffs. So Notre Dame would have played Clemson in the first round, and then when you win that game, and they would have won that game, they would have then played Penn State in the second round. Now, what's interesting is Oregon the 1 seed would have played the winner of the Indiana-Boise State game. And then Texas would have had to play the winner of the Ohio State-Arizona State game. So there would have still been some of the same matchups we saw last year, Trev, in the semifinals, but those games would have happened earlier if we went with the straight seeding. So I just don't know that Notre Dame can get up to 5. It's possible, Noah. I think it'll be a little bit different, but I don't know that they're going to be more respected this year. I think Notre Dame was pretty respected last year because they were smacking people last year. I just think that they continue to overrate Penn State. That's the one thing that's going to be nice about the playoffs this year. We don't have to bang our heads against the wall asking ourselves, why do they continue to rank Penn State up there when they have not beat a good team in like 6 years? So we don't have to worry about that this year. That's at least nice.
Yeah, Noah, I would sell the playoff committee part, but to a degree, I get where you're coming from. I think I would buy the national media part. Like the playoff committee, I think you could argue even going beyond 2024 has always kind of respected Notre Dame,
Mm-hmm.
but The national media, now that Notre Dame has more of a passing offense than they did last year, I think they're opening the eyes. I mean, the way that I look at it is conversations around Notre Dame are the same, basically, between last year and this year. Hey, this is a good team. They're an elite team. They can make a run in the playoffs. Marcus Freeman could put it together. They could make a run. The difference is last year at this time, Notre Dame had rattled off 6 straight and only had 1 loss, and they have 2 losses this year to arguably the 2 best teams that they've played. And so I think because they have a balanced and more high-powered offense and they can now be explosive in the pass game as well, I do think the national media is putting a little bit more respect on Notre Dame than last year, but I think the playoff committee, it'll be the same. They've always held Notre Dame in a high regard. So that's where I'm at with that one.
The national media, honestly, nowadays, Trevor, has to be split into 2 groups. There's it's kind of like political media. You know, there's like the legacy media and then what they call independent media, you know, podcasters and, you know, networks that aren't, you know, CNN, Fox News, CBS, ABC, all that stuff, right? And we're kind of seeing that form in sports media as well, because sports media and political media kind of follow the same thing, where you've got ESPN, you've got the Fox News, you know, thing, you've got sort of the quote unquote legacy media, Yahoo Sports, things like that. And then you've got a lot of people that are kind of going independent, and you're seeing like a lot of former players kind of going independent. Some are fully independent, like David Pollock is fully independent. He's now part of the Believe Network. But then you've got people like Greg McElroy, who does play-by-play for ESPN, but then he also does his own podcast. Him and Cole Kubelik do a show together. That's kind of their own thing. And what you're seeing is Notre Dame gaining a ton of respect from a lot of former players and former coaches that are doing this, especially those that are sort of now independent of the worldwide leader. And you'll even see what some of those guys, and I won't name names, how they talk about Notre Dame when they're on an ESPN show is different than how they talk about Notre Dame when they're doing their own podcast. And that tells you right there that there is a pushed agenda, not anti-Notre Dame agenda, but pro teams that we have, you know, leagues we have contracts with. So I think what you're going to see is continued disrespect from the people like Paul Feinbaum and Desmond Howards and people like that don't really know ball, or they may know ball, but they understand that your job is not to actually give real analysis. Your job is to actually, you know, create conversation and views and spark outrage and all this other kind of nonsense. It's about the clicks, not the real analysis. And then you're going to get some other people that are more of the independent thing, that are more free thinkers, that watch tape, that watch film, and they're going to be like, dude, this Notre Dame team is really good. I saw somebody the other day, and I can't remember who it was, but it was an independent thing. Like, look, if you haven't watched, like if you're looking at this Notre Dame team and just being like, well, they have 2 losses, you're not paying attention. Because if you pop in the film of this football team, this is a really good football team. And I think more of those type of people are going to show respect for Notre Dame, and then your ESPN's going to ESPN. That's pretty much how it goes. It's kind of how I see it. So, but overall, I like where you're at, Trev. Separating the 2 makes a lot of sense.
Another one from Noah. Chris Ash's lack of experience against option teams like Navy will actually benefit Notre Dame's defensive scheme in preparation for the game, because he'll rely heavily on his more experienced assistants during the week of the game prep instead of relying on his own expertise, as I assume he did early in the season.
I'm going to sell this. And the reason I'm going to sell this is because I just don't think it's in Chris Ash's nature to trust people that more than himself, or to trust people that he doesn't necessarily know that well. I would like to think that by now he has started to gain trust of Mike Mickens and Max Bulla and now Washington, but I honestly don't know the answer to that. I think the only way that he relies on his assistant coaches is if it's demanded of him. And that may be unfair to say, but that's just the evidence that we have. This guy came into Notre Dame and basically saw what what Mike Mickens and Max Bulla and Al Washington were a part of, and just decided to just like, yeah, but we're going to do my thing. So I hope that you're right, Noah, but I'm going to sell that because I don't want to lie to y'all. Now, again, that's my opinion. That's not a fact. That's not something I've been told. That's my opinion. And I hope he proves me wrong, because that's why this is my toughest game. For me, this is the only game I'm concerned about in the Final 5 for Notre Dame. In regard to if they just don't show up, they could lose to Pitt. They could lose to Stanford. I mean, they could lose to Navy if they just decide not to show up and play and look like they did against Northern Illinois last year. I just don't think that's going to happen with this team. So I just worry about. And again, I explained this yesterday. That's not even a negative towards Chris Ash. I had the same concern about Al Golden going into the 2022 game against Navy, and it proved to be correct. And I've pointed out how a lot of coaches, the first time they play Navy or Army, struggle the first time they play it because it's just there's so much that goes into preparing for the triple option, and that's only half the battle. Because you've got to then adjust in game because they don't just come out and run the same stuff out of the same looks. They're like every other offense. They have unique wrinkles for every team that they play. And it can be difficult to adjust if you've never done it before. And that's concern enough for me. But I hope that you are correct, though. I hope that this ends up being a buy, but I'm just going to sell it for now.
Same page over here, man. Same page. Buy, sell, hold from B Jammin 41. Notre Dame will host a playoff game.
Buy. I said it yesterday, Trev. If Notre Dame wins out, as long as it's winning out the way that they've been winning, they'll host a playoff game. The only question is, will it be 5, 6, 7, or 8 seed? Right now, I'd lean more towards 7, 8 seed. But yeah, I think I'm confident that they will.
Per the conversation that we had a couple days ago, gosh, and I hate doing this again, but this is a hold. I think it's possible, but I'm just not at the confidence level that you are. So I'm holding this one.
Then
Sorry,
sell it. Then sell it.
Well, I can't. I'm not going to sell it.
Can't have 2 holds in the first 30 minutes, Trev. When you led the show off with, we don't hold that often. I'm like, you're bad. You're 2 out of 3 so far, Trev, in holds. Come on, man.
2 out of 3.
Slight hyperbole.
Yeah, I'm holding this one. I can't confident. I don't have the confidence. Sorry, guys. So yeah, I don't have the confidence to say that they absolutely will, and I'm also not going to definitively say that they won't. It's up.
Let me ask you this, Trev, and I'm just giving you a hard time, but this is an honest question. If you had to predict today, let's say that one of the things you were doing, I was like, all right, Trev, you need to, for the front page of Irish Breakdown, make a playoff prediction ranking. Here's your, because like I said this on Twitter earlier. The mistake that a lot of people make right now is they just make a playoff ranking that's based on the current rankings. I'm like, well, that's stupid. Anyone can do that. It's literally a straight seeding. You just look and say, okay, well, this team's number 1 here. This team's number 5 there. It's easy to do. What I think is harder is you have to project what's going to happen. So let's say I'm asking you to do like a real projection, how you think the season's going to end, how this is going to go, all this kind of stuff. Where do you think that they will go right now? Again, this isn't forcing you to say, well, Trev, you said this and it didn't come to be. We have to project 6 weeks of action and then championship games. But if you had to predict, what do you think the range is? I guess that's probably a better prediction because it's a little, it's on the moment. You have to predict 6 weeks of action. But what would you say right now you're comfortable saying the range is from a seeding standpoint based on how you think the season is going to play out for people?
8th or 9th.
8th or 9th?
And yeah, I think Notre Dame will be 8th or 9th. And I genuinely think it's somewhere in between, but obviously you can't be in between 8 or 9 seed in a playoff. And I need to see how the committee is going to do things when, Oklahoma's the 13th ranked team in the country. Ole Miss is the 8th right now. Who's to say that Notre Dame doesn't stay stagnant and then they drop Ole Miss below and then move Oklahoma past in a situation like that? Like, there is some chaos that could happen. I'm not confident in saying that Notre Dame would then move up if Ole Miss loses and not get jumped by Oklahoma. Because this past week in the AP poll, I watched Vandy pick up a good win, and I watched BYU pick up a good win, and I watched Notre Dame pick up a good win. And Notre Dame moved up 1 spot, and then Vandy and BYU jumped ahead. And so while I agree that there's chaos that could go on, I just don't know if that falls them at 8th or 9th.
Let me make one little counter to that. Those 2 teams still have better records than Notre Dame, which is why I think they're ahead of Notre Dame. The 2 teams in the SEC that lost this weekend, both to ranked teams, both on the road, that now have the same number of losses than Notre Dame, dropped way behind Notre Dame in the AP poll. So Tennessee got their second loss, dropped all the way down to 17. Bama got their second loss. Now, keep in mind, Bama's 2 losses are the top 10 teams. They lost by a touch. Like, for all the LSU fans losing their minds about Brian Kelly, if we're being honest and not just taking shots at Brian Kelly, there's still a lot of football left in their season. They have a 5-point road loss to Ole Miss, who's a top 10 team, and a 7-point road loss to Vanderbilt, who's a top 10 team. And they're acting like Notre Dame or LSU is Penn State right now. The way that LSU fans are acting, which is hilarious because they're losing their minds because they're just now realizing what we've been telling them for 5 years and what I've definitely been telling them on their own shows 5 years ago about Brian Kelly. But those teams lost their second game, both lost to top 10 opponents like Notre Dame, and those teams fell way behind Notre Dame. And that's kind of what I feel will happen with Oklahoma and Ole Miss is once they get their second loss, I think they fall behind Notre Dame in those rankings, and I definitely think that happens in the in those rankings. The danger, Trev, the counter to my counter is, well, what if the next week they go beat a ranked team? Like that's what could be some chaos, but I think that's what keeps Notre Dame at 7 or 8, not what knocks them completely out hosting. That was where my argument came from, but we're gonna find out. We're going to find out in these next 3 weeks. It's going to be a lot of fun because there's a lot of big-time matchups.
Yeah.
A lot of big-time matchups. And I also think people are making too much of Miami losing. I think people are making way too much of that. I look, the committee is not ranking Notre Dame because, like, basically however Miami does, Notre Dame's ranking will be impacted by it. I think we're a little past that. I think people spend too much time talking about that. And I don't think the committee's going to do that.
Yeah, that's fair. But by so whole, Jeremiah Love will have another 200-yard rushing game this season.
I'm going to sell that. Because I don't think he's going to play 4 quarters like he did against USC. Like that's really what it comes down to. I think there will be games. There could be a game where he has 175 yards on 10 carries, 11, 12 carries. I mean, that's more my thing, B-Jammin. It's not that he's capable of it. I just don't know that he's going to be in a competitive enough game. Because I don't think any offenses can keep up with Notre Dame the way USC's was able to where if he is going off like that, it's going to be a low enough game. And honestly, had CJ not thrown a red zone interception, had they not missed a field goal and an extra point, he may not have played on the game either.
True.
So,
Notre Dame will land at least 4 out of these 7 recruits. Keemon Spell, Faktu, Brown, Jacobs, Giotto, Manchin Sales, Jackson Dollar.
So that's running back Keemon Spell, 27 class, 2028 D lineman Marcus Fakatu, 2027 running back Amir Brown. So I'll go. Okay, so Keemon Spell, I'm still going to say no on that one. I think they're definitely in a great place. I think if Keemon Spell were to decide today, I do think he'd pick Notre Dame if he announced today. But he still plans on taking at least 5 more visits, and I don't think he's going to decide anytime soon. And I just don't know how that's going to go, to be honest with you. I don't know if in the end they'll get him. I think that right now Notre Dame is as good of a chance as anybody. But I'm going to say no to that one. 2028 defensive lineman Marcus Fakatu, I would predict that they would get him if he was, I think that's one that I'll say yes. Amir Brown, running back from North Carolina, 27 class, I'll say yes. Defensive end David Jacobs from Georgia, I'd right now say yes. He'd be a little less confident than the others. Asher Giotto, that's way too early for me. I think they're in it. He's now made 2 visits to campus. It's a little bit too early for me to feel good either way. He's a 28 kid. Wide receiver Manchin Sales, I'll say no. And I would replace him with either Julius Jones Jr. or Quentin Burrell for your wish list for Notre Dame fans. I don't see Manchin Sales coming to Notre Dame. I don't think Notre Dame wants to get into the only way they can get a kid is if they pay more than everybody else kind of conversation. And I think that's probably what you'd have to do with Manchin Sales. And then tight end Jackson Dollar from North Carolina also, I believe. A very talented player. I would say yes for him as well. So I would say that gives me what? Fakatu, Brown, Jacobs, and Dollar. That's 4. So yes, I'll buy that.
Good deal. Another one from B-Jam 41. Notre Dame's kicking game will be the reason we do not win at all. No, I don't think so. Look, the kicking game seemed pretty hopeless at kind of around this point in the season last year. And then Mitch Jeter went on to kick the game-winning field goal in the Orange Bowl. So things can turn around relatively quickly. Came back for the Indiana game. He was back. I was a little nervous watching him kick field goals in that game. But no, that will not be the primary reason that Notre Dame doesn't win it all. There are still, like we talked about this week and we'll continue to talk about, there are still adjustments that they have to make on defense. They have to improve situationally on offense. Would kicking be on the list? Sure, that can be something that we mention in passing, but if Notre Dame's defense remains, giving up explosive plays like they did the last 3 games against NC State and Boise and USC, then once they face an Alabama offense or an Ohio State offense or an IU offense, that would be more of the reason than Notre Dame's inability to kick field goals. As frustrating as it is.
I just want to point out too that Notre Dame's issues kicking field goals are impactful for us, but they're not the only team going through that. Notre Dame's kickers are 5 of 7. Alabama's kickers are 9 of 13 kicking field goals. They've missed twice as many. If you double up Notre Dame's right now to get to 14 kicks, they'd be 10 of 14. They're like right in line with Alabama. So I mean, kicking percentage wise, I mean, you got to think that one of those misses was from Notre Dame's backup kicker. I mean, Noah Burnett, for how ugly some of his kicks is, look, the field goal he missed this weekend was the first field goal he has missed. Now he missed the extra point. That was pretty bad, but they're not the only team in college football struggling with place kicking. Ohio State's starting place kicker is 8 of 10. He's at 80% of the season. Noah Burnett's at 83.3% of the season. Notre Dame is not the only team. It's just that, honestly, to steal a phrase from Brian Kelly, Notre Dame fans were a little spoiled with kickers at times, with really consistent, accurate kickers. I think they're now when Alabama was going through their great run, they couldn't find a kicker to save their life. I mean, it was so bad. It's like every year they're like, God, I hope they don't have a game that comes down to a field goal because they're going to be screwed. And this is kind of across college football. It's just, I'm saying I like it. I'm just saying that's kind of how it is. So I don't think there's a lot of teams that don't have great kickers. Did you watch the Texas Ohio State game or Texas Georgia SEC title game last year?
Oh,
you know what I mean? So
yeah.
Yeah.
What about this one, Brian? Jeremiah Love will be invited to New York City for the Heisman ceremony. Buy, sell, hold.
I'm going to buy that. I'm going to buy that for a number of reasons. Number one is I think Notre Dame's going to be rolling here these next 5 games. I do. And I think Jeremiah Love's going to put up some big numbers. My hope is that Notre Dame finally starts to actually promote a player for this award. It's been a while since they really pushed for that for a player. It's also been a while since they've had a player that really kind of warranted that type of push. Notre Dame, when they want to, has a very powerful media machine. They just don't use it the way that they should, in my opinion. They've been very bad, from what I can tell and from what I've been told from certain people that vote on certain awards, that Notre Dame is not very good at promoting its players. And it's kind of like, what other job do you have if you're a part of the media team than promoting your players in this new era? If you're not doing that in this new era, then you're just not doing your job well. But I hope that changes. There has been some shakeup in the Notre Dame media staff the last year. I hope that this new group of people really understands that this is part of your job, is to promote your players for these type of awards. And, when you look at Jeremiah Love, I mean, I think if you'd asked me this question a week ago, I'd have been like, no, because he didn't have that marquee game. The marquee games they had so far this season, he didn't do anything in one of them, and it wasn't necessarily his fault. He didn't play great in that game, but the other one, A&M, I thought he did some good things in that game. He made some plays in that game. So I'm trying to think. Let me pull this up here. It's all purpose in that game. He had 147 yards against Texas A&M. He only had 59 against Miami. And he hadn't really had that kind of big game. Last week changed that. Spotlight game, national TV, ranked versus ranked opponent, rivalry game. He goes for 265 yards. Now, the key is going to be he's going to have to keep putting together some monster performances. And I think it would be wise for the Notre Dame coaching staff to take better advantage of him in the pass game, so it's not all run game stuff. But I think if he can average about 150 yards a game the rest of the way, that he'll be in that conversation because he's going to have numbers now. That performance he had this past weekend put him up in the he's now 7th in college football in rushing yards per game. That's a big part of it. And then, you look at rushing touchdowns. He's 8th now with 9. Of course, Jadarian Price is 15th with 8, and that's, with 8 of them. But I think he has a shot to be in that conversation now. And the other part of it too, Trev, it's not just about him. I don't know that there's a lot of other guys that I'm like, that guy's going to stay in the conversation moving forward. Like Diego Pavi is a guy that a lot of people are talking about right now. And that's fine. I mean, that's fair. He deserves it with how he played this past weekend. But I think Vanderbilt loses at least 1 or 2 more games. And that'll kind of knock him out. And there's a lot of guys that are getting that push. Dante Moore. Well, if they drop another game, he's going to, could fall out. I just feel like right now, I think Jeremiah Love is in the conversation. He's not my favorite. He doesn't get my vote if I had to make it today. But I think by the end of the year, he'll be in the top 3 or 4 with how the numbers and numbers going to put up. So that's going to be up to the coaching staff to say, hey, look, let's make sure we can get him some big play opportunities. It's going to be up to the offensive line to step up and make some plays. But I think he has a shot to do that. And it's very early right now for me to predict who's going to win it. But I can say trend-wise, there's 4 or 5 guys that have the makings of making a run. Jeremiah Love is one of them. I think Ty Simpson is one of them. I think Fernando Mendoza is another one. He's going to have to step up because right now he's getting love because he's the quarterback of a number 2 team in the country. He did not play very well against Oregon, and I don't think he played all that well against Iowa either. He's going to have a big game coming up here soon. People keep talking about Julian saying, I don't get that one. I mean, unless we're just finally admitting this is a quarterback award. He's not even the best player on his offense. He's not even the second best player on his own offense. So, I mean, if you're going to push an Ohio State player, push Jeremiah Smith, not Julian saying. Potentially Gunnar Stockton, people are mentioning. I mean, I think he needs to do a lot more than just one good game. But there's a lot of guys that are going to move in and out of this conversation over the next 5 weeks. But Notre Dame's schedule should allow Jeremiah Love to have some really gaudy statistics, 157 yards, but he only had 11 carries or something like that. You know what I mean, Trev? And so that's why I say, as of today, I would say yes, based on what he did last week and the buzz he's getting from that game. I think he'll be there. Yes.
I hope you're right, man. I do. I'm buying it. I don't have a lot of conviction in doing so. Jeremiah Love is the highest. He has the highest Heisman odds. That is a non-quarterback. He is the 8th best. And I agree with you. I think that some will fluctuate. My only concern is I don't know if they play a marquee enough opponent for people to look at that like it's impressive. That's my only fear. Because I agree he should
in some ways. Yeah, sorry, Trevor. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. Yeah.
I do agree that I think he's going to put up gaudy numbers. But with a guy like Jeremiah Love playing at a school like a Notre Dame compared to Ty Simpson, who still has ranked opponents on their schedule. And I know Julian Sain doesn't. We share the same sentiment there about him being in the Heisman odds. But, Gunnar Stockton has ranked opponents left. Ty Simpson has ranked opponents left. I don't think Fernando Mendoza does either. But we all know how, Heisman voters and like ESPN value the Big Ten schedule.
I mean, Mendoza has a ranked opponent. They got to play Penn State. Oh, wait, sorry. I forgot.
I
can't
love
believe you missed that opportunity. I can't believe you missed that opportunity. My thing about that, though, Trev, is that's partly why I think Love will have that because he had his marquee moment, and now it's just piling up stats. And people are going to keep pointing back to that USC game, where those marquee moments for those other quarterbacks are also bigger opportunities to kind of get knocked off the pedestal a little bit. And if somebody, let's say Georgia runs the table and Gunnar Stockton does for the rest of the year what he's done, what he did last week against Ole Miss. All right, well, he's going to win it, but that doesn't mean that Jeremiah Love won't be in it. Same thing with the Fernando Mendoza, or let's say thing with a Ty Simpson. That's about those guys winning it. There's too much of, honestly, those guys all playing each other that is going to kind of knock some of them out. And so, like, that's why I think Jeremiah Love is going to be in it. I don't think he's going to win it,
Oh, I don't either.
For the reason that you mentioned above is one of the quarterbacks is going to win this award who plays a big money game at the end of the year. Like that's
Yeah,
what's
to
going
get
to cause him to win it, right? Unless
yeah,
Jeremiah Love runs for 200 yards a game for the rest of the year, and I just don't see that happening.
no, to get invited, you have to be in the top 3, and that's my question. I think he could very well end up 4th, legitimately. But to be invited, you gotta be top 3, and that's where I
Well,
have
they've
hesitation.
expanded it for in certain years. Like, wasn't there 4 last year? Like, they've had years where there's been 4 or 5. So they always invite the top 3, but there's been years that they've expanded it beyond the top 3. And I think this is one of those years we could see that because I don't think there's going to be the separation that we see in other years. That's kind of more because
Gotcha.
like
I never knew they went outside of the top 3. I don't
yeah,
remember a year where they did that.
yeah,
I believe you, but I just don't.
yeah.
I was working on the premise of it being the top 3.
It was wasn't it 4 last year? Hunter,
I
Genty, Gabriel, and Cam Ward were all invited last year.
Were they?
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
It's harder to see now because like they don't advertise it the way that they used to. But yeah, they went to 4 last year. It's always minimum 3, but they've had years where they've gone to more than that. So trying to think, wasn't no, that was only 3 that year. So but yeah, I think it's gonna be really tough for him to win it. But I do think he's got a good shot to be a finalist. Good discussion. These are really good submissions so far. They've really brought in some good discussion.
Yeah.
Good job.
Buy, sell, hold. Indiana overpaid for Signetti. They will fall back down to earth due to poor recruiting.
Sell. I mean, number
Yeah.
1, they're not recruiting poorly. Number 2, the only way they can pay for Signetti is because they're raising the money. I think there's a lot of boosters in Indiana that understand if we want to be relevant in basketball, we have to make sure we fight hard to be relevant in football. So I just I first of all, Kurt Cignetti's a heck of a coach. I mean, let's not act like this is some flash in the pan. Guy just got hot, hit all the right notes, and look, you can dislike Kurt Cignetti all you want, but if you are going to know his record, you need to understand this guy's a really good football coach. His first coaching job was at a D2 school in IUP, right? Indiana University of Pennsylvania. In his 6 years, they went to the college football playoffs 3 times and were ranked 4 of his 6 years. Elon, he goes to Elon in 2017. That's his first head coaching job above the D2 level. He inherits a team that went 2-9, and he goes 8-4 his first year, 6-5 his second year, which were actually good years, and got them into the college football playoffs in both years because they won their league the year after he leaves. They go 5-6. 2 years after he leaves, they're 1-5. And I don't believe it wasn't until 2022 that they got back to the college football playoffs, the FCS level. He goes to James Madison, inherits a pretty good situation. James Madison was already pretty good when he got there. They were coming off a 9-4 top 10 season. Mike Houston got a D1 coaching job. Cignetti gets there his first year. They win a national championship. Next year's COVID. They go 7-1, make it to the semifinals. The next year they go 12-2, make it to the semifinals, and then they jump up to the FBS level. They become a D1 program, and in their first year of being a Division I football team, they went 8-3. And their losses were a 7-point loss to Georgia Southern, a 14-point loss to Marshall, and a 24-point loss to Louisville. They went to they beat Coastal Carolina at the end of the year, 47-7. They beat Appalachian State on the road that year. And then the next year in 2023, they go 11-2. They beat Virginia on the road that season, beat Marshall on the road. They blew out UConn. They lost to App State in overtime, beat Coastal Carolina 56-14, and then lost to Air Force. Like, this is not a fluke what he's done. This is not like, oh, it just all went the right way. This guy can flat out recruit. And is he going to go out and land a bunch of top 100 players? Probably not. It's still Indiana. But how many top 100 players does he have on his current roster? Right? I mean, the guy can coach. The guy can evaluate. The guy can go out and find those hidden gems. The school is being competitive in the financial. I mean, in the transfer portal, they don't get Fernando Mendoza for $25 in a gift card to Wawa. You know what I mean? Like, that's not what got him to Indiana. They had to pay up, and the more they win, the more people are going to be willing to pay. And he's always going to. And look, and the other thing too is Indiana's going to schedule 3 wins a year for that team, just in their non-conference, just that alone. So look, I don't like the guy. as like he kind of annoys me, but that's fine. But the guy can flat out coach. He can flat out develop, and he knows how to recruit. Great recruiting in a school like that is not always go out there and land Munchin Sales and land Quentin Burrells like Notre Dame is going to do. He's going to have to do it a different way. And that's why the ceiling on that team is not maybe always going to be as high. But that guy can flat out coach. So no. And no, they did not overpay. This is where some of these idiot lawyers, and I love lawyers. My dad made his living on it. I've had lawyers help us out. I think there's a ton of great lawyers. This is a specific breed of people. These leeches that are on Twitter, these people that are basically, trying to basically undermine the NCAA and college football so they can get in and get theirs. The one thing these idiots don't understand, because they're always, every time a coach gets us, oh, you want to do this for a coach, but you want to keep my play. Guys, there's no college football player worth the amount that a football coach is in college. It's not the reality. This isn't pro football. If you have a coach that can consistently win you the way that Cignetti's won games for you, it is absolutely worth that amount of money. Because you go look at some of these schools in this era of having to pay $20+ million for a payroll, if you don't have confidence in your program, you're going to stop giving money. I've seen reports where Oklahoma State's got plenty of resources. They didn't want to waste the resources on a coach they didn't have faith in. So it's going to be harder, and that kind of coach is absolutely worth it. It also sends a statement, Trevor, that Indiana's serious about being a good football team. I would have never dreamed that Indiana would have done what they did to give him that kind of money. I thought they would have waited until a formal offer was made by somebody else. They walked in proactively and said, we like this being good at football thing. We're going to keep this going. Like, I was shocked by it, to be completely honest with you. I really was. I didn't think Indiana was going to make that kind of commitment, but they recognize what I recognize, and I'm curious what Trev thinks, that a great football coach is worth that, because a great quarterback can make you be good for 2-3 years, maybe. A great football coach can make you relevant for a decade.
Guys, he's the best football coach Indiana's ever had in their program's history.
Already.
I'll die on that hill. It took him a year and a half to do that. They've never been the AP second-ranked team in the country, ever, in the history of their program. They are now. They had never had a double-digit win season until he took over, and he did that in year one. He won 11-2, made the college football playoffs. Curt Cignetti made a 12-team playoff before Alabama did, guys. I mean, look, do I like the guy? No. I've lived in Indiana my entire life. I live an hour away from Bloomington. Am I in love with the Hoosiers? No, I'm not. But I can't also deny what he's done. That he walked in a year and a half in a football program that has been around since 1899. He walked in and immediately became the best coach that they've ever had. He's not overpaid. Because why run the risk? He's 64 years old. He doesn't have a whole lot of other coaching left ahead of him. With all these jobs coming open in programs that can afford to shovel out the money that he got at Indiana, why risk it? Because you know what you have. I mean, we're talking about a coach where what's his down season going to be now? 8 wins? 3 years ago, 8 wins for Indiana is like, yo, check out Indiana. And now we're talking about it in the light of like, if Curt Cignetti gets 8 wins, it's like, we're going to get questions. I guarantee he's like, is Cignetti on the hot seat? Like, it's just, that's how quickly the narrative changes. So no, I'm hard selling this one. They did not overpay for Curt Cignetti.
Yeah, they went 3-9 the year before he got there. 3-9. They went 4-8 the year before that, 2-10 the year before that, 6-2 during the COVID year. I mean, Tom Allen in a 2-year stretch goes 14-7, and he becomes everybody's favorite coach. 14-7, and he's everybody's favorite coach. They go 11-5 in Big Ten play. We're ranked once in his 8 years, and everybody's like, "Oh, look at the job he did." And you can't say, "Well, he's never won a big game." You can't say that anymore. All the things that people used to criticize him last year, you can't say that now. He went to Oregon and beat Oregon. Ryan Day couldn't do that last year. I mean, so the guy's legit. I mean, he's a heck of a football coach. I think it was Zach Martin said it in the chat too. Like, we may think he's a jerk, but he has a very loyal coaching staff, which tells you something about how he treats his people around him. take care of them. And they're a very good coaching staff to his point as well. So I've said this, if Chris Ash is not the defensive coordinator next year, the defensive coordinator needs to be one of two people, Mike Mickens or Bryant Haynes. If Joe Rudolph's not the O-line coach next year, the guy at the very top of my list is Bob Bostad. In case you didn't know, that's the D coordinator in Indiana and the O-line coach in Indiana. They are legit, and that's also part of being a great coach, is being able to identify talented coaches as well. And he's not someone, for all his arrogance, he's not someone who's afraid to surround himself with other smart people. And that's the sign of a truly great coach. A lot of quote-unquote great coaches are unwilling to surround themselves with people that they think might threaten them. First thing that he's not that way, which is why he wins.
By so hold, the initial playoff rankings will have Notre Dame ranked lower than the AP poll.
So, I don't think that. Let me go to, we have two super chats I want to get to before we move on to the next one, but I wanted to finish. B Jammin had several, so I wanted to finish those before we got to these.
Yeah, right on. Andrew Burke, super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Ohio State wins out for the 1 seed. Bama wins out for the 2 seed. Would you rather Notre Dame be 8 and host with OSU waiting, or be 10 and play away with Bama waiting?
Well, Andrew, first of all, I see the updated picture, so we can now see you. The one before was like really like the sun was blocking you out, so now we can see you. So appreciate the super chat, man. I mean, that's an easy one for me, Trevor. I'd rather be hosting. I don't care who you play. Look, to win a title, you're going to have to play Ohio State or Alabama most likely at some point in time anyway. So fine, get them in the quarters. I can live with that. I want to host a playoff game. I think it's a great experience. It's good for the community. I live in this community, so when things happen that boost the economy of this community, that's something I support. And I'd love to be there. I mean, Trev, you and I've talked how many times since last week's tailgate, like, man, I really hope we get a tailgate for the playoff game. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's no downside to it. And look, if you want to win a title, and Andrew, I'm not saying you're doing this, I'm just sharing my opinion. If you want to win a title, you shouldn't want to duck anybody. No. And Bama 1, Ohio State 2, Ohio State 1, Bama 2, whatever. If those are the two best teams, you're going to want to beat them at some point in time anyway. And I'd rather have them with a month off, with them having not played for a month, and you come off of a fresh game. But at the end of the day, if they get to Bama in the second round, and that means they got to go on the road and beat somebody, so be it. But if you're asking what I prefer, I want to play the home playoff game.
If you were at the Notre Dame Indiana home playoff game last year, this is a very, 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 very easy answer for you. And it is for me. That environment was awesome, man.
We had a huge tailgate that day. Like, we had so many people to tailgate that day, and it was freaking freezing.
Yeah.
Like, I had a buddy who came up to our tailgate. He was drunk, and he had like snot frozen on his lip, and he didn't care. Yeah. And nobody else cared. I mean, it was such an awesome environment. It was so amazing. So amazing. Yeah, it's a good question, Andrew. It's a very good question, but it's an easy answer. Doesn't mean it's not a good question.
Super chat from Tyler Evans. Thank you, Tyler. Buy, sell, hold. Better job right now. Florida, Penn State, or Florida State?
I'm buying Florida on that one. That's the one I'm buying. I'm buying Florida. I'm holding Penn State, and I'm selling Florida State as the better job. They're all good jobs, but there are degrees to how good that they are.
Yep. Same order. Buy, sell, hold from Danny Redlegs. When the Bengals fire their coaching staff at the end of the season, Notre Dame will rehire Al Golden as DC at Notre Dame.
Sell. I mean, I wouldn't be against that, but I'm because, like, the reason I'm not against that, like, the concern could be, okay, you bring him back, and then the next D coordinator job comes open and he takes that. I don't think that Al Golden was beating down the door to get D coordinator jobs. I know I'm pretty confident in saying that he had previously been offered defensive coordinator jobs in the NFL, and he didn't express any interest. The Bengals job was unique for him. His family still lived in Cincinnati. I think he really enjoyed his time in Cincinnati, and that was a unique job to come back to. So, yeah, I mean, I guess he could go back to Notre Dame. I don't know that that's ultimately what Marcus Freeman would want or what Al Golden would want. I don't know the answer to that. I mean, I genuinely don't know if that's what he wants. When I say I don't know if that's what he would want. I'm not saying I don't think Marcus Freeman would want Al Golden back. I have no clue. But if you brought him back, it's fine. I think Al Golden did a great job. I also don't think he's the only coordinator that could win at Notre Dame. And I don't know that I don't know that I don't know. I'd be totally fine with it, but you're not going to see me banging down the door to say you got to do this either. I think he would be a great hire to come back. I think there's other great hires that Marcus Freeman can make if Chris Ash is no longer your defensive coordinator. So I'm good with it either way. So I'm going to sell it just because I don't think that it usually doesn't work that way. But I wouldn't have a problem with it if he did.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell this for a handful of reasons. One, I mean, Al Golden left to be closer with his family. It wasn't to leave Notre Dame. It was to make aspects of his personal life a little bit more convenient.
Yeah.
I mean, he was
And
the linebackers coach.
Right. Exactly.
He was the linebackers coach in Cincinnati in 2021 when they went to the Super Bowl. And also, I know they've kind of become the laughing stock the last couple of weeks, but I sit down and I watch the Bengals every time they're on the TV. I guess I'm now a fan of the Bengals, considering I married into that. And I also don't think they're going to fire their coaching staff at the end of the season either. They're second in the division. They're 2-0 in the AFC North. I mean, they lost Joe Burrow. It stinks. I do feel bad for Al Golden because, like, in his opening press conference when he accepted the job, he's like, I have the best job in the world. I get to game plan every day to get the ball back into the hands of Joe Burrow. And then he lasted for 2 games. So that stinks, but he'll be back at some point. But I'm selling that.
That's a conversation that Cincinnati's going to have to address here very soon. Is Joe Burrow. Because the reality is Joe Burrow, when he plays, is a very good quarterback. But that's the problem when he plays. And it just seems to me, I mean, 2 of the last 3 years, he's now going to suffer major injuries. He also suffered a major injury his rookie year. He's only had, 3 years out of 6 where he's been healthy?
Yep.
That's something to consider.
Agreed.
But it's a tough place to be in because you're like, dude, this guy's, when he plays, is phenomenal. I mean, I'm looking at his numbers from last year, Trev. I mean, goodness gracious, like the guy's a heck of a player. I don't know if there's any doubt. The few times I've watched him, I'm like, yeah, that's Joe Burrow I remember. But guy's coming off a year in which he passed for 43 touchdowns and only 9 picks and had over almost 5,000 yards. In the last 3 healthy seasons he's had, he's thrown for 4,600, 4,500, 4,900 yards, and he's thrown for 34, 35, and 43 touchdowns, and last year he also had 200 rushing yards last season. So it's not that he's not legit or he's not good or whatever. It's just the guy just can't stay healthy. And that's a lot of money to invest in a guy that can't stay on the field.
Yeah, shoring up the interior of the offensive line is going to go a long way in Cincinnati.
How many years have Bengals fans been saying that?
I don't know. I joined the fan base about 4 years ago, so I at least 4 years for me. So
yep.
Getting into part 2 of the Buy, Sell, Hold here on the Irish Breakdown Podcast, brought to you by FanDuel. T-Shout 11. Buy, Sell, Hold. It, or more likely when, we start the postseason run, Jaden Greathouse will once again take over. My thought process is teams will obviously be aware of Faison, Raritan, and Fields. This will leave Jaden Greathouse on a favorable matchup.
Buy? I mean, if they do that, if they allow Jaden Greathouse, so let's work with this premise that Jaden Greathouse takes over again. Then that would be the reason he would take over, is because of the attention to other people. But I just don't know that I would buy. What I would sell is that they're going to allow him to take over. That I'm not as confident in.
I hate to do it. I'm selling this. On paper, you're absolutely right, Tristan. You are. Because you look at it and it's like, okay, they have a big enough sample size of Raritan, Fields, Faison. They have a big enough size of Pauling. But until they show that he's going to be an integral part of the offense and a focal point in the offense, I can't buy that. It's wishful thinking. Every week that he was healthy, it was, this has to be the week he gets going. This has to be the week that he gets going. And then it never came to fruition, and Notre Dame kept winning. They will win better, and they will look better and be more productive on offense when they do get him going. I just have to see that he gets going on offense before I can say that he's going to take over in the postseason. So for those reasons, I got to sell it for now, but I hope that I'm wrong. Another one from T Shop 11. His performance, talking about Jaden Greathouse still, in this postseason will trump his performance last postseason.
So, I mean, right now, I just need to see that they're going to start him again. I think he's going to play again. I need to see that first before I can even get into the other thing.
Same page. Joe Allen 72. Here's a playoff scenario for you, Brian. The SEC will get 4 in. The Big Ten will get 3 in. The Big 12 will get 2 in, and the ACC will get 2 in, and the Group of 5 will get their donation spot. Buy, sell, hold.
SEC will get 4 in. Big Ten will get 3 in. I think that I would say I agree with. I would say Ohio State, Indiana, Oregon. Am I missing anybody out of the Big Ten? I don't think anybody else in the Big Ten gets in. The only other team that could get out of the Big Ten, in my opinion, that has a shot to really truly get in, you could say Michigan. I mean, if Michigan runs the table, they're getting in. There's a lot of teams in the Big Ten. If Illinois runs the table, they'll have a shot to get in. What I mean is like teams that have a legitimate shot to do what's needed to get in. And I think we would agree, Trev, that Indiana, Ohio State, Oregon, and the Big Ten all have a great shot to get in.
Yep.
When I look at, you look at Michigan and Minnesota and, USC, Northwestern, okay, yeah, Illinois, those teams all in theory could run the table and get in, but I just don't think those teams are capable of doing that. When I look at Iowa, for example, Iowa's 5-2. They have a shot to get in. If Iowa runs the table, that means they will have beaten USC on the road, Nebraska on the road, and Oregon at home. They have a shot to get in. I just don't think that they will do that. Right. I mean, so like that's why I don't really have Iowa in there. Now in 3 weeks, if Iowa goes out there and beats Oregon, then all bets are off on what I just said. And they have a great shot. I'm sorry. 3 weeks because they have a bye in next weekend. But I just don't think they're capable of it. Michigan's another team. Michigan at 5-2. If Michigan runs the table and their only losses are to USC on the road and Oklahoma on the road, they're in because they would have a win, over Ohio State. But I just don't think they're going to do that. I don't think they're going to run the table. Like they could beat Ohio State and still not get in because they lose at Michigan State or lose at Maryland or lose at Northwestern. So I don't think they're capable of running the table. USC is a team to watch out for, in my opinion, because they're 5-2. They have Nebraska coming up in 2 weeks. They win that game. They beat Northwestern. They get Iowa at home. Now, all of a sudden, Trev, they're 8-2, and they got to go play Oregon. If they win that game, they're in. And I think they're more capable of beating Oregon at Oregon than some of these other teams are of beating other teams. I'm not predicting it. I'm just saying they're capable of it. That's why I have USC as a potential winner. And then the other one is Illinois. They're a very interesting team because if they go 5-0, they will have won at Washington, at Wisconsin. They're capable of it. But then my question is their resume going to be good enough to get them in at 10-2 over an SEC team that's 9-3 with 3 legit losses, but 2 ranked wins? The issue that Illinois is going to have is they're going to say, hey, we lost to 2 ranked teams and we beat USC, who is ranked. But then it's like, well, yeah, but what else did you do? And you lost to Indiana by 53.
Yeah.
You weren't competitive in either one of those games where let's say LSU goes 9-3. Let's say they beat A&M this weekend. And let's say and I'm just using LSU to make a point. Let's say they beat A&M this weekend. And let's say that they get the bye, then they lose at Alabama, and then they beat Arkansas, beat Western Kentucky, beat Oklahoma at Oklahoma. You'll look back and say, okay, they're 9-3, but they beat Texas A&M. They beat South Carolina. They beat Clemson. They will have beaten a ranked Oklahoma team on the road. And then they lost at 3 top 10 caliber teams. That resume is going to be more impressive to the committee than a 10-2 Illinois team that got blown out in their games where LSU is going to be like, dude, we had a chance to win both of the games, all 3 of the games we lost, and we beat multiple ranked teams. So Illinois got a little bit of a tougher sell. They're going to need some 9-3 teams in the SEC with bad losses. And right now I don't see that being the case. But so I think the pathway for a 4th Big Ten team is there, but right now it's going to be tough for them. SEC gets 4 in. You know, you know what? Just full stop. The reason I'm selling this right now is I just don't think the Big 12 and ACC both get 2 in.
Well, I was just about to say, like in this scenario, Notre Dame doesn't get into the playoffs.
Yeah.
Four SEC, 3 Big 10, you're at 7. 2 Big 12, you're at 9. 2 ACC, you're at 11. And then the group of 5, that's your 12th spot. So, I mean, big picture, Joe, like I'm selling this off the rip because that means Notre Dame doesn't get in. Brian and I have interesting conversations around like where they'll be seated, if they'll be on the at home or on the road. But the main premise is we think they'll make it if they win out. So
there's no question in my mind. Yeah.
Yeah. So big picture, I got to sell this as a whole.
I just, you know, I get the concerns that everybody has, and they're like, well, what if Virginia does this, and what if Georgia Tech does that? And I'm like, those are all possibilities. I mean, those are the 2 of the 3 remaining unbeaten teams in the league. But you know, a lot of these teams are just one more conference loss away from being out. I mean, there's really, in my opinion, there's what would you say, Trev? 5 ACC teams with a shot to make the playoffs right now. Georgia Tech, obviously. You know, they're 7-0. They've got to play Syracuse, at NC State, at Boston College, and then home against Pitt and home against Georgia. If we're being honest about this Georgia Tech team, I'll be shocked if they don't have 2 losses by the end of the year. They have won a lot of games just kind of not playing pretty football, and I just think there's enough teams left on their schedule to drop a couple games. But 10-2 still might get them in to the 10-2 still gets them into the ACC title game, because I think one of those losses will be to Georgia, and then one will be to an ACC team. Well, that gives them a shot to get in. Virginia's sitting here at 6-1. They've got to play at North Carolina, at Cal, at Duke, home against Wake, home against Virginia Tech. And my thing is going to be, even if they go 11-1, if they go 11-1 and lose the ACC title game, I don't know that they're going to have a resume that's going to get them. And the ACC could potentially be in a very interesting spot, because you're going to look at this Virginia team and say, what's the win they're hanging their hat on? Beating Louisville? Well, you better hope that Louisville is a team that keeps winning. But I mean, they got to play at Virginia Tech. They got to play at SMU. They still got to play Clemson. They got to play Kentucky. Like, you know, Miami's still in the conversation. They've still got to play at SMU, at Virginia Tech, at Pitt. So I think there's still going to be some beating each other up, but I don't think the committee is going to show a lot of respect towards the ACC this year, nor should they. It's not a very good league, and these teams aren't very good. So, but I do think the ACC has a better shot at getting 2 teams in than the Big 10, than the Big 12, Trev, because I think the Big 12 has already started to kind of eat itself up a little bit. And I don't think there's as many teams in the Big 12 that have a shot to get in. I mean, Houston is 6-1, and they're still not even ranked. They beat Stephen F. Austin, Rice, Colorado, Oregon State, Oklahoma State, and Arizona. They've got to still play at Arizona State, at Baylor, at UCF, home against TCU. Like, they're not going to be in it. BYU's got a legitimate shot. They've still got to play at Iowa State, at Texas Tech, at Cincinnati, and then home against TCU. I just think there's a couple losses there. You know, Texas Tech obviously still has a tough slate left. They have to play at K-State. They got to play at West Virginia, home against BYU. And I keep saying West Virginia because they're not very good, but Rich Rod is just always the kind of coach that you just always got to be careful of when you're playing him at his place. And so I think Cincinnati, same deal. What's the win Cincinnati's hanging their hat on? I don't know that those leagues are guaranteed 2-spot leagues this year. And I think there's a better chance that one of those I think there's a better chance that both of those leagues only have 1 than both of those leagues have 2 this year. That's where I'm at. There's going to be some 10-2 teams, in my opinion, left out of the playoffs this year, just like last year. Yep. I mean, look, guys, a 10-2 Miami team that went on the road and blasted Florida last year got left out of the playoffs. So the ACC rightfully doesn't really get a lot of respect, nor should they. There's a lot of bad football teams in that league, Trev. Bad football teams.
Agreed.
It's going to be fun, man. I can't wait for these last 5 weeks because this is going to be really interesting.
Another one from Joe Allen, 72. Buy, sell, hold. The group of 5 should drop out of the college football playoff model and start their own playoff system. Playing with the Power 4 really doesn't help them because most likely they would be out in the first round. Yeah, I'm on board with this. I think it'd be a little bit more competitive, honestly. It's a cool story, but I don't know if you can just bank on Boise State making it every year. I think they are the program that you can argue like they've had a lot of success against Power Four in recent years. Yeah, I think Navy would be a cool story. Notre Dame specific, like I think it would be fantastic to see Navy play in the playoffs. I don't think they make it out of the first round. Navy was an excellent football team last year. They lost to Notre Dame 51-14. I could see it being a similar case in the playoffs, unfortunately. So you never know. I mean, UCF, they're ranked right now, or USF is ranked right now. But I think a group of 5 playoff would be more competitive than them getting the 12 seed or a lower seed every year moving forward and then just being out in the first round.
Agree with everything you said from a football standpoint. Unfortunately, this decision has nothing to do with football.
Oh, yeah.
What you're making right now by getting in is way more than what you'd be making if you had a group of 5 playoff. And until there's some TV partner willing to pay them, like, okay, yes, we would make more money getting in to the current playoff, whatever the payout is, we'd make more. But if we get to the group of 5 one and we win 2 or 3 games, then we would make more money than we would there. That's what it comes down to. Football wise, this is absolutely spot on. But until there's a TV partner willing to pay them that money, it doesn't make as much sense.
Agreed.
For now, what would be interesting is, could the top group of 5 team get an invite, turn it down, and then that goes to the next Power 5 team? If there was a playoff, you can either choose to take the guaranteed money in the playoff system now, or go try to take your shot to go make a run. Most ADs would take the guaranteed money.
Sure.
And honestly, there's some teams that would make, like South Florida, if they keep winning, if South Florida is 12-1 at the end of the day, and let's say they had that option, I'd say let's go play in the big boy conference, in the big boy tournament, because I think we're good enough to beat some of those teams. We can beat the 5 seed. Boise State last year probably would have been like, dude, I think we can beat Indiana. Now, I'm not saying they would have, but last year's team, they might have thought they had a shot to win a game or 2. Other years, you're gonna be like, yeah, dude, we're gonna get smacked. I mean,
yeah.
So I think that would be an interesting thing. But until they have a TV partner willing to pay them money to go, it's not gonna happen. Football wise, Joe and Trevor, you're both spot on.
Buy, sell, hold from PJC 1122. Buy, sell, hold. Who is the most dynamic player? Golden Tate, Will Fuller, Jeremiah Love. Feel free to talk about Rocket if you want.
Well, of that list, I'm going buy Golden Tate. I'm going to go, people are not going to like this, I'm going to hold Will Fuller. I'm going to sell Jeremiah Love. And if I can throw Rocket Ismail in there, he becomes my buy. Here's why Golden Tate is the more dynamic player. I mean, first of all, Golden Tate in 2009 was absolutely unreal. I mean, he was just a touchdown waiting to happen. And on a team where, him and Michael Floyd, I've said this before, Michael Floyd was the better player, but Michael Floyd couldn't stay healthy. And Golden Tate that year, 93 catches, Biletnikoff winner, 1,496 yards, 15 touchdowns, 16.1 yards per catch. He also carried the ball 25 times for 186 yards and 2 touchdowns, and also returned 3 punts that year, or 12 punts that year for another 171 yards and a touchdown, and returned 3 kickoffs for 62 yards. I mean, so the guy had 1,900 all-purpose yards that year and scored, 15, 16, 17, 18 touchdowns that season as a wide receiver. Like he was just a big play weapon all the time. Will Fuller was an incredibly dynamic player. I mean, he was an 80-yard touchdown waiting to happen. Jeremiah Love is in that similar vein. I just think this year's version of Jeremiah Love hasn't been as dynamic as last year's version of Jeremiah Love. This game he was, but up until this game, he was averaging 5-something yards a carry. So you're picking between 3 studs. At some point in time, you have to kind of figure out what your separators are. And my separator is this version of Jeremiah Love, and even last year's was just not quite as dynamic as what Golden Tate and Will Fuller were. That could change over the next 5 weeks, and none of them were more dynamic than Rocket Ismail. But if you want to pick any of those three guys as your buy, folks in the chat, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you. They're all three special players.
Yeah, you and I see Golden Tate the same. I'm switching J Love with a hold and then Will Fuller with the sell. As much as it pains me, I don't want to sell any of these guys. But yep, that's just it. When I think of dynamic, I think of like versatility, not just explosiveness. I think Jeremiah Love can do more in the offense than what Will Fuller could, and that's sometimes just the nature of the position. Jeremiah Love was a running back, Will Fuller was a receiver, but that's what kind of feeds into it. Explosive plays, you're absolutely spot on. Like Will Fuller, 80-yard touchdown waiting to happen. J Love hasn't been that quite this year, but I think of more like all-around type players. That's what separates it for me. But again, it's not like I'm pounding my fist on the table that I wholeheartedly disagree with you either. I get it.
I think Will Fuller in 2024 was even more of that player than he was in 2015. Because in 2015, they just threw him a bunch of deep balls. Yeah. In 24, they throw him tunnel screens, and he had the tunnel screen for a touchdown against LSU. He had one against Syracuse. He had one against he had Syracuse. He had one. Was it Northwestern?
Florida State.
Florida State. I thought maybe it was there was another game he had one of those. Thought it was a home game, but they didn't use him as much for that in 2015 as they did in 2014.
Yeah.
Which was interesting. All excellent players.
Bracket D, cover 3. Buy, sell, hold. Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price are not only the best running back duo in the nation, but also can be considered a generational running back duo.
If we're talking generational, is like once every 10 years, I'd buy that. For Notre Dame, for sure. That's an easy one. I'm looking at this more nationally. Yeah, I'd take that because, like, look, last year Penn State had two guys that went for 1,000 yards. That was pretty good. We've seen some very good running back duos in the past. Heck, Notre Dame has had some, but the difference between what Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price are doing that's different from what Nicholas Singleton and Katron Allen did last year is, number one, they're kind of dominating in some of the bigger games. Like, obviously they were very good against Texas A&M. They were phenomenal against USC, and I felt like Penn State's guys kind of made their way in beating up some of the better, the teams that weren't quite as good. You could look and say, like, okay, Nicholas Singleton was kind of like Jadarian Price last year, that he also, was a good kick returner, but he didn't have any kick returns for touchdowns last season. He's pretty good as a pass receiver. He had 17 touchdowns last season. But when you look at what the Notre Dame guys are doing, like Katron Allen offered very little in the pass game. He wasn't a returner. And when you look at what the Notre Dame guys are doing, it's like they're dominating in every phase of the game, Trev. I mean, you look at Jeremiah Love, for example. We were talking about him earlier, and you look at him against Texas A&M, and you're like, dude, he had 94 carries on 23 yards. Like, how good of a game was that? Well, he had 4 catches for 53 yards also in that game. And you look at the Arkansas game, and you're like, well, he had 14 carries for 57 yards and 2 touchdowns against Arkansas. How good was that? Well, he had 5 catches for 70 yards in that game also. I mean, that's the thing. And on top of the 228 rushing yards, he also had 5 catches for 37 yards. And then you look at Jadarian Price, and it's kind of a similar story. He's been running the ball real well this year. He's like, he hasn't been less than 66 yards in a game rushing since the opener against Miami. And in that game, he only had 45, but he only had 6 carries. He's got 8 rushing touchdowns. Right. He's only got 2 catches, but they went for 44 yards and a touchdown. But then you look at him in the kick return game, he's already has more kick return yards this year than Nicholas Singleton had all of last year. He's got 9 more through 7 games than what Nicholas Singleton had in 16 games last year. And he's got 2 touchdowns already in the kick return game. So, we haven't seen a whole lot of that. I've seen some great duos over the year. Everybody points to Felix Jones and Darren McFadden, but the 2008 Oklahoma duo of DeMarco Murray and Chris Brown was also outstanding. That came after Felix Jones and Darren McFadden. That was the 2 guys that rushed for over 1,000 yards that year. So we've seen groups like this, but I think it's certainly a conversation to be had of this as a generational duo, as long as, here's the caveat, they finish the year playing the same way they've played so far. That's going to be the key. But yeah, I think I think this is a generational duo, one that comes along once every 10 years. Now, the way that Notre Dame is recruiting right now, they may have it may not be as generational because we could be having the same conversation about Jonas Walton and Jamin Osborne in a couple of years, either together or one of them paired with Kedron Young or Amir Brown or Keemon Spell or something like that. You know what I mean? Like they're recruiting at just a crazy level right now.
Yeah.
But up to this point, yeah, it's certainly been generational, Trev. Definitely been
Agreed.
generational.
Same page.
Yep.
Another one from Bracket D. Notre Dame has a top 5 coaching staff, head coach, coordinators, assistants in the nation.
That's a great question. Last year, this would have been an easy buy for me. I'm a little less sold on it right now because of the D coordinator, but yeah, I'll buy that. I'll just say this. I don't buy it with the same conviction that I bought last year. I would have bought it last year. Because last year you had 2 top 5 coordinators. This year you only have 1. But you also have some pretty good assistants. I mean, Gino Guidugli's his stock has gone up with what CJ Carr and Steve Angeli were doing this year. I mean, I don't think you can look at what Steve did and just pretend like Gino Guidugli gets no credit for that. I mean, he does, in my opinion. And the fact that Kenny Minchie has played the way he's played when he's come in and things like that, I think he deserves a lot of credit for that. But, Mike Mickens is one of the best in the business. Washington's group is playing really well. I mean, yeah, I'd love for Marty Biaggi to figure out how to get a freaking kicker to make a field goal. But I don't know if there's anybody in college football that's got a more creative special teams unit than what Notre Dame has. And they've done it for 2 years. And they do it. Sometimes you're like, dude, they do that against teams that suck. Well, Georgia didn't suck. And it was a pretty big moment in that game. You know what I mean? So, and they had a kick return for a touchdown. You had the fake call. So, that's kind of where I'm at on that one. I'll buy it. I just don't buy it with the same conviction. Like, I think Indiana's got a great coaching staff. I think Ohio State's got a great coaching staff. Alabama's got a pretty darn good coaching staff right now. Getting Ryan Grubbs back was huge for that program. But I'll say I'll buy it. I don't buy it with quite the same conviction because of the defensive coordinator.
Yeah. The defensive coordinator plays a factor in that for me. I'm going to sell this one. I mean, assistants too, like you have your highlighted ones, Mike Mickens. I think Max Bola is doing a great job. I think Jaywan Sider has now done a really good job. And you name some of the other ones, but is Joe Rudolph a top 5 offensive line coach in the country? I don't know. Is Mike Brown a top 5 wide receivers coach in the country? I don't know.
Do you have to have every coach being in the top 5 to have your staff as a whole be top 5? I have my issues with Joe Rudolph, but I still think he's probably one of the 10 to 12 best O-line coaches in college football.
Sure.
I think Mike Brown's, a good receivers coach. I think Jaywan Sider's a good running backs coach. I don't think there's any weaknesses outside of your defensive coordinator.
No, I don't think there is either. But saying that there's weaknesses doesn't mean that I think then they're in the bottom 10. I just don't know if they're top 5. Like that's my point. Like I don't think every assistant has to be. I understand where you're coming from. That cumulatively you can have like a bunch of top 15, top 12, and it could be top 5. I just don't think that it is right now.
Who would be your top 5? Do you have one, or is this more of just a gut feel thing?
It's more of a gut feel. I can't rattle off every coaching staff off rip. I wish I could. I mean, I would think of more individual offensive line coaches and then like teams. Like same thing with like receiving cores, things like that. Like I don't know. So, and some of the tenure with the coaches is a little bit too young for me to find out. Mike Brown has been at Notre Dame for 2 years, and the majority of his starters have been portal guys. I'm not sure yet. I think it's some stuff he's done that's been great. I think the receivers progressed last year. What Jaden Greathouse did to come on late. Then in the same line, I have questions about why hasn't Cam Williams been a bigger part of the offense yet? Why hasn't KK Smith been a bigger part of the offense yet? So that's just the same thing. With Joe Rudolph, it's on paper the offensive line performs against inferior opponents, but then you have the stuff like, why is Will Black playing guard? Why is Anthony Knapp not on the interior? Why, So I think all that encompassing. Do I think they're top 5? No, that's why I'm selling. But I also don't think they're 15th. I think they're you could argue anywhere 6 to 8. I just don't know if they're top 5. Buy, sell, hold. Tate Johnson, Kingston Viliama-Asa, and Bryce Young will be drafted in the first round.
It's a big hold for me right now because I'll use my hold for the day, Trev. They're all true sophomores in college. They all have a lot of work to do. I will say this, however, bracket D, cover 3, because I don't want to completely dismiss your question because it's a fun question. They all have first round talent, but will they get there? Long way to go. None of them have shown, like, if any of them left for the draft right now, none of them would be first round picks, but that's not the standard. Will they grow into one? There's been a lot of first round picks who didn't play like first round picks when they were freshmen or redshirt freshmen or true sophomores. The talent is there for them all to be first round picks. I would probably rank them from Bryce 1, Kingston 2, Tay 3 because of the way the NFL works, where it's a lot easier to be a first round pick as a really good defensive end than it is a linebacker. And I think it's a little bit easier to be a linebacker that can rush the quarterback as a first round pick than a safety. That's more of an NFL draft thing, not me ranking who is the best player of the 3.
Right.
But they all have first round talent.
Oh, agreed. Since I already used my, I guess now 2 holds for the day.
No more holds for you, buddy. Third time's a charm.
I'm out. I'm going to unfortunately have to err on the side of selling this one too. I agree wholeheartedly that they're a first round talent, but in recent years, Isaiah Foskey is a defensive end that, Notre Dame had. He had back-to-back double-digit sack seasons, and he didn't go in the first round. I watched Xavier Watts go in the 3rd round. Mm-hmm. I think that J.D. Marist and Jack Kaiser were all fantastic linebackers for Notre Dame. All got drafted above the 5th round or above, I believe. But going in the first round is extremely hard.
Yeah, J.D. was 5, Jack was 4, Marist was 3. To your point.
Yep. It's extremely hard to get drafted in the first round. I think that they're first round talent, but
I thought Xavier Watts was a first round talent, but the NFL picked apart certain things. Well, the difference between Tay and Xavier is Tay will have some of the measurables that Xavier lacked.
Sure.
Xavier's a first round, in my opinion, football player, but it's not just about the football player part. It's also about, are you a first round athlete?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Xavier succeeding and Kyle Hamilton succeeding will help Tay Johnson if he proves himself to be that kind of player.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because look, man, these Notre Dame safeties keep coming along and they keep coming to the league and playing like high draft picks, even when they're not necessarily not. There's a lot of teams that didn't take Kyle Hamilton at 14 that prior to 14 that probably look back and be like, well, we still suck on defense and he's really freaking good. I wish we would have taken that guy. And that lays the groundwork. I mean, the Harry Hiestand effect wasn't a thing the minute Harry Hiestand got to Notre Dame. That became a thing because of the offensive lines he kept producing. Nick Saban didn't get hired at Alabama, and all of a sudden everybody's like, well, let's overdraft all their players. That became a thing. So something you think about, though. That 24 class has a lot of high-end draft talent type of players.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's also the CJ Carr class.
Oh, yeah.
Anthony Knapp. I've said this before. I think Anthony Knapp can be a day 1 or day 2 draft pick as an interior guy. You got Bryce Young. You've got Kingston. You've got Tay Johnson. You've got Leonard Moore. He doesn't suck. That's a really, really deep class. And Gerby Lambert. That's another one. I mean, that class is loaded with high-level talent.
The one thing working against Tay Johnson, and this is completely out of his control, is how much the NFL, in my opinion, I'm not an analyst. I'm not going to try to claim to be an analyst for the NFL, but I think the NFL has also really devalued the safety position as well. That's unfortunate. I mean, Kyle Hamilton as an individual has been fantastic for the Ravens. The Ravens defense as a whole the last 2 years has been terrible. And so they just, unfortunately,
NFL crazy that those words just came out of your mouth. It's crazy that those words just came out of your mouth.
I know it. And that's what's kind of working against Tay Johnson. Like, teams just don't hold safeties in as high of a regard anymore, regardless of level.
And that's why I had him 3.
Yeah.
That's why I had him 3 behind Bryce and Kingston, because and significantly higher for Bryce at his position than others.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of NFL talent in that 24 class, dude.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if he stays healthy, I am confident in saying right now that Leonard Moore is going to go in the first round.
Like, he just named 3 sophomores that could be first-round draft picks. We didn't tell him he was nuts for saying it. And they're not even the top 3 NFL draft prospects in that class. Think about that. They're not even top 3 in that class. Because I'd say C.J. Carr, Gerby Lambert, and Leonard Moore are all higher-level NFL draft prospects than even those 3 guys.
Yeah, and
that class is going to be nuts.
I know.
If they can stay healthy.
I think you can argue that Leonard Moore. I think Leonard Moore has the best odds. Gerby Lambert is a close second. I think that Leonard Moore takes the cake there. I think he goes the highest. That guy's
because of his proven ability. I think that there's nobody in that class that has a higher ceiling in the draft than CJ Carr, just because of the way that quarterbacks are over drafted more than any other position.
Sure.
But that's more of it. If he keeps doing such and such and such, Leonard Moore is that guy now. And that's why I agree with you, Trevor. Like right now, you're going to ask me, of those 6, who gets drafted the highest? Right now, it's Leonard Moore, and it's not even a discussion because he's the one that's there now, and he plays a position that is also valued very much by the NFL.
Yep.
But like CJ Carr could be the 9th best player in the draft and be the number 1 overall draft pick if he happens to be the best quarterback in the draft class. That's where I'm coming from, where I think nobody has a higher ceiling. There's almost no way Leonard Moore can be the number 1 overall draft pick. The only 3 guys that have a shot to be the number 1 overall draft pick are CJ Carr, Bryce Young, and Gerby Lambert, assuming he even moves to tackle, which we don't know that he will. That's just because the nature of I mean, you just look the last 20 years, we've done this before. There's just certain positions you're not going to see a guy pick number 1. I don't care if the tight end is the best guy in the draft. No matter how good Quentin Nelson was, he could have been the best guy in the draft class. And a lot of people said he was. He wasn't going to go number 1 overall. I mean, like you could say, like, let's say coming out that Tay Johnson is even better than Xavier Watts, way better player than Xavier Watts when he's done. And he goes to the combine, runs a 4.38, leaps 45 inches, does a 11.5-foot broad. He's still not going to be the number 1 overall draft pick. I mean, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
That's the nature of the draft. That's the nature of how the NFL values certain positions. And there's nothing that Tay and Kingston and Bright and Gerby and those guys can do about that, sadly. But that's also going to help Leonard Moore and CJ Carr.
Yep.
Because they're at positions where the NFL does greatly value them, which makes, predicting the draft kind of fun and interesting, to be honest with you. Because you're like, well, when do they make the move on safeties? When's the first running back going to be taken?
Yeah.
But you want to know why I think this team is so exciting and why I'm so excited to see these next 5 games? Because there's a lot of guys where like, dude, that's a high-level draft pick. Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Price, Malachi Fields, Eli Raridan. The young lineman we talked about, Boubacar Traore, he probably is top 3 or 4 on this team in highest draft ceiling. Because, again, he's at that position where, there's so much Drake Bowen. There's so much NFL talent on this roster. It's not even funny.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun to watch, dude. And some of it's sitting on the bench because it can't get on the field over other NFL players. It's crazy.
Oh, boy, I'm going to butcher this last name. I apologize, John. Oh, gosh.
Sockwitz.
It's good of a guess as I have. My apologies there, John. But buy, sell, hold. I will look like a total you-know-what for going after Denbrock after 2 games into the season.
Well, it's usually so, John, I understand it. I think that there was definitely an overreaction to the job that Mike Denbrock did in the opener and in the game 2. I think Mike Denbrock called a pretty good game in game 2, outside of I just felt they were a little bit too mid-zone reliant. They scored 33 points and had a bunch of yards. I think the Miami game was not good. It was not as bad as fans made it out to be. Like, that's the problem with us as fans is when something bad happens, it's like it's the worst thing ever. And instead of saying, like, it was a bad game, move on from it. It's like CJ Carr looks phenomenal for 6 games. People talking about he might be the best quarterback in college football. That was too much. Then he has one bad game, and some guy comes at me on Twitter like, well, if they can get their quarterback to learn how to throw the football, I'm like, really, dude? Like, really? Okay. Sure, bud. It's just that's kind of the nature of us as fans. I mean, I understand that. My thing is why I felt people needed to chill out a little bit is because Denbrock's track record. Like, well, isn't that the same thing you did with Chris Ash? Exactly. Track record. And his track record in his last 3 jobs, where he was fired from all of them, actually last 4 jobs, Rutgers, Texas, Raiders, last 3 coaching jobs, he was fired from. That's track record. So, yeah, I think people were overreacting very much to that. And so I think I wouldn't say you kind of already do, John, but I would say you're definitely on the way to looking like a jackhole for any strong stances you might have taken against Mike Denbrock in the first 2 games of the year. So yes, I'll say that. But I love the fact that you're willing to come here and say that. That's awesome, dude. Like, own it. That's what like, it's one thing to say, hey man, I had an overreaction, but then the problem so many people, John, is they will double down on that and just look for excuses to continue to justify whatever take they had, instead of saying, like, you know what, man, I was wrong on that. I was wrong on that hire. I was not, I mean, I didn't dislike the Al Golden hire. I was very unsure of it because of his track record. But the minute Al Golden proved himself, I'm like, all right, cool, great hire. So I appreciate that, John. I respect that.
To follow that up, by so hold, Denbrock will continue to amaze with game plans that mix both pass and run perfectly.
In some weeks, yes. Yeah, I mean, look, Mike Denbrock's like every other coach. There's weeks where, that wasn't his best. That's true for all coaches. But there'll be a lot more game plans like that than bad ones. So yes, I'll buy that.
I think as fans, I think the thing that would benefit a lot of people, and I've been saying this since I started with Irish Breakdown over a year ago, we as fans need to learn to live in the gray. It can't be this guy needs to leave town or he's the best that's ever done it in the history of mankind.
Not always, for sure.
And it's, look, do I think that he's going to continue to put together game plans? Yes, I do. The first game that he doesn't, like if the offense doesn't look like fireworks against Syracuse, I'm not going to resort back to how people felt in week 1. And then I'm also, if he puts together a good game plan, it's not going to be, it's Arkansas every single week and this is the best thing ever. Like, John, I understand where you're coming from here, but I haven't been amazed with the perfect balance of game plans. I think they've been good. I think that they can get better. There's definitely, and I think your third submission kind of falls in line with that. But I just think that we need to figure out a delicate balance in between this is the best thing ever or this is the worst thing ever. Now, I think that's a healthy balance that you have to live at, especially when we're talking about sports. So continues to amaze. I mean, I hope by that, because I hope that after every single game, I'm left just absolutely in awe and speechless after the game plan. But think of it relative to the competition. I don't think that Denbrock has to pull all the rabbits out of the hat against Boston College and Pitt and Syracuse and Stanford and Navy. So as long as he calls a good game and it's efficient and it remains a balanced offense, you're going to see a happy camper on this side of the screen in the post-game shows. That's for sure. And then final one from John here. Buy, sell, hold. Denbrock will tinker with the goal to go play calling and find the perfect package.
Well, he's certainly going to try. I'll buy that. He'll try. I don't think Mike Denbrock looks at the goal line package like, no, we're good. We just need to execute better. I promise you he's not that kind of coach. Like, you didn't get to this level by just being that guy. So, yeah, they will try. Whether they'll find it or not remains to be seen, but they will definitely try.
Mm-hmm. Buy, sell, hold from JWB07. CJ Carr let the national praise go to his head a bit going into USC and needed that performance to humble him.
Sell. I sell with a lot of stank behind it. That CJ Carr had a bad game. I think he was pressing. If anything, he was trying to. If you wanted to say that he heard the noise about him being highly ranked, if anything, he wanted to go prove it to you that he was that guy, and he pressed. More so than I'm big time quarterback, everybody loves me, and then that's what caused him to struggle. If anything, I think he put, now that I'm getting this hype, I need to now go show that I'm that guy, and he was putting too much pressure on himself. I mean, he was missing throws that he just you could see him, his whole body language was he felt like he had to make the perfect throw every time. It's like, dude, just relax. Just go play ball. Go do what you know how to do. And I think that hurt him. So, no, I don't think he needed to be humbled. I think he needed another learning experience. That's where I would say. But I don't think he needed to be humbled.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell that one too. I mean, matter of fact, this year I just went to look at what the odds were on FanDuel, and CJ Carr is the 10th best odds to win the Heisman Trophy right now. You know that? Despite, and that's after the performance against USC. Do you know who he's one spot behind, Brian? Jeremiah Smith.
Well, I was going to say, you said Jeremiah Love earlier was 8th. So,
Mm-hmm.
wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Where's
So
Julian Sayin in that one? Is he a
Julian Sain is third in FanDuel's Heisman odds. Fernando Mendoza's in the lead. Well, actually, he is tied for the lead with Ty Simpson, both at plus 330 odds. Julian Sain is, I guess, technically second, plus 400. Marcel Reed is next. Then Diego Pavia. Marcel Reed and Diego Pavia are tied at plus 750. Then Gunnar Stockton at plus 1100. Dante Moore at plus 1,500. And then there's a pretty sizable jump. Jeremiah Love is at plus 2,500. Jeremiah Smith is at plus 4,000. Then CJ Carr is at plus 5,000 odds to win the Heisman.
Yeah.
Right now.
So basically they took the three best, the starting quarterbacks of the three best teams and said, let's make them 1, 2, and 3, basically is what they did. Okay.
Yep.
At least with Notre Dame, CJ Carr being 10th because Notre Dame's ranked high, at least they were smart enough to put their best offensive player ahead of him. Unlike Ohio State. Like, that's just nuts.
Agreed. By so hold, there won't be another procedural penalty on kickoff out of bounds this season.
Sell. I mean, I'd like to believe that, but what they've had 4 so far, Trev, I think 4. I got to see that they can go least 5 games without it. I mean, I had 2 last week.
Yeah, so, that's why I said at least. Yeah.
So, yeah, unfortunately, I need to see it before I can believe it. I think there was definitely one against Purdue. I'm pretty confident Purdue hadn't won. So, yeah, I got to believe it. I got to see it to believe it. But I hope you were correct. You're correct.
Another one from JWB. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame gets the kicking game figured out, and you'll feel confident when the kicking unit trots out for a 42-yarder in a playoff game.
Well, based on last year, I'll buy that. Based on track record, I'll buy that. But the difference is last year was a different guy, and you had a guy that was a 3-year starter in the SEC that was over like he was like a 90% kicker. Mm-hmm. Noah Burnett's more of like a high 70s% kicker. So I'll buy that they'll get the kicking game figured out. 42-yarder, I could probably live with that, but that's more of a projection on what Marty Biaggi did last year, more so than any confidence I have in the current situation. So I'll buy it in that regard, but Trev, I have a feeling you're going to sell this one, and I will have no disagreement with the reasoning for it. Yeah. I think I know what you're going to say, so go ahead and sell it.
Yeah. Hold. No, so I.
Nope. All right, Trevor is no longer with us for the rest of the day. He has used up his holds. He is now out of here.
Oh, man. Yeah, no, unfortunately, I am going to sell this one because I'm going to sound like a broken record. I got to see it. Mm-hmm. Track record, yes, from last year. Track record from I guess I can't even say from a holder perspective because, I mean, Tyler Buckner's the holder this year as well, too. So, yeah, I mean, the operation as a whole, I don't really have a ton of confidence in. And then Noah Burnett's not the same kicker that Mitch Jeter was. So, hope I'm wrong. Absolutely hope that I'm wrong. And I'm not saying it's impossible, but for now, until I see it, I'm selling it.
Very fair.
JG Whitetown, Notre Dame will average 45 points a game for the rest of the season.
Man, that's a lot of points.
Let me ask you this, Brian. Are we talking about just these last 5 games they'll average 45 points, or their overall average will go up to 45?
I took that as the last 5 games is how I took his question.
Okay, cool.
By the way, JG Whitetown, somebody else that I've met at the tailgate, he was at the NC State tailgate with his son, who we're still working on converting to Notre Dame. He's not quite yet bought in on the Notre Dame hype, so we still got to have to work on him a little bit. But, yeah, I mean, man, that's a tough one. I mean, I kind of feel like I want to say yes just because of how bad some of the teams are that they're going to play. And, and I look at kind of some of the stretches. Like this stretch reminds me, I mean, gosh, it's actually there was no stretch last year that was this bad from an opponent standpoint. The closest thing you could find was the stretch from Stanford to Virginia, and but that still had Georgia Tech was in it. Navy was in it. They were pretty good. But during the stretch, man. So if you go look from like Navy to Florida State last year, or from Navy to USC last year, Notre Dame scored. Let's see here. They were, I think, over 45. So they were at 47.2 from Navy to USC. Scored 51 against Navy, 52 against Florida State, 35 against Virginia, 49 against Army, 49 against USC. So we've seen this offense go through stretches like that. And honestly, that stretch was better than this stretch. So, and this offense is better than this offense. Can the defense play like it has the last 3 games? That's going to be the key. And if it does, that gives the offense more chances to score those kind of points. So, yeah, I mean, look, Trev, they just scored 34 points as a team in a game where they struggled to complete forward passes and played in the rain. So, yeah, I'm gonna buy that. I had to talk myself into it, but I'm gonna buy that.
Yeah, I think this is for me, I think it's a pretty easy buy. 45 points as a team. I mean, the defense is put 2 points on the board this season. Safety.
Yeah, it's special. They've had 2 special teams touchdowns, right?
Yeah.
So far this year.
Yeah. 3. Technically the block kick against Texas
A&M. That's right. A&M block punt and then 2 kick returns. Yep.
Yeah, I think so. The defense is due to get a pick 6. Don Schuler was close on his. I'm still going to continue to call my shot. Tay Johnson is going to break on one of these underneath routes and be gone. So I'm going to buy that one. I think 45 points is a team for sure.
Real quick, I think there's a chance they could score 45 points a game just on offense the rest of the way.
I mean,
but if they score 45 points as a team the rest of the way, that would get them at the end of the year at 41.6 points per game.
Yeah.
For the season.
Yeah.
Notre Dame's never had a season where they scored more than 40 points a game.
I'll be very interested to see what the line is for Boston College for their total points, because if it's anything south, I'm not even kidding. If it's anything south of 50, I'm hammering the over. If it's anything south of their over-under points being under 50, if it's anything in the 40s, I'm hammering the over. We respect every opponent on this channel, and Boston College has some good pieces to their team. Notre Dame's going to put some points up, especially coming off of a bye. Buy, sell, hold. The SEC. Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
I guess we can buy one, sell one, hold one, maybe. But the SEC will have 1 team, 2 teams, or no teams in the Final Four of the playoffs.
So I'm gonna buy 1, hold 2, sell 0.
Yep.
I think there's enough good teams in the SEC this year, and I don't think the Big Ten is as good as it was last year as far as depth of teams. I think Indiana and Ohio State are both legitimate. I mean, Ohio State, are they better than last year? TBD. Let's see them. Like, I'm not most people like Ohio State doesn't deserve it. You never want to haven't played anybody. Well, they can't control their, the Texas isn't as good or whatever, but like they've dominated those teams for the most part. And they beat Texas with a brand new roster basically, and they've handled business, but they should be ranked number 1 because they're defending champs and nobody's been able to beat them yet or since the opener even be close with them. But I will also say that I don't know that we definitely know how good they are until they maybe play somebody a little bit better as far as comparing them to last year's team. I think Indiana's better than they were last year. I don't think Oregon this year is as good as even was what Penn State was last year. And then there's none of, I mean, you could argue that Indiana's as good as Oregon was last year. I think you can make that argument, like as far as like the kind of team they are. Ohio State may be comparable to what they were last year. Oregon's not as good as Penn State, and there's nobody else as good as what Indiana was last year. So I don't think the Big Ten has the same kind of depth it did last year, where they had 2 teams in the semifinals. It's possible, but I don't think I have a hard time. Okay, so you get 2 Big Ten teams in the semis. Let's say you get Notre Dame in the semis. You're telling me the 4th team is going to be a Big 12 or a Group of 5 team or an ACC team? I just don't see it. So I think at least 1 for sure SEC team. I actually don't think if I were to make a prediction now, I don't think we're going to have two teams from the same conference in the semifinals like we did last year. My prediction right now is you'll have an independent, and it ain't UConn. You'll have an SEC team, a Big Ten team, and then somebody else.
That's
what
bold.
I think. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I think you'll have Notre Dame, two from one conference and then one from another. And I haven't decided how that shakes out yet.
Yeah.
And some of it's just going to depend on the draw of the playoffs, like you and I both know.
And who is the Big 12 team that makes it? Who is the ACC team that makes it? That's yeah. But yeah, that would be my lean. But if I were to say I'm wrong on one, I would say I'm going to be wrong on one because there ends up being two as opposed to zero.
Agreed. You and I see that the same. Another one from JG. The defense will, I guess, buy one, sell one, hold one, or do you want to go buy, sell, hold each?
We can do each. Those are more fun.
All right, let's do it. Buy, sell, hold each. So we'll start with the first one. The defense will have a 7-sack game.
Sell. Have they had one more than two so far this year? Have they had a 3-sack game yet? Hold on a second.
I think they had back-to-back 3-sack games.
4 in a row. Purdue was 3, Arkansas was 3, Boise was 4, NC State was 4, USC was 2. So but 7, no. No,
that would be an insane performance. I'm selling that as well. How about a 3 interception game? I think I know where you're going with this one.
Buy.
Yep. Same page here. And then the defense will score at least 3 touchdowns in the rest of the games.
Oh gosh, yes. I mean, they've done that already, right? I mean, they've scored at least 3 in every game so far, correct?
The
defense. Good God. I totally missed that. Yep. No, they won't score at least 3 touchdowns in the rest of the games. No. I'm sorry. I read that as I forgot we were talking defense, and I just went
good.
The team will score 3 touchdowns. Like,
you're good.
You're like, wait a minute, what?
Well, it was such a shock to me. I was like, have I been watching the wrong season? I was like,
I stayed up all night last night playing NCAA, CFB 2026, and I forgot that we're just, we'll score at least 3 touchdowns in the rest of the games. Yeah. I read that too quickly, JG. My bad. No, I don't think that they'll score 3. I think Trevor's point about they're going to at least get 1 is fair because they've been close on a couple. Yeah. Don had 1. Didn't Tay have a nice return? That he ended up getting, I think, called back. No, it was actually at the end of the second half against was it NC State?
Yep.
He had 1. So yeah, I think they'll get 1 for sure. I wouldn't be shocked with 2. 3 is a lot in just 5 games.
Yeah.
That's a lot in 5 games.
Buy, sell, hold.
Hold on. I think, give me 1 second, Trevor, because I thought he had 2 more that I just didn't put in there. So just give me a second to pull up the buy, sell, hold segment and see, because I thought that he had others. So I think are we still on page 1? Yep, we still are on page 1 of the buy, sell, holds. Goodness gracious. Let me find this one from JG. Like I said, I think I missed.
No, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah. No. Okay. You know what I did? I moved them around. I moved 3 up. That's what I did. So I moved 3 above 2. And that's what led me to that. So that's my bad. All right, let's roll. We're ready to go.
Sounds good. Buy, sell, hold from ND Army fan. Buy, sell, hold for each line. Okay, so first line, SEC will get 4 teams in, 2 buys, 1 host, 1 on the road.
Ooh, boy. So 2 buys. So basically, you're saying that the top 4 teams will be 2 Big Ten teams and 2 SEC teams. I'll buy that. So I'll buy that part of it. The 1 host, so that's 1 more host for the SEC. I'm gonna. Boy, that's. Yeah, I'll buy that. I'll buy that one for the SEC. Yeah, I'll buy that one.
Cool.
2 first round buys, one host, and then 1 on the road. So yeah, I'll buy that.
Oh, okay. I must have misread. I thought he wanted us to do like buy, sell, hold for each line. So like buy one, sell one, hold one for each line. I thought that's
Gotcha. Yeah, I took it as just buy, sell, hold each line. You can do it however you want to do.
Gotcha.
Yep.
I mean, I guess if we go under that premise, then I'm buying the one host. I think for sure the SEC will have one team hosting. I'll hold the two buys because I think that's a potential. And then I guess by process of elimination, I'll sell the one on the road. But yeah, they're all extremely likely. I just think the most likely for sure thing will be there will be an SEC team hosting in the playoffs. Next
so
line,
hold on
big.
real quick. You're taking that as you're going to buy one of those two. You're going to buy one, sell one, hold one of those three options for just the SEC.
Yeah, that's how it said buy, sell, hold for each line. Like I thought that's how we were answering that question.
I take line one as SEC will get 4 teams in, 2 buys, 1 host, 1 road. Do you buy that?
Oh, okay. I got you.
That. That's how I took it.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
That's how I took it.
Okay. Well, then
you
working on that premise,
I'm just saying like how I took it.
Okay. Well, I'll do that moving forward then. Big Ten buy, sell, hold will get 3 teams in with 2 buys and a host.
Buy.
Yeah. Same page there. Yeah, same page. And then buy, sell, hold, the ACC will get 2 teams in, 1 host, 1 on
the road. I'm going to sell that right now. I don't think the ACC is going to get a second team in this year. I'm going to sell that, but I don't feel super confident in that. I don't.
I'm going to. I'm going to buy it, but I think there's a possibility that both teams that get in are on the road, depending on how the ACC championship.
Yeah, because there's not an automatic buy this year. That's right. There's not an automatic. So they could be 10 and 12. Yeah.
So I guess overall for that line, I guess I would sell it because I think they could both be on the road, but I do think the ACC could get 2 in. So that's where I'm at with that one, ND Army fan. That's a good one. That's a good submission.
I dig it.
Actually,
we got to do that this weekend, Trev. Like after this weekend, you and I should sit down and say, okay, now that we're this will be week 9. Now that we're through 9 weeks, we're getting ready to project the college football playoff rankings. Will come out the following week. Is start kind of having some conversations about that. So we're going to continue those. But he has all 5. You guys got to understand, I only have so much room on a card, so sometimes we've got to kind of go multiple cards for one question.
This continues on. We're doing all basically the major players for the college football playoffs. So for the Big 12, one team will get in and they will host.
Sell. I think they get one team in, and I think that team goes on the road.
Now, how about the group of 5?
Look, I think they'll get one team in, and they'll also be on the road, so I buy that one.
Then Notre Dame will get in on the road.
Sell, because I think Notre Dame gets in and hosts. So that's really where our difference of opinion is. I think that the Notre Dame and the Big 12 will flip. I mean, look what they did this past weekend with the AP poll. And the AP poll usually is somewhat close to what the college football playoff rankings are at the top. But Texas Tech is winning all their games, and they're undefeated, and they look great. They lose one game, and they go 7 spots down from 7 to 14. Because the Big 12 just doesn't have the respect. And BYU is undefeated, and they're only 1 spot ahead of Notre Dame, who has 2 losses. So I just don't see the Big 12 champ getting a hosting. I mean, the Big 12 champ last year was the 11 seed? They weren't even in the top 12 last year. Just pure ranking. I think the Big 12 champ this year is going to get in from the automatic bid, not because they're in the top 12. I don't think that's fair, and I don't think that's right. I just think that's how, we argued this last year, Trevor. I thought BYU was majorly disrespected by the playoff committee last year. Yeah. Majorly disrespected. The Big 12 got no love last year. And I don't think that's right. But they didn't help themselves this year with some of the bad losses. I mean, one of your best teams went and played a middle-of-the-road Big Ten team in Nebraska and lost. One of your best teams went and played a bottom of the conference Mississippi State team and lost. Like, you didn't help yourself a ton this year in your non-conference. I mean, Baylor's one of your better teams in the league. They're in the top half of your league. They went and lost to a bottom-feeding SEC team at home. Like, you didn't help yourself in the non-conference this year with showing you're a strong league. You just didn't. And that's unfortunate, but I don't think the Big 12 will have a top 8 ranked team this year. We could argue if they should. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying what I think will happen, not what I think is right or what should happen.
Oh, I think you're spot on with that. I don't think the Big 12 is going to host either. I think there's a world where like the 4 teams on the road in the playoffs could be like Notre Dame, 2 ACC teams, and the Big 12 team, which is crazy to think about. Really crazy.
I just think in that scenario, there's no way Notre Dame is behind 8 SEC and Big 10 teams. I just don't see how that happens. Especially if A&M's one of those teams, because you're going to be like, dude, we lost by a point in a game. We didn't play well.
Sure.
To, that whatever. So, but we'll see. We'll see.
Faisal Hold from Tej. With the volume of reps and performance of Dallas Golden in the nickel, Notre Dame won't need to pursue an immediate impact player at that position or anywhere else in the secondary via the portal next season.
Well, I'm going to sell that because I think that they always should look for impact players. Number one, you should always look for ways to better your roster. If there's you could say, hey, we love this player, but if there's a Leonard Moore type of guy in the portal that wants to come play opposite Leonard Moore, then I'm going to have to consider that. I'm going to have to think about that. Tease with you with where I am. I'm kind of with you. I don't think you're going to have a need to go find a starter in the portal in the secondary. I'm with you on that. But what if a Don Schuler just has like a monster end of the season and he goes pro? What if Christian Gray goes out and picks 6 passes off in the next 5 games and he goes pro? We just don't know the answers to that question. And so, but what we do know now, I tend to lean towards buying this as far as an immediate impact player, but I still say I would still look for one, even if that guy understands he may not start. But that's fine. If you can get one, go get one. But I do think they finally are at the point with building up their secondary talent that they don't have to do that. Like, okay, let's say a Don Schuler goes pro. All right, fine. Play Jadon Blair. You'll give him that shot. But that's gotta, that's the key.
Yeah. The portal is always something you need to keep your eye open to. Always, because you just never know who's going to jump in. So I agree. We see that the same.
Yep.
Getting into part 3 of the Irish Breakdown podcast brought to you by FanDuel. We got a buy, sell, hold going on. T just keeping us rolling here with another submission. Teams will be too scared and smart to kick off the price, and he will get less than 5 opportunities to bring the ball out of the end zone for the rest of the regular season.
I don't see how anyone is going to be stupid enough to do that. I didn't think they would have done that before this game.
Logically,
you'd be better off literally kicking it out of bounds and letting Notre Dame get the ball at the 35-yard line than you would be kicking it to Jadarian Price at this point in time.
Yeah. Logically, you're absolutely spot on, but I'm going to sell this because I think there's teams that just will. I mean, I didn't have it on my bingo card that coming out of the half that Kirby Smart was going to elect to give Jaden Harrison an opportunity to have a kickoff return, but he did. And that was on a huge stage. So I'm actually going to sell this in favor of Notre Dame. I think teams just will, whether it's just blind faith in their coverage units or what. But
he's got 5 kick returns this year of actually 1, 2, 3, 4. He's got 5 kick returns this year. He's only has 8, Trev. He's got 5 of those went for over 30 yards. It's not like he's got the 2 kick returns and then for touchdowns and then the rest are like 18, 19. He's got a 31-yarder. He's got a 39-yarder. He's got a 43 or 40. Because remember, he had 2 over 40. He almost broke one against Purdue before he broke the second one.
I know.
Which made that even dumber. So, I think, like you said, but 5 opportunities. Someone will be dumb enough to kick it to him. I just don't know of enough for 5.
That's fair. Yeah.
That's
fair.
Because he's only got 8 in 7 games. There's not a stretch this season where he's got more than 6 in 5 games. and that was Purdue. I mean, from Purdue to USC, 5 games. He's only has 6. Well, now there's even more data that's even dumber to do that now than it was after the Purdue game.
Yeah, so, I'll be very interested to see if some opposing teams will even have the ability to kick it out of the back of the end zone, because the 2 that he housed were in the end zone. He caught them. They were 100-plus yard kick returns. So I think that he officially has a green light from Marty Biaggi to take it out of the end zone if things get set up well, because the 2 that he caught in the end zone were housed. So like some of it goes into too, like, will Boston College or Navy or Syracuse or Stanford have a kicker that has the ability to kick it out of the back of the end zone? That's a factor. But no, I agree with what you're saying. But
here's also something that I'm going to say, Trev, is first of all, can we discuss how dumb it was to not have him be your kick returner last year, with all due respect to Jaden Harrison? Number one. Number 2, do you know he only has 18 kick returns in his entire Notre Dame career? He's already taken 3 back to the house.
2 of them were against USC.
So 1 every 6 kick. So I'll say this: if we are wrong and he does get 5 or more opportunities down the stretch, 1 of them will go to the house, because that's sort of been the track record with him. So those are
pretty good odds.
I just have a hard time thinking any coach is that stupid. Not now. Maybe after Purdue, you can say, well, Purdue sucks. Like, well, maybe you might not want to do that now. I mean, look, Rocket Ismail in his first 2 years as a kick returner in 88 and 89, he had 4 kick returns for touchdowns. He had 32 kick returns. That's almost double what Jadarian Price has now, and he's got 3. Like, think about that. So Rocket Ismail, greatest return man Notre Dame's ever had in my lifetime, had 5 kick returns for touchdowns on 46 kick returns. So if you put him on Jadarian's current track, he'd only have 2. So now that's obviously not the track that Rocket was, because some of the kicks that Rocket returned, if you go back and watch, they weren't high kicks. Eventually, teams just started line driving it, and you know what I mean? Like, just giving up certain yards. You know what I mean? But, like, that's what makes it even dumber. Like, you let them set up that return. You kicked it high and let them set up that return. That's the only way where maybe he could get 5 more and not have another one. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, we're just going to line drive it. So if that's the case, I might put a couple more skill players as upbacks and just have them start running up and catching that sucker and going. Mm-hmm. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to watch. I just don't think they're going to – I don't know, man. Like, there's a lot of bad coaches out there. I just have a hard time seeing that one.
Yeah.
And most teams have a kicker now that can kick it out of bounds. I mean, kick it into the back of the end zone. Like, that's most teams do now.
Buy-sell hold from ND Blitz. Miami will not end up in the playoff as a result of a collapsing down the stretch, their MO. And the ACC championship will feature 12-0 Georgia Tech versus a 3-loss, but only 2-loss in conference ACC other.
Oh, boy. I'm going to sell it because of the last part. If SMU's the team, SMU, I think, is the only team that can be a possibility for, correct? Well, no. You know what's funny? Technically, let me just make sure I'm correct on this. So technically, Virginia doesn't have a conference loss because the NC State game was considered a non-conference game.
Yeah.
So it's possible that they actually could get in with 2 losses. The only other team that's really an option for is SMU. Actually, that's not even an option for them. Because if they have 2 losses in conference, they're going to have 4 overall losses. So it's really going to come down to Virginia, because everybody else, Duke's got 3 losses. So they've already got 2 non-conference losses. I guess Pitt could technically be there.
Louisville, maybe.
But Louisville won't. Well, if they lose to Kentucky, yeah. Like, they don't have a non-conference loss yet, but to your point, if they lose to Kentucky, they could lose 1 more game and then lose to Kentucky at the end of the year and make it in. But I mean, the odds of, well, I'll say this: I don't know about the 2 of them being in conference, but the odds of a 3-loss team getting into the ACC title game are pretty decent. my only thing is if Miami collapses, I don't know that they collapse and have more than 2 losses. Like you say that their MO is to collapse. Well, yeah, they collapsed last year. They still only had 2 conference losses. So, I mean, it just depends on who they lose to. But yeah, I don't know. I still don't know if Virginia Tech Pitt's the game. SMU and Pitt on the road are the 2 games I'd be worried about if I'm a Miami fan.
Yeah, agreed.
Those would be the ones I'd be worried about. But I still like Miami. I think people are overreacting to the loss to Louisville. I mean, Trev, you called that for a reason before the game. Like, this is what Jeff Brom does.
Yeah, I mean, it was a perfect storm. Friday night, weird time for a kickoff time down in Hard Rock Stadium. Jeff Brom's on the road, nothing to lose. Some of his biggest wins in his career came on the road.
Yeah.
It just felt like the perfect storm.
And this is a different Miami team than last year, guys. It is. I mean, you can point to last year, say, well, they were, what were they, like 8-9-0 when they finally lost to Georgia Tech. I'm like, yeah, but who'd they beat last year at 9-0? I mean, they beat Florida, who sucked at the time. South Florida wasn't any good last year. They barely beat a mediocre Virginia Tech team. They barely beat a mediocre Louisville team. They had a really good road win over Cal team. They had a good road win over a good Louisville team, a home win over a bad Florida State team, an ugly home win over a mediocre Duke team. Like this team, you could say whatever you want about this team, but this team beat Notre Dame. And Miami played hard in that game. Yes, Notre Dame had their mistakes, but Miami forced some of those mistakes on. Miami was more impressive in beating Notre Dame than Texas A&M was, in my opinion.
Yeah, the biggest defense, I agree with that. The biggest difference between last year's team and this year's team is Miami actually has a defense. Right. I mean, it's really hard to ask your offense week in and week out to be like, all right, Cam Ward, you're going to have to go throw for 500 yards and put 45 points on the board for us to win by 7.
Yep.
It's a little bit different when you have a legitimate defense, which is, I do think it's what Miami has. I think they have one of the best defensive lines in the country. And so that's why I don't think that they're just going to collapse. So no,
and their bad performance against Louisville netted 24 points.
Yeah.
Their offense is a bigger problem for me. But this is also the same team that beat dominated a very good South Florida team. Like that, guys, that's a very good South Florida team. And Miami dominated them. And this is what South Florida's done since then. They've won 63-14, 54-26, beat an undefeated North Texas team 63-36, beat Florida Atlantic 48-13. They also beat Boise State 34-7. One on the road at Florida, and Miami dominated them. So could that team collapse? Any team that's got Carson Beck at quarterback could collapse down the stretch. But to Trev's point, I think their defense is better. Their defense is going to win them some of this. They're not going to need to beat Cal 39-38 this year or whatever it was. I don't see it unless that team quits, and I just don't see that either. Because there's too many guys on that team that if you quit, you're quitting on your career because you're just for example, let's say Reuben Baines is like, screw this team, whatever. He's not going to quit playing hard because he's trying to go to the NFL draft. And so that's something that's going to help them as well. So I get it. Miami could lose another game. I still think they're in the ACC title game at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But if Miami's going to lose again, you want them to lose multiple times. They need to be below Notre Dame in record to help them
actually collapse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right, now FanDuel has them at I think the best odds in the ACC to make the playoffs, -265. Everybody else is plus odds. So Vegas doesn't see it that way. I don't either. I'm not saying I don't see it that way because Vegas sees it that way. I'm just saying I also don't think that Miami misses the playoffs. How about this one, Brian? Georgia will be out after 2 SEC losses and a loss to Georgia Tech.
Well, if they have 2 SEC losses and lose to Georgia Tech, then I would agree with that. But Georgia's an interesting team, Trevor, because their schedule doesn't look nearly as hard now as it did at the beginning of the year. Because Florida's not very good, Texas is not very good. So the rest of their schedule is Florida, at Mississippi State, home against Texas, home against Charlotte, and then a neutral site game against Georgia Tech. I have not been blown away with Georgia Tech. Like, I know they keep winning, but they just have not blown me away. And I don't know that I still say this, Trevor. You can't say with confidence that Haynes King is going to even be able to walk by the time they play Georgia. I mean, that guy's got 101 carries this year in 6 games. He's only played 6 games, and that includes an 8-carry game against Temple. He's carried the ball 49 times the last 3 games. You needed him to carry the ball 14 times against Duke and 14 times against Virginia Tech when you've got Jamal Haynes on your roster. Jamal Haynes is yet to have a game with more than 14 carries since the opener against Colorado. He carried the ball 8 times last week. So I just don't think Haynes King is going to survive the rest of the year. And I don't think Georgia Tech is going to run the table. I don't. I could be wrong. And Trev and I both came into the season with high expectations for them, his much higher than mine. But, I mean, I watched this team need overtime to beat Wake Forest. I watched this team not look great against Virginia Tech. I think the Duke win on the road was probably their best win of the year. And you could say that the Clemson win was good, but like they didn't look great beating Clemson. I just think Clemson sucked. So I've been blown away with Georgia Tech, to be honest with you. I could be right. I mean, I could be wrong, but I'll be a little shocked if they're undefeated at the end of the year. And then you look at the rest of their schedule, Trev. It's not like a gauntlet, but it's not. I mean, they got to play. They still have to play at NC State. They still have to play Pitt. They still have to, before they get to that Georgia game. So their schedule is not hard. They'll beat Boston College at Boston College, but if Haynes King goes down, I like their backup quarterback, but like he's a good player, but they're so built around. But he's different than Haynes King. They're so built around Haynes King being the primary ball carrier that if he goes down, you have to change your whole offensive philosophy. If CJ Carr goes down, Notre Dame doesn't have to change their philosophy all that much. They're still the same team that they are. If Haynes King goes down, they have to completely change who they are as a football team, and that usually doesn't go very well. Thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I'm going to sell this one for a couple of different reasons. One, I don't think Georgia's going to pick up another SEC loss. I just don't. Do I think that they look like the 2021, 2022 Georgia team? No, but I mean, you look at what they've done this year. Their only losses to Alabama, who, I mean, we know is now one of the hottest teams in the country. They picked up 4 straight wins and 4 straight ranked wins. And I mean, Kirby Smart, I mean, he kind of always just loses to Alabama. It's not even Nick Saban's Alabama. I think they just have an Alabama problem. Yeah, do I think that they're elite? No. Am I ready to crown Georgia as a title contender? Absolutely not. But I just don't think that I'm ready to say that they're going to lose 3 games, 2 more in the final stretch. Now, I did predict Georgia Tech to beat Georgia in the offseason.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's one of those games where I didn't think they had a shot and all get out last year. Took them to what that game? 8
overtimes? Won that game. I mean, they got screwed. It was like 9 overtime. They got screwed out of that game. Like there was some terrible officiating calls that allowed Georgia to even get back in that game. It was like 17-0 at one point in time.
Yeah, I mean the key moving forward for Georgia Tech is in their offensive coordinator. His name is escaping me right now, but their offensive coordinator, if they're going to make anybody take the brunt of basically the workload that Haynes King has, the duo of Jamal Haynes and Malachi Hosley need to step up. Like Malachi Hosley almost has slightly over than half of the carries that Haynes King has. You got to get one of those 2 guys going and just be willing to accept, okay, if one of those 2 goes down, we can still run an effective offense. To your point, if Haynes King goes down, there has to be a schematic shift there. But no, I'm selling this. I don't think Georgia,
by the way.
Thank you.
Faulkner's their OC.
I don't see Georgia between Florida on a neutral site on the road against Mississippi State. I don't see them losing to Texas at home. I don't. They beat Texas on the road last year.
Texas is not good, dude.
No,
they're not good.
No,
they're not good.
Georgia. I'll say this. I think Georgia has a better chance of running the table than they do picking up 2 more losses.
Oh, I would right now today. I said all those things about Georgia Tech. I think Georgia Tech's still the team on the schedule that has the best chance to beat them the rest of the way.
100%. 100%. Like that game, neutral site, I think it's in Atlanta, Mercedes-Benz.
Mercedes-Benz, yeah.
That game is going to be really, really interesting. I think Georgia Tech has an opportunity to run the table. I think it's going to be dependent on if they run the table until they get to Georgia. potential stumbling blocks in there. But I mean, that Georgia Tech game, I mean, could potentially be shoot, man, that could be a top 8 matchup in Mercedes-Benz Stadium in rivalry weekend. That could be really, really interesting. But Georgia has a better opportunity of running the table than losing 2 more in the next 5 games.
I mean, just what about Texas or Florida right now makes anyone think that they're going to lose to Texas? Georgia's going to lose to them at home for Texas. Now, here's let me just say this. I'm gonna use some Trevor Trowbridge logic here. One of the things that you've pointed out is that teams that have fired their coaches have tended to kind of come out and play better football, more loose, less pressure, and the quarterbacks have been the reason for that. If there's one team that's built to do that, it's Florida, because that's still a talented football team. Now, they've got a bunch of guys out, their entire D-line's banged up, but that's still a team that says, okay, if they take because they don't play this weekend, right? They have a bye. That's a team that's a game that would scare me as far as just Florida having that fluky, putting it all together thing. If they get through that game, they're going to run the table. This is a vulnerable Georgia team, but the problem is nobody else in their schedule has the traits that can exploit it. Yeah. Who's throwing on the team? Texas? Texas couldn't even throw on Kentucky. Like that offense is bad. I mean, it is shockingly bad. What's funny is, Trev, is we kind of nailed the preseason predictions for the Texas offense and the LSU offense to a small degree, because we both said that they won't be as good as people think. I don't think either of us saw them as being this bad.
No.
On offense on either side of the ball.
No, that was shocking. Like, yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm with you.
They're scoring 26 points a game, and it's bolstered by the fact they scored 55 against Sam Houston State. I mean, they have been held under 27 points or fewer in every P4 game they've played, and they were even held to 27. Actually, that's incorrect. I said the wrong thing. They've been held to 23 points or fewer against every Power 4 opponent they've played, because they're 2 high-scoring games this season, 3 high-scoring games, 55 against Sam Houston State, 38 against San Jose State, and 27 against UTEP. Like, in scoring offense against Power 5 opponents, Texas right now ranks 84th at 16.8 points per game against their 4 Power 4 opponents. And those opponents are Ohio State, who's very good, but also, Trev, Florida, Kentucky, and Oklahoma. And what's funny is their highest output in those games was against Oklahoma, who has the second best defense they've played all year, but they got to 23 because they had a punt return for a touchdown. Yeah. Think about that. They're at 16.8 points per game, and they needed a punt return against Oklahoma to get to 16.8 points per game. Yeah. Like, that is terrible. Terrible. Yeah, I mean, LSU's looking at Texas like, your offense sucks. You know what I mean? Like, that's how bad they are on offense. As even LSU's making fun of them on offense. So it is a weird deal, man. I did not see that. I did not see that coming. Like, we knew that was going to be an issue for both teams, but I didn't see it coming as being this bad. I mean, LSU is at 68th in scoring against Power 4 opponents. They're at 20 points per game. They're below Boston College. But like, I mean, that's Texas at 84. I mean, dude, that's bad. Auburn scoring more points per game against Power 5 teams. West Virginia, Bowling Green in 2 games against Power 5 opponents is scoring more points per game than Texas.
I think it's even worse.
Minnesota scoring more. It's so bad, dude.
I think it's even worse because there's also no signs of improvement. Like, Notre Dame's defense started out the year horrendously, and they've turned it around in a big way. Texas's offense is just bad.
Yeah.
Like, it's weird, especially considering Sark is at the helm. Didn't expect that at all.
Now people are like, he's got to give up play calling. And I loved his answer, though. He's like, guys, this is why I got here. I got here because of this skill. So that's wild. I wonder what all those Texas fans are like, bench Quinn Ewers last year are thinking right now. It's not Arch's fault, but that's the reality of it. It's like Arch wasn't some savior that you guys thought he was going to be.
Buy, sell, hold from BK's personal chef. CJ Carr gets hot out of the bye week and fires off 4 games from now to the end of the regular season, in which he finishes over 67% completion, 270 plus passing yards, and a combined 16 explosive pass plays.
Yeah, buy that. That's absolutely, that's the pace he was on prior to USC. So yeah, I buy that.
Buy that as well.
I buy that. Yeah, I definitely buy that.
Another one from BK's personal chef. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame's turnover machine is running hot, and the Irish get another 4 or more versus Boston College. Oh, counting turnover on downs.
Yes, I buy that.
Yeah, counting turnover on downs. I mean, at the pace they're going with interceptions, that means they would have to force 1 turnover on downs.
Yeah.
I mean, they had a fumble recovery and 2 interceptions against USC. They had 3 interceptions against NC State and 4 interceptions against Boise State. So, yeah. Yeah, I buy that.
I'll definitely take that. Definitely take that. Let's get to the next one. Did I go the right way? Yes, I did.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame beats their remaining opponents by an average of 24 or more points a game.
That's an easy buy. I mean, even if they only beat Pitt and Navy by 10, the manner in which I expect them to beat the other 3 teams will be significantly greater than 24 points. So, yes, I'll buy that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, the last time they played Boston College under Marcus Freeman, they won 44-0, and that was a better Boston College team than the one they have right now.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed.
I'll buy that.
Buy, sell, hold. Brian gives an all-time legendary, quote, I told you so pep talk after we win the last 5 games and get a playoff home game.
No, I'll sell that. Like, that's nothing to brag about. Hey, we still got a home playoff game despite losing our first 2 games. Like, I'll be still a little annoyed by that. I'll be like, well, like, because it's not an I told you so. It's just like, look, I've paid attention to the committee over the years, and I feel like I have a pretty decent idea of what they're going to do. But there's also some projection that goes into that, because like Trev's reservations about not wanting to say their home team are valid. There's a lot of chaos that could happen. Some of it knocks teams behind him. Some of them might knock teams ahead. A lot of teams that go ahead of them. So, no, I won't do that. I'll do it in a giant I told you so if Notre Dame wins their next 9 games. Like, that's when my I told you so will come. And I'll do an I told you so if Brian Kelly leaves LSU, without a win. I want my boys, I love those guys at Training Company, but I'm going to be like, hey, remember when you guys that kind of made my life hell for about a month when you played that whole Brian Kelly won't win a title at LSU thing? No, told you. So I just love listening to all these LSU rants this week where they're basically repeating the crap that I was saying for the last 2 years about Brian Kelly at Notre Dame. Can't develop quarterback, regression at quarterback, can't put a good offense and a good defense on the field at the same time, doesn't seem to care, makes excuses, lowers the standard, well, duh. Made a bad O-line coach hire. Duh. It's Jeff Quinn all over again. You know what I mean? Like, chased out a really good, offensive coach. Yeah, that's kind of what he does. He doesn't want somebody in the room that's smarter than he is. That's who Brian Kelly is. So, like, yeah, I told you guys. He can recruit great. It's easy to recruit at LSU. Well, apparently not that easy, because he's in year 4 and they still don't have a better roster than Vanderbilt, apparently. So, I mean, think about that. Clark Lee just coached circles around Brian Kelly with a roster developed at Vanderbilt. Trev.
Yeah.
He only had 1 extra year at Vanderbilt than what Brian Kelly has at LSU.
Yeah.
Think about that. 1 year extra. That head start really meant you're going to be better. And hey, he's throwing players in the bus. Duh. That's what he did. He's still blaming Sam Mustipher for all the snaps he had in a hurricane. So, yeah. And I love the guys at Crane & Company, by the way. They've been good to me, and I like David and Jake. I don't know the other brother very well, but that was more so, like, I didn't like how of all the things I said, they took that one clip about Brian Kelly and just blasted it out there in an attempt to get all the LSU people to be pissed at me, which I don't care. I mean, like I'll own everything I say. I just felt like they didn't put my full context in there of what I said. And then the LSU people came at me, but I just sat back and I said, "You'll find out. You'll find out. You'll absolutely find out." And they are finding out, Trev. They effed around and they're finding out.
They do be finding out.
That'll be my rant. My rant won't be, I told you that Notre Dame is going to get a home playoff game, because I don't think that's necessarily a super bold take. And Trevor, your sell of that at the moment is not that it's not possible. It's just like, dude, we're at October 22nd and there's still 6 games left for, of weeks of games left. I won't be that. My rant will be if they go out and, win 4.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's not like I told you so in that scenario. It's not like I don't want Notre Dame to have a home playoff game.
Or that you don't think it's possible.
Right.
You've always been more reserved than me in that. And that's you're very much more of a show me kind of guy. They're the 12th ranked team in the country right now. They got to get up several spots, and there's a lot. So I wasn't calling you out for that. I understand your reservation, but you're not saying it's not possible. You're saying that as of right now, after just 7 games, I'm not quite ready to say for sure yet. That's different.
From the history expert, we all know your starting wide receivers, Fuller, Floyd, and Tate. Buy your 2 deep from the following: Jeff Samardzija, Chase Claypool, Derek Mays, Rocket Ismail, Tim Brown, Malachi Fields, Jordan Faison, Maurice Stovall, Miles Boykin, TJ Jones, and Equanimeous St. Brown.
Yeah, I don't know that that's an accurate representation of my starting 3. Because there's a guy on the 3rd line of your buy 2 that would be in my starting lineup. His name's Rocket Ismail. So he's going to be buy. I also say this: Tim Brown is not an option for me. I've said this before. I only go with guys that I saw play. And I don't really remember Tim Brown in college. Like I've that was like the year before I really became a Notre Dame fan. So I can't go with Tim Brown just because I didn't see him play. I would assume I'd go with him if I saw him play, because he's just, he was an all Heisman Trophy winner, but I never saw him play. So he's not on that list for me. With all due respect, there's a lot of other receivers that should be on there over Jordan Faison as well. But my next group is I'd have Rocket Ismail on there. I would have Jeff Samardzija on there. I have Rocket as my slot. Samardzija would be my Z. And then I'd probably go Derek Mays. With all due respect to Malachi Fields, Derek Mays was a monster at Notre Dame. He'd probably be in there as well. You could go with Malachi Fields would be in consideration. Mo Stovall would be in consideration. I'd probably take Mo over Malachi for right now. That may change by the end of the year, but I'd probably go Derek Mays. My next, if you wouldn't let me have Derek Mays, my next pick would probably be Mo Stovall, then Malachi. Equanimeous is a good player, but I felt like a lot of his numbers were kind of stat stuffing numbers, and he wasn't. And then in 2017, he was very disappointing also for me. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, assuming that this would also be my starting 5, I don't know if that would be it exactly. But assuming that, I'm not old enough to remember Derek Mays, and then I obviously wasn't around for Rocket Ismail or Tim Brown.
Right.
So I would probably go Samardzija to the field, Stovall to the boundary, and then between all those, probably TJ Jones is my slot. It's probably what I would do. Yeah.
TJ was a good player.
Yeah, he
was
was
a really good player. Very underrated player at Notre Dame.
Agreed.
Very
1,000-yard receiver.
Yep. Very under player.
From Beezer 12, Washing Beard, buy, sell, hold. The SEC will have no 2-loss teams after championship weekend.
I don't quite. So, like, everyone's going to have more than 2, or everyone will have 1 or 3? How are you taking that one, Trevor?
I'm actually not sure. No 2-loss teams after championship weekend.
Yeah. I I think that they'll have a 2-loss. I don't know how to take it, but I think they'll have a team with 2 losses. I think that you'll have it. I think the team that loses the SEC title game will get their second loss in that game.
Yeah.
How about that? That's kind of how I'm taking it, is like everybody earns at least 2 losses, and then one team will have 1, and then that team that has 1 will beat the team that has 2, and then there's no 2. That's the only way I'm taking it. But either way, I think that I think you're going to have 2 1-loss teams in the title game, for like what Trev and I talked about. I think Alabama and right now Georgia, I don't see those teams losing. And I think right now, just based on schedule, I think Alabama's got a better shot at losing than Georgia does, because they still have to play at South Carolina, at Auburn, which again, throw the records out, home against LSU, home against Oklahoma. Neither of them, to me, have games that they're going to lose left on their schedule. But if I had to guess, like, I could see Brian Kelly pulling one out of his hat, winning that Bama game on the road, and then using that to vault himself to the Penn State job or something like that, the Florida State job or something, just vintage Brian Kelly. But I would say that they're going to have 2 1-loss teams in the SEC title game. And then one of those teams obviously will have 2 losses after they're done. And then both teams will make the college football playoff. So, I mean, because you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 1-loss teams in the league. There's a pretty good chance that there's going to be a couple 2-loss teams that don't even play in the SEC title game.
Yeah.
So there will be chaos in the SEC, Beezer. I don't think there will be that much chaos. I just want to say something too. Speaking of the previous one, I see a lot of people talking about Derek Mays in the chat. So one of the cool things I got to experience when I first started covering the team, I think my first or second year covering the team, is we did a podcast out at this restaurant for the guy I was working for, and Derek Mays was a co-host on the show. So I got to do a podcast with Derek Mays for like a half hour. Nice. That was pretty flipping awesome. That was pretty awesome. He had the best hands of any Notre Dame player I've ever seen. Just tremendous hands. Really good player. And good dude. He was very, very pleasant, very nice, very kind. You wouldn't have known he played in Super Bowls and played at Notre Dame and all that stuff. Like, he was a really cool guy. Really cool guy. So we can continue.
MySo hold, no team on the remainder of the schedule will score more than 17 points on Notre Dame's defense.
Sell. It's possible. It's definitely possible, but I'll sell. I could see a Navy or a Pitt, somebody punching in a garbage touchdown at the end of the game to get to 20, 21, 24. I think that's possible. I think that'll happen. I mean, that happened last year. I mean, we saw that last season, where you're playing pretty well, but you just have that one game where you've given up 13 points and you're playing great on defense and you're doing a good job. You're beating Pitt 44-13, and then you put your backups in and they bust a long play and get a touchdown. Like, I could see that. And that's what Purdue did, right? I mean, that's how Purdue got to 30. Is a touchdown on the backup. So I could see something like that happen.
I'll buy it. What the heck?
I dig it. Yeah. I hope you're right. Because if you're right, then that means the defense has built on what they've done last month.
I think you're onto something about the backups allowing a touchdown, but I think that could be like, the first team defense holds them to 10.
Sure.
The first team defense holds them to 7, and then the backups come in. So I'm actually going to buy this one. Their performance against NC State really impressed me.
Yeah. Well, and I don't care about just one performance. I think for me, Trev, it was the fact that you did that to Boise and NC State back-to-back.
Yeah.
And then still held USC to only 24. Like, that was impressive. And USC, I don't think, had any short fields, which helped, but it's not like USC had to go 85 yards every time either.
Another buy-sell hold from Bees. James Franklin takes a year off and lands himself a role as a talking head for Fox.
I'm going to sell that because of how many great jobs are out there for him. Like, I don't think he's going to go to Florida. I could see Florida State making a run at him if they fire their coach. If I'm Virginia Tech, I'm doing everything possible to get James Franklin. He would be an absolute home run hire for Virginia Tech. As Trev, you and I have said, James Franklin's not a terrible football coach. He's weird, but he's a good football coach. He's just not an elite football coach. But he can recruit. At Virginia Tech, he can recruit the same regions he's always recruited: Northeast, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Maryland, just the whole DMV, the Carolinas, and Florida. That's what Penn State's recruited anyway. They've had success in Ohio in the past. He could go to Ohio. I'm talking about Virginia Tech. So I think he would, and I think somebody said Wisconsin. I think he would do way better at Virginia Tech than he would at Wisconsin. I don't think Wisconsin's the job that some Big Ten fans think it is. The best coach for Wisconsin is Lance Leopold. Like, that would be the home run hire for Wisconsin. I just don't think they're smart enough to do that. He's a Wisconsin legend. He won, 5 national titles at Wisconsin Whitewater. He's from there. He'll have all the connections in the state, all the connections he needs in Illinois. Like that, and he has a winning record the last 4 years at Kansas. So that would be the home run hire there. I think James Franklin, Virginia Tech would be the better job. So people mention Maryland. I don't think Maryland's a great job. It's a good job. It's not a great. I think Virginia Tech is a really good job for the right guy. And I think that would be a great job for James Franklin. I think they'd love him at Virginia Tech. And I think he'd do very well there. So I think that would be the perfect job for him. And then it's not a place where if he leads them to the college football playoffs, period, there's no chance in heck he's getting fired the next year. Like, coaches are going to have to understand that, first of all, I don't think he takes a year off because I think he's too competitive to take a year off, number one. But number two, I just think a lot of coaches need to recognize, Trevor, that college football is not what it used to be. There's not the same loyalty where a guy could be somewhere 30 years. And you know what I mean? Like this, the number of jobs you can do that now are rare. Penn State used to be one of those programs. Look at what they just did. Guy won at least 11 games in 3 straight years, led them to the semifinals, and lost a game at the very end to Notre Dame. Like last year, they lost 2 games. They lost in the final seconds against Notre Dame, and they lost in the final seconds against Ohio State. They fired him because he went 3-3 the next year. Why would you want to do that? Florida, Dan Mullen wins 2 years in a row, 3 years in a row, goes to a New Year's Six Bowl. Year 4, they fire him because they get off to a bad start. Like, why would you want that? Like, why would you want that other than big paydays? Go make $1 million or $2 million less at Virginia Tech and stay there for 15 years. That's the kind of place where it's like it used to be, where you can be somewhere for a while if you can give them a certain level of consistency. And I think James Franklin would absolutely do that. He would recruit well enough to be able to go out there and win 8+ games a year every year at Virginia Tech. And they'd go back to being that, boy, they're not a title team, but you don't want to play them in November on the road because they're going to have the athletes to give you a problem. Like, I think James Franklin at Virginia Tech would be, and it's a much easier league. Why would you want to get back in the Big Ten? You couldn't win the Big Ten with Penn State's roster. It makes you think you're going to win it with Wisconsin's roster. It's not the Big Ten West anymore. Like it back in the day, it'd be different. Like 5 years ago when you're coaching in the Big Ten West and you're playing all the Big Ten West teams, it's a different story. But now it's a different animal. I think Virginia Tech would be the perfect job for James Franklin. And I'm being dead serious. I'm not throwing shade at him. I'm not saying he's not a big time coach. He could get a job somewhere else and thrive. I mean, again, I don't think he's a great coach, but the guy has won a Big Ten title, went to the college football playoffs, went to the semifinal. I mean, you go to Virginia Tech, man, that would be huge for them, and it would be huge for him. I think that'd be the perfect fit for him. Better than NC State, better than Wisconsin, better than all the jobs people were mentioning in the chat. Guys, I'm telling you, Virginia Tech is not a sleeping giant like they were 30 years ago, but they're absolutely a team that could very quickly get into the top 4 or 5 of the ACC every year with the right coach. Easily. And I think James Franklin could do that. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, that's the type of coach that he is, in my opinion. I mean, he's a rebuilder. I don't think that James Franklin's a championship caliber coach. In the new stage of college football, I think you have to separate it into tiers like that. Like, that's what, for as much flack as we give Brian Kelly, he did turn Notre Dame around at the start of 2010. Now, I don't think he did much to sustain it and make them a championship caliber program because he's not a championship caliber coach. I think that's what James Franklin did at Penn State. I mean, he took over Penn State like after all the sanctions and like they had like postseason bans, all this stuff going on. And then I think he brought him back to a state of relevancy. He's just not a championship caliber coach. So I think he needs to go to a program that kind of reflects that. I'm not saying that any football program in the Power Four should strive to never be a championship contender. But to your point, Virginia Tech isn't that sleeping giant that it was X amount of years ago. Like, I think Virginia is very, very, very far away from becoming a title contending football program. I'm not saying it's impossible.
You talking about national title?
Yeah. ACC title, it's wide open. I mean,
just want to make sure. Yeah, agree.
But
I don't know that they're ever a national title contending win. They couldn't do it with Michael Vick. But let me ask you this: do you think Virginia Tech is a team that could consistently, in a 10-year stretch, make 4 playoff appearances? I think they can.
In the top 12, and then especially if it expands to 16, absolutely.
Right,
now that it's an expanded playoff, yeah, for sure.
Exactly.
They can put themselves in contention in the ACC every single year, give or take a few years. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Their great run would be that team that goes to the Final Four. Like once every 10 years, you have that one team that makes it to the Final Four. That's their cap as a program.
Yeah, like after you've had a good recruiting class and they're going on their 3rd or 4th year and some impact guys come back. But again, that goes back into like Virginia Tech as a program. Absolutely. I don't know if James Franklin would be able to do that necessarily. It took him quite a long time to do that at Penn State. So not saying it's impossible.
I think at Virginia Tech he could, being from that state. Like I think look what Virginia did with a new quarterback. Virginia Tech wants to be great at football. I do believe that. I think the boosters do. It's a bigger school, so they have a lot of alums. There's a lot of ag people from the state, a lot of engineers from the school. Like I think they can be one of the 3 or 4 best teams in the ACC consistently, quickly.
Yeah.
Just because now the talent they don't have the same talent they did 20 years ago either. There's just not as many people. The DMV doesn't produce, or the Tidewater area doesn't produce quite as many stars like it used to, but there's still plenty enough talent that if you have a good NIL package, you can get enough kids from that state, from Maryland, from Florida to be successful. And the ACC is, like, to your point, the ACC is such a weak league compared to what the Big Ten was. There's no Ohio State now because Clemson's not what it was. There's no Ohio State and Michigan. Miami, Clemson, Florida State is not Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State. It's just a different animal in my opinion.
Yeah, Virginia Tech is a program. I agree that they have that ahead of them. My point is I just don't know if James Franklin as a coach can lead them on any sort of title run. Like, I think he can build them back to relevancy. I just don't think that he's a championship caliber coach. So
I think he could lead them to a semifinal run, but I don't think he could lead them any further than that. I agree with you on that.
But as far as this submission goes for Bees, I'm also selling this because I think there's also something in his contract that says he has to look for a job immediately. Like they owe him a buyout, but then he has to find a job either in media or coaching. And then, like, if it's not at least $8 million a year, then Penn State has to pay the difference. Yeah. And so I have to look to see if there's a time frame on when that has to happen.
I took Bees' question as taking a year off from coaching and then landing a job at Fox, meaning like he'd be doing Fox next season. Because he's allowed to do that, right? I mean, he either has to coach or do TV.
Yeah, and broadcasting,
they pay him whatever's left over.
Yeah. I didn't know if he meant a year off, as in like he doesn't do anything in 26, and then in 2027 he lands a job in media. I thought that regardless, he had to try to find a job within the year. So I just don't know.
Yeah.
So,
and if I take the Virginia Tech job, I'd be like, you know what, guys, I'm going to give you a little hometown discount for the next 5 years. You only have to pay me $700,000. That's it.
There you go.
I wonder if there's like protections in the contract to prevent him from doing that. Like, does it have to be like you have to take a job and they have to pay you on, par with other comparable type of things? I'd be curious about that because if
like
not,
the
I'd
medians.
be super petty.
Yeah, like what the median salary is for P4 coaches. Mm-hmm. I could see something like that.
Yeah. But if not, if there's no protections like that legally, I'd be like, you know what? Why don't you pay me the same amount that Shenandoah is paying their head coach? We'll do that. Yeah. I also disagree. People that aren't from the state of Virginia or the East Coast who think that Virginia Tech is slipping closer to being a G5 team than a P4 team have no idea about what Virginia Tech is all about and what the state is like, what the area is like, and what the expectations are from the community there. There's a reason they were the first team to fire their coach this year. So, no.
Another one from Bees, your Penn State, buy, sell, hold these 3 coaches in your coaching search: Matt Campbell, Matt Rule, Kurt Cignetti.
Penn State, you have to buy, sell, hold. Well, I mean, I'm selling Cignetti because I can't afford him now. That's an easy one. I'd take Matt Campbell over Matt Rule any day of the week. So I would. You know what? Scratch that. I'm gonna buy Matt Campbell. I'm gonna hold Curt Cignetti because I'd still try to overpay and make a run at Curt Cignetti than I would take Matt Rule. I think Matt Rule is going to be an absolute disaster hire for Penn State because I think that's who they're going to get, and I think it's going to be an absolute disaster of a hire, in my opinion. And I think Matt Campbell would do a good job at Penn State. I don't know if he can recruit to an elite level. Like he's the opposite of James Franklin. Like he can coach. I think Matt Campbell has the ability to coach a big time football team. I don't know that Matt Campbell has the ability to recruit to a big time football team. That'd be my only question.
Matt Rule also didn't really do a good job of trying to nix any of those rumors either in his press conference when he was asked about it. He basically spent 4 minutes talking about
Rule, I meant Matt Campbell. If I said Matt Rule, I meant Matt Campbell.
No,
I think Matt Campbell's the opposite of James Franklin, not Matt Rule.
No, you said Matt Campbell. I'm just giving my answer.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I like Matt Rule did not do a good job of trying to nix any of those rumors. They asked him about it, and he spent 4 minutes talking about how much he loves Penn State. And then he's like, "Oh, but we're building something here." So anyways, next question. Like it wasn't good at all. But no, I would buy Matt Campbell. I'd hold Matt Rule, and I'd sell Curt Cignetti. Like I think that part of Curt Cignetti signing the contract so quickly and IU offering that big of a bag is I think he was one of the first people, if not the first person, that Penn State reached out to, and then that'd be a lot of money. I wholeheartedly believe that Curt Cignetti is a better coach than Matt Rule. Absolutely.
Oh, by 1,000 miles. Yes.
Yeah. But then you start putting yourself in a position where it's like, okay, like how much does that set your program back with how much you have to pay players now and everything? So that'd be my
Matt
order.
Rule at Nebraska can't sniff the job that Curt Cignetti has done at flipping Indiana.
No, Indiana.
Like, I am so sick of all these coaches that just like, well, we need time. No. When you're at a big-time program, you don't need 3, 4, 5 years to rebuild your program. Curt Cignetti has destroyed that narrative for everyone to ever use it. He just did it at Indy freaking Anna, folks.
Yeah.
Indiana.
Yep.
Trev, didn't you tell me last year they'd never even had a 10-win season?
Yep. I mean, the first program in FBS history to reach 700 wins, and they did it. I mean, relatively quickly, or I guess as quickly as you can in a 10 to 12 game season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, Curt Cignetti in a year and a half has now successfully lapped Nebraska. I mean,
like, seriously, they're not even close to the same program.
Yeah.
And he's a year behind Matt Rule as far as time there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold. Al Golden returns to the Notre Dame staff in some capacity when the Bengals clean house this offseason.
Sell. I mean, I would love that. I'll hope buy it because I mean, let's say he just didn't want to coach for a year, he just wanted to come be an analyst. Fine, great, that's great. If they wanted to bring him back as D coordinator, I'd have no problem with that. My only thing is I don't think that is usually how that goes. But if he wanted to come back and do something, I would absolutely take that. I was always told that him and Marcus Freeman got along great. I know that the assistant coaches had a great deal of respect for him, especially Max Bull and Mike Mickens. I don't know about Al Washington as much just because I literally don't know. But I mean, I know I've been told there was a good relationship there. I'm a little bit more certain of the fact that I know he had one with Mike Mickens and Max Bull. So I think the coaches would embrace him as in some sort of return. I don't know that that's kind of how that works, to be honest with you. But if he wanted to come back, I'd hope by that one, some capacity, even as an analyst. He just doesn't want, you know what, man, it's a long year, rough year. We got fired. It's tough. I just want to just come, be an analyst, help out, game plans, things like that. All right, cool, man. Cool. Let's do it.
Yeah. I don't see Golden leaving Cincy. So.
Yeah, I don't pay attention to the NFL as much, Trev, but when you told me they were second in the division, I was like, dude, that surprises me because of how much certainty people have come at me with Al Golden's going to get fired. The staff's going to get fired. I'm thinking they're like 1-6 or something like that.
No,
you know what I mean?
They're 3-4. They lost Joe Burrow. They're 2-0 in the division. They just beat the 5-1 Pittsburgh Steelers. Look, it's not an ideal season, and also like the thing that I have to keep reminding people is like Golden going to Cincy. It's not just some job. Like he didn't go to like he's not the defensive coordinator with the Seattle Seahawks. Like his family lives in Cincinnati. He was their linebackers coach when they went to the Super Bowl. It's not just a job. So I really don't see him leaving Cincy. I don't.
It's also not a given that if he does lose his job, that the new head coach won't want to keep him on as a defensive coordinator.
Right.
To your point. The first one, that's my bad. Yep. I should have,
Another one from Bees. Buy, sell, hold. This offseason will be the craziest coaching carousel in recent memory.
Oh, that's a buy, because there's going to be so much domino effecting going on with jobs that are going around.
Yeah.
It's like for a while, there's like just new jobs are going to keep coming open because of coaches leaving certain jobs to go get new jobs.
I also think I buy that. I also think that this could be a crazy transfer portal offseason.
Yep.
I really do. There are some fan bases that sure are trying their darndest to run some people out of town.
Yep.
Like I think this transfer portal could have some big names in it.
Yep.
I really do. So
agree.
Then our first food one of the day, shout out to Bees, bi-week food submission, buy, sell, hold, the Big Mac, the Whopper, or a Sonic double cheeseburger.
Well, let's just assume that they're all made well, because as you know, with any fast food thing, not every every version makes it the same way. But of those three, if I had to say which one is best, I'd probably go Sonic double cheeseburger first, because I get bacon on it. I'd go the Whopper second, but it's very close, because a well-made Whopper is a very good fast food burger. And then I'd go the Big Mac third. What's funny is I think the Big Mac is a distant third, but there's just something about a couple times a year I just get in the mood for a Big Mac. I don't know why. So I'm gonna that's the order I'm gonna go.
I like it. I'm going to buy a Whopper with cheese. The fact that it just comes without cheese, I think, is weird. I think every burger needs cheese on it. And unless you're Yep. And unless you're lactose intolerant, I think you're weird if you don't like cheese on your burger. I said it. I'm sorry. But if you just like hamburgers, that's interesting. And then by process of elimination, I've still never had Sonic. So I can't say whether it's good or bad. So I'm going to sell the Sonic double cheeseburger, and then I guess I'll hold the Big Mac. But I really like the Whopper.
You've never been to Sonic, huh?
Nope. Growing up in Elkhart.
Have them near you?
No, growing up in Elkhart, I've never had one. And like there's some in Indianapolis, but like I've reached points like, dude, I'm 28 years old. If I haven't had it by now, I'm obviously feel like I'm not missing out on much.
I think I mean, if you like fast food stuff, I would try it one time. I would give it a shot. I'd give it a shot.
Next time I'm near one, I'll get one. What was that? Was Sonic also the breakfast place that you also mentioned? There was a breakfast.
That's Hardee's.
Hardee's, thank you. Never had that.
Yeah, the bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit at Hardee's is. Yeah.
Ooh, chef's kiss. Okay.
Oh yeah. I love it. Love it.
Okay. Love it.
Yep.
Getting into part 4 of the Buy, Sell, Hold here on the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by FanDuel. Buy, Sell, Hold. It's Wednesday in the bye week. We love doing it. Burnout 85 is keeping us going. The old mantra was offense wins games, defense wins championships. I believe that paradigm flipped between 2014 and 2016. Notre Dame this season has shown they have the capacity to be offense-driven first with an elite defense. What do we think? Buy, sell, hold.
I'm buying that, Trev. I've been kind of saying this for a while, that defense gets you to the show, offense wins you championships.
Yeah.
I don't think you can make a run in the playoffs without a pretty good defense. You don't have to have an elite defense, but it's got to be a pretty good defense. I don't think you can win a championship without having a pretty good offense. Like,
yep.
There's the rare year you could have just that generational defense that holds teams like 9 points a game or something like that. But in today's era, that's harder and harder and harder.
Oh yeah, Michigan 23 is the outlier.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, I agree with that.
And even that year, they still had to score in the 20s to win the championship. You know what I mean? Like, so, but like, and their championship game, they scored 34 points. I mean, part of that was their offense did well early and allowed their defense to pin its ears back, but yeah, that's an outlier, and it's only going to get less and less moving forward, in my opinion. But yeah, I mean, just look at some of the dumb penalties we've seen called on defenses this year. Like, just you're turning into where you can't hit a quarterback anymore. It's turning into the NFL, which is weird that the NFL offense sucks so bad in the NFL. Like, some of the stat lines I've seen in NFL games, like I still look at box scores. It's like that team won and didn't even have 200 yards of offense. Like the Broncos literally beat the Jets a couple weeks ago and didn't even have 200 yards of offense. The Jets had minus 10 net passing yards. It was just because the NFL, they're smart. Like if you throw for 275 yards and you get sacks for minus 15, they say you had a net 260-yard passing production. Where in the college football, it takes away from the rushing stats, which is stupid. Most things I don't like about the NFL. I don't want to adopt this rule from the NFL, but statistically, that's one that I think makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, I still think to win 4 games, you need to have an offense that can score.
Same page.
Yeah. It's a good submission burnout.
Lucky Duck 512. We will see Sullivan Absher play his best football while taking over at left guard because he will finally be able to focus on just one position for an extended period of time.
Absolutely believe that. And I think the fact that he gets a week to prepare without the pressure of getting ready for a game is going to help him too.
Agreed.
I think it's going to help him a lot. Just a week to kind of get his mind ready and get himself, ready to go. And yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with that. Mm-hmm. Great observation.
Another one from Lucky Duck. Penn State and Florida have an unrealistic idea of what type of program they both are.
Penn State even more than Florida. I actually think Florida has a pretty realistic idea of who they are. I just think they have a very unrealistic idea of how to build a championship team. I think Florida can win a championship. They just don't know how. I don't know that Penn State can build a like if the two programs maximize their potential, I think Florida's a better program than Penn State. I think overall, I think overall you are correct. Yeah, I'm gonna backtrack. Everything I just said, I believe. I think that both of them have a little bit of an unrealistic idea of who they are. Yes, I will buy that. Yeah. Having said that, now within that, I do think that Florida is a better program than Penn State for a host of reasons. But I do believe that both of them have a very unrealistic understanding of who they are, and that's why they're so impatient. That's why Florida is so impatient with certain guys like a Dan Mullen. I get why they fired Billy Napier. I get why they fired Will Muschamp. It is ridiculous that they fired Dan Mullen. Just absurd. But yes, I believe that to be the case.
To varying degrees, I also buy that as well. Yeah. But overarching.
And of course, the Big Ten apologist, Archer, I'm just messing with the Archer. He goes, Penn State was a field goal away from the title game last year. I think their expectation to compete for one this year were fair. It's not about expectation to compete. It's you're going to fire a guy a year after being in the semifinal game. Let's not also pretend like they beat Georgia and Alabama on the way to the semifinals. Okay. Can we just kind of not forget the fact that they had to beat SMU and Boise State to get to the semifinal game? And they got Notre Dame's worst performance of the playoffs and still lost in that game. Like I'm sorry. I'm not going to give them that kind of credit. I'm just not, because they had to beat, like if they had Notre Dame's draw, if Notre Dame and Penn State switch draws, Notre Dame's still in the semifinals. Penn State is not. I don't think it's a given that they'd beat Indiana last year. But if they beat Indiana, I definitely don't think they're beating Georgia. So, no, I just don't give that. But again, it's not even about can Penn State be good. They clearly can be good. The whole point is you are not the kind of program that should fire a coach the year after he led you to a semifinal berth and think that you're going to go get some guy better. You think you're going to go get Marcus Freeman or Kurt Signetti. Kurt Signetti turned you down to stay at Indiana. I don't think Kurt Signetti's doing that if Bama came calling, a place he's coached before. So, yeah, I think they have Penn State thinks they're on the same level as Ohio State and Michigan. They're not. In any way. I'm not talking about wins. I'm talking about as a program, resources, all that. They're not. They're not on that. And that's the whole point. They have a very unrealistic idea of who they are. I'm not a James Franklin fan. You know that, Trev. It's absurd that they fired him after the last 3 years that they had. Absurd. Make him fire some coordinators or something. But you just fired a guy a year after he won, what was it, like 11 straight games 3 years in a row, and went to the college football semifinals, led your team to the Big Ten title game, last year, and you're going to fire him after a half a season the next year? Whew. That tells me you don't really know who you are. Yeah, 11, 10, and 13 wins the 3 previous years.
Yeah, that's a bad beat. Yeah, it's definitely a bad beat. That's a tough spot to be in.
And people keep saying stuff like this, and lost every big game. What's your point? Because a lot of coaches lose big games. There's a small handful of coaches that win those type of games. And the reality is you're not getting those guys to come to Penn State. That's my point. Who are you going to go get? Brian Kelly? Big game Brian? Who is out there for you to go get that has a track record of winning big games? Honestly, Dan Lanning? What big games is Dan? Oh, he beat Ohio State. Yeah, and then what happened when they got a rematch later in the year? And what happened when Indiana came to town this season? And you not being able to win big games is the only reason anyone's talking about Kurt Cignetti able to win big games. Who is that coach that has a long track record winning big games? Dabo? You think you're going to go hire him? I mean, Alabama fans wanted to fire Kalen DeBoer 5 weeks ago. It's that's my point. Who is the coach with the track record of winning big games that you're going to go hire? So you can mock James Franklin for not winning big games, and he hasn't. He's terrible at it. But who are you going to replace him with? The problem is they're not going to look at the guys that you might be able to do that, because they're going to try to go for an established coach. Matt Rule? Matt Rule has a better track record of winning big games than James Franklin? Really? He's got that big win over Cincinnati this year. Woohoo! You know what I mean? What's his track record of winning big games? That's my point. And Beefeater's response is Freeman didn't have a track record of winning big games. You're making my point for me. Do you think there's any chance in heck that Penn State is going to go outside the program and hire a defensive coordinator? Because they're not going to promote Jim Knowles. Do you think they're not even going to look at guys like Alex Golesh unless they get turned down by 7 guys? I think that'd be a great hire for them, by the way. But it goes back to the original submission. They don't have a realistic idea of who they are. And then not only that, what coach is going to want that job? I could win 11 games, 10 games, 13 games, lead this team to the national title, but in this era where my roster can get turned over at any moment, I'm going to get fired after 6 games of the following year? Why would I take that job? Knowing that I'm always at best the 3rd best team in the league from a program standpoint. And until Phil Knight passes away, you're 4th. At best. So that's kind of my rant on Penn State and my defense of James Franklin, who I don't care to defend all that much. But, yeah, it can't get worse. Yeah, it can. It absolutely can. And it can absolutely get worse. And we'll see. I could see them lucking into a good hire. Getting turned down by 5 guys, and then they panic and hire Alex Golesh. And it works out. Oh, we knew this. Pete, remember when Pete Carroll got hired at USC?
Yeah, I was just about to say.
You know what I mean? Oh, man, that's great. I love it. They're going to hire Matt Rule and realize, oh, it can get worse. We can actually be worse in big games. Yes. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Buy, sell, hold. You would like to play Texas A&M and Miami in the playoffs to avenge the losses at the start of the year.
Yes. Yes. And I wouldn't even play in Miami on the road in the first round. I wouldn't even mind that. Let's go back down to Miami and play them there. Buy the heck out of that. What say you,
Be
Trev?
cool. I mean, it'd be cool if it worked out that way. I mean, I am now to the point of the season where I just want them to go on a playoff run, man. I do.
Mm-hmm.
If it's Miami and Texas A&M, cool. If it's Ohio State, Bama, cool. If it's Georgia, Oregon, cool. If it's IU, Georgia Tech, cool. I want to see them go on a run, but it would be cool to see them avenge the losses.
Yeah. If I could only pick one, I'd take Miami easily. What about you? You can only have one. You can only guarantee you get one rematch in the postseason. Which one you taking?
Probably Miami, probably by a close margin. I just hate the fact that the A&M game was at home.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that so much. Like,
do you want to know why I take Miami over A&M? It's two reasons. One is it's a rival. But number two is you can point back. Hey guys, we played you last year and beat you. Like you don't talk too much. We're still up 9 the last 2 years. With Miami, it's like you haven't beaten them since 2016. And I got to listen to their fake fan base who's going to be checked out for the season in about a month anyway, run their mouths about beating Notre Dame again. Ugh, God, I want to shut them up really bad. Really, really bad.
and Lou Kulik, buy, sell, hold. Taking a premise proposed by Brian after the Boise State reaction to the poor officiating, if Notre Dame were to enter a similar agreement with the Big Ten instead of the ACC, buy, sell, hold the following scheduling framework. Play 5 Big Ten teams every year with games against 1, home and home against USC last week of the season every year. 2, one game against one of Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan every year. 3, one game against one of Washington, Oregon, UCLA every year. Road games in years when you go when you have USC at home, and home when you go to LA at the end of the season. 4, one game against one of Purdue, Indiana, Michigan State every year. Or 5, one game against one of the teams not already listed.
So my understanding is correctly that we're kind of buy, sell, holding the entire 5-thing premise. Is that am I correct on that? Are we?
I'm assuming so.
Okay. So if they're gonna have a 5, if they're gonna this is based on what I said. I'm so done with the ACC to the point where if the Big Ten was willing to take a similar agreement to what Notre Dame has with the ACC, I would take it. I would never join the Big Ten as a full partner, but if you could get the same deal with them that you got with the ACC, I would take that. With that being said, how would I feel about this? Home and home against USC every year, easy buy. The part about one game against Purdue, Indiana, Michigan State every year, buy. The ones I'm having a little bit of a tough time on, I don't really care about playing Washington, Oregon, and UCLA every year. Now, I understand what he's doing. He's saying like every other year you get that West Coast road game at the end of the year. I don't really care as much about that as I used to. Recruiting has changed so much. The reason that helped you in the past was the coaches would literally they would not fly back with the team. They'd all go on the road into the West Coast because you had to close for signing day, which was in 2 months. And you had to go out there and get those kids to commit to visiting in January and December and January, and Notre Dame's big recruiting events back in the day. Like Trev, when I was a kid growing up reading Lou Emoji and Tim Priester, when they were at Blue and Gold Illustrated, which was the golden years of Blue and Gold Illustrated, it was when those two guys were together. It was amazing content. And I still remember as a teenager getting the magazine and December, seeing who's coming for the banquet. And then that December banquet is how they would close for the February signing day. Like it all happened like really at the end. And it's so different now that it's like your 27 class is basically, your 26 class is going to be done by the time you play the end of the, your Stanford game. It's just a different animal. So I don't need that as much. So that one I'm having a tougher time with. I have no problem with having one of Ohio State, Penn State, and Michigan every year. No problem with that. It's this one that I have a bit of an issue with, to be honest with you.
And out of all of those, like benefit of recruiting, like how many kids is Notre Dame trying to get from Washington or Oregon? Right. Yes, you're on like the west side of the country, but then you would still have to take a plane if you're in Seattle or Eugene down to Cali.
It doesn't help the Cali recruits that you played at Washington or Oregon.
Yeah.
To your point.
Yeah. So
now if you wanted to have UCLA on your schedule every year and them in USC, so like let's say UCLA replaced Stanford. Oh, okay. I could live with that. But I don't, that would be the only thing that would make, I'm not going to lie to you, Trevor. I'm old. So you may not feel the same way. But I would absolutely freaking love covering Notre Dame in the Rose Bowl. Like, I think that'd be amazing. Just that's tradition and tradition. Tradition playing in a tradition-rich stadium. But I don't know that I would necessarily want that every other year. I think it'd be cool the first couple times, and then eventually it's like, okay, got to go out to LA again and, play in the Rose Bowl for their 5th straight win over UCLA. Yeah.
I was just about to say, the stadium is cooler than the opponent.
Exactly.
So it'd be cool to say, yes, Notre Dame in the Rose Bowl. Oh, who they got? Is it in the Rose Bowl? No, it's in the middle of October, and they're playing UCLA. It's like, oh. Well, that's a cool experience for the stadium, though. So that's how I feel about that one. 3, I'm selling. I just wouldn't see the benefit, really. So, yeah, I'm selling 3.
That's what makes me sell that. The rest I'm okay with.
Yep.
Yeah. And then one game against teams already listed, I'm fine with that too. Yeah. I would say I would remove Indiana from number 4. That would be my only thing. There's no history with Indiana. I would want one of Purdue and Michigan State on the schedule every year. And I wouldn't mind both of them being. If you're in the Big Ten, then why not play Purdue and Michigan State every year? That would be part of my deal. It's like we want Purdue, Michigan State, and USC on the schedule every year. I'd try to make something like that happen. If the Big Ten wouldn't go for it, then I'd say, okay, fine, we need at least one of them on the schedule every year. That's kind of how I would want to work that one. But yes, for that one for sure. And I have no problem with number 2. Look, if you're going to play in a Big Ten schedule, you should get one of the big boys every year. That should be part of the deal. And that's what Notre Dame is trying to do with the ACC. Notre Dame wants Florida State and Miami and Clemson on the schedule more, to the point where Notre Dame scheduled Clemson outside of the league.
Yeah,
for 12 years. That's what Notre Dame wants. I don't think Notre Dame wants to have to go play Bama in Texas every year to guarantee getting a big game. I think they'd like to be able to get that with their conference agreement, but you can't do that because USC's been down for 15 years. And then, the ACC just doesn't have that enough.
Yeah.
So I'd be okay with that. And then whatever the rest of the rotation is.
PJC 1122, buy, sell, hold. Which 2027 5-star recruit would you want if you could only sign one of them? DJ Jacobs, Keemon Spell, Jameer Brown, or Monchin Sales?
Man, I'll buy DJ Jacobs. I will hold Monchin Sales, and I will sell Keemon Spell. And that's not at all because I don't think he's a heck of a running back. He is. I just think that's a position where Notre Dame has proven that they can recruit dudes every year. They're not lacking an elite running back on the current roster. They're not lacking one in the 26 class. And I think they're pretty good in the 27 class with Keemon or Amir Brown. And then they just had couple absolute studs at running back from the 28 class in Zayden Jernigan and Xander Edwards on campus this past weekend as well. I just feel like that's a position where if I can only have one of those, you haven't shown me you can recruit 5-star defensive ends every year. Now you're bringing in studs this year, but you haven't shown me you can do it every year. Monchin Sales would be great to have, but you're with Quentin Burrell. You've got Julius Jones Jr. Like that would be my number 2. But I go back to the one thing Brian Kelly and I always agreed on is you can scheme up offense a little bit. You need dudes on defense. And you give me a 5-star like DJ Jacobs the year after you get to go with Rodney Dunham and Ebenezer Utade, sign me up. Definitely sign me up. But honestly, all 4 of those kids are wins. They're all great talents. They're all great prospects. But I'm simply splitting hairs between excellent players, and so it comes down to positional need and where have you proven you can or can't recruit similar players with consistency. That's what it comes down to for me. What say you, Trev?
I would go DJ Jacobs as well. An elite defensive end is hard to come by. But like we've seen in recent years, you can supplement through the portal at receiver. That's the one position where I would argue Notre Dame can find pieces in the portal if they need it. And you still have a good class coming in, too. I mean, Devin Fitzgerald, Caden Finley, Bubba Frazier, Braden Robinson. Like, you have a good group of guys, Dylan Faison. Then this upcoming season, if you're able to hit on, Quentin Burrell and Jones, to your point, like, there are ways that you can. I think you can supplement a high impact wide receiver in the portal more than you can a high impact defensive end. And so DJ Jacobs is the clear buy here. And then I'd probably just hold Keemon Spell. No, I'd go in the same order as you because of the depth they already have at running back. Buy, sell, hold from Freeman Natty. Hypothetical, assuming Notre Dame makes the playoffs. Jagasaw and Shrouth are starting in round 1.
Sell, because I don't think it'll be both of them. Look, I want Charles Jagasaw back as much as the next guy, but if he's not ready to go by the last couple games of the regular season, I don't think you're in a situation where you can just kind of thrust him into the starting lineup. Who do you take out? Take him your captain, Emil Wagner? Do you take out Kirby Lambert? Do you take out Anthony Knapp? Do you take out, Joe Wadding? The thing that would make sense is, okay, here's what you do. Like, this would actually make a ton of sense. So when Billy Shrouth and Charles Jagasaw come back, you move Anthony Knapp to center, Billy Shrouth at left guard, Gerby moves out the left tackle, Jagasaw goes to right guard, and Emil Wagner's at right tackle. Like, that would make a ton of sense. But you're not going to do that with it, moving Anthony Knapp to center before the playoffs. If you're going to do that, you're going to do that now, and they're not going to do that now for 2 reasons. Number one is there's some depth issues in the offensive line because you don't have Jagasaw, Shrouth, and Craig anymore for the regular season. But the other part of it is you're not going to see him do that. It's just Joe Rudolph's just not going to move Anthony Knapp off like left tackle. No matter what I think about it, no matter what anyone else thinks about it, he's just not going to do that. And I don't know that I'm going to put 2 brand new starters in for the playoffs if my line's playing well. Now, if the line's not playing well, this becomes easier. But I don't see a scenario where the line doesn't play well. I don't see Gerby or Knapp playing to a level where you feel the need to bench them for the playoffs. I just don't. And same thing with Emil Wagner. That you could argue he might be the guy that most likely loses his job, but then you start saying, like, are you going to really bench a captain who's got 30-some starts? High 20 starts. That's going to be tough to do. So I just don't see both of them starting. I think Billy Shrouth steps back in the lineup, and I think Jagasaw gets queued up at whatever position they feel that they have the biggest concern. Left tackle, right guard, whatever. That's what I think.
Bright news is Notre Dame has favorable odds to make the playoffs, according to FanDuel. That's a good sign. So I know you said hypothetically, assuming they make the playoffs. I do think that they make the playoffs. It's just kind of a question as to, where they're going to be seated, which is always a good conversation to have. Mm-hmm. But in all seriousness, I'm an outlier, I think, in this conversation. I'll start entertaining conversation. This is just me specifically around Charles Jagasaw being back in the starting lineup after the season's over. Because to insert him into the starting lineup, barring an injury, which I just don't hope happens, I don't hope anybody gets injured. I think it would take too much shifting along the offensive line to put Jagas on, because you'd have to move at the bare minimum at least one player. Like, if Emil Wagner's not playing well enough, that means you move your right guard in for somebody who has played a half of football at right guard in meaningful games, and put Charles Jagasaw back in there. Like,
did you say Gerby Lambert?
Yeah, if you move Gerby Lambert to right tackle, you put Charles Jagasaw.
I was thinking if Wagner is Wagner struggling, I just put Jagasaw on at right tackle is what I was thinking.
No. I was saying, like, and even then, like, I would feel more like, I don't know how much Charles Jagasaw has even practiced at right tackle. I'm not to say that he couldn't do it, but
yeah, I think it would be, you'd put him there because Emil's struggling, and that's where he practices when he comes back, would be my thought. But your overall point is correct. It's going to take a lot of moving parts right before the playoffs.
And unfortunately, the part that and I say this a little bit sarcastically, the part that you're forgetting here, Brian, is you're thinking about this logically, is that he would start taking reps at right tackle.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
that's a good point.
Unfortunately, that's just because some of the stuff that's gone on along the interior, for whatever reason, the current offensive line coach has an infatuation with moving top-level talent at tackle just into guard. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, that's the other issue at play here. So I'm selling this one. I do think Shrouth will be back starting. Lima Bean Irish. You have to play one of these teams every year to silence the Notre Dame haters. Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia. something different teams, Miami, Oregon, Ole Miss.
I would take one of Ohio State, Bama, or Georgia every year. I think it'd be awesome.
That'd be sweet.
I would absolutely take that. I'd like get a home and home with those two every year. You're rotating one of those two teams. I'd take that in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I would too. I don't really get the benefit of the Ole Miss game. Do Ole Miss fans even like are they haters in Notre Dame? Like I can confidently say
to some degree, but
yeah. But
the
I
only
can
thing I say is there's a little history with Ole Miss actually.
Really?
Between Notre Dame and Ole Miss. They've only played a few times, but actually in 1977, when Notre Dame won the national championship, they lost a game at Ole Miss early in the season. So second game of the year, they beat Pitt. They beat Pitt in the home opener or the opener. Pitt was ranked number 7, and Notre Dame was ranked number 3. And then Notre Dame the next week went and played Ole Miss at Veterans Stadium in Mississippi. Jackson, Mississippi, and they lost 20-13. And then obviously Notre Dame kind of went on a streak. They beat number 5 USC in October. That jumped them up to number 5. Then they beat number 15 Clemson at Clemson. That jumped them up to number 5. And then they never got higher than 5 until the Cotton Bowl. They beat number 1 Texas 38-10, and that jumped Notre Dame up from 5 to 1. I think somebody else lost. But, yeah, I mean, they never got back up higher than 5. So at least there's some history there. Notre Dame's literally never played Oregon. There's zero history with Oregon and zero benefit for Notre Dame playing Oregon, in my opinion. So, yeah, I'd much rather have the Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia series.
I am Tenzin. Buy, sell, hold. Price returns a third kick for a touchdown this season. I'll buy it. I mean, this season, not just a regular season, I could see him housing one in the playoffs or housing one against, because again, odds are he's going to get an opportunity to return it. Like we went through the numbers this past season, or, for his, as we went through the numbers for him this season, odds are he's likely going to house one if he gets the opportunity for it. So numbers tell us that. So yeah, I'll buy that. I'll definitely buy that. What about you?
He gets a third kick for a TD this season.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's the coach in me. I just refuse to believe that there's any coach dumb enough to kick it to him again. And I get USC did, which was dumb because of what he did 2 years ago, and he already had one this year. But I get it. They could have looked and say, Purdue sucks, and But I don't know, man. And I don't know how many chances they're going to get to return either, because I don't know they're going to be getting scored on a ton in these next 5 games. I just can't think anyone's dumb enough to do that. That's my only hesitation, Trev. To the next point, Bryce wins return of the year and her first team All-American returner honors. That I could see.
I could see that.
I'd buy that, actually.
Buy, sell, hold. Love won't even be a Doak Walker finalist, let alone serious Heisman contender, despite the stats.
Absolute sell. Like I understand where people think this because past Notre Dame backs haven't gotten the attention or love, but the difference is that the past Notre Dame backs that had breakout seasons did not come into the season with the hype and eyes that Jeremiah Love did.
Yep.
Audric Estime had a nice season the year before in 2022. He's splitting carries with Logan Diggs. He was a nice back, 900-yard season, good player who also got benched twice because he fumbled the ball. His breakout kind of came out of nowhere from a national standpoint. He also piled a ton of stats on at the end of the year against bad teams. That wasn't always his fault. We talked at the time, Trevor, about they need to feed Audric the ball a little bit more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he set all these Notre Dame records, and most rushing yards in such and such time, and those were all awesome things. His 1,341 yards was great, but he rushed for 238 yards against Stanford in the last game of the year and rushed for 115 yards against Wake Forest at the end of the year. I mean, coming into that in the previous 10 games, he only had 4 100-yard rushing games. And so why would he have been a Doak Walker Award finalist that season? He wasn't one of the top 4 backs in college football that year. I mean, you had Ollie Gordon going for 1,700 yards and 21 touchdowns. You had Cody Schrader was a 1,600-yard rusher from Missouri who was a very good team. Amarian Hampton was a highly ranked and highly regarded player that year. Ashton Genty was balling out that year. So, Audric shouldn't have been in consideration that year. Kyron Williams never had numbers that could sniff being a Doak Walker Award finalist. Kyron Williams barely rushed for 1,000 yards twice in Notre Dame. He was a good football player. He was never in he's one of the 2 or 3 best backs in college football conversation. And then Josh Adams completely faded in November in 2017. He was the best bet they had, and he just completely faded down the stretch. None of those backs, however, who was talking about Josh Adams nationally coming into that season, though? This is the year where you have a back that came into the season with incredibly high expectations, that if he puts in the numbers, he will be a Doak finalist, in my opinion. I mean, he just got named the Doak Walker Award running back of the week last week. He's on their radar. Barring him just not doing much the rest of the year, like, averaging 80, 90 yards a game, meaning like not much from a national standpoint, I'll be shocked if Jeremiah Love is not a top 7 to 8 rusher and then somehow doesn't get a Doak Walker Award finalist. So, yeah, I disagree with that. I understand why Tenzin comes to that view because of Notre Dame backs in the past being overlooked, but I would contend what Notre Dame running back truly deserved to be in that conversation. Josh Adams had 9 rushing touchdowns in 2017. And the thing that hurt him the most is the times he got banged up, the backup running back came in and did just as well. You remember the game against Michigan State when Josh got hurt early? Tony Jones was already out. He got hurt the week before against BC. Dexter Williams comes in, catches a touchdown pass, rips off a couple nice runs. He gets hurt. In the fourth quarter, they're putting that game away with Deion McIntosh at running back.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, it didn't matter who you put in at running back that year. Like they put in Deion McIntosh in the Wake Forest game, and he rips off a long run behind that offensive line. You were hurt from the fact that everybody knew you had the best line in college football. And it was kind of like one of those things where everybody's like, dude, you could put 30 running backs behind that offensive line and they would rush for the same yards that Josh Adams is rushing for. I'm not saying that's accurate. I'm saying that was kind of the perception. I think Josh Adams is a very good running back, but he wasn't one of the 5 best running backs in college football that year. That's kind of my point. This is the first time you could say they have a guy that will have the production and the talent to say you have one of the 3 or 4 best running backs in college football that year. That's the difference for me, Trevor. Like 2021, Kyron Williams rushes for 1,005 yards, has 4.9 yards per carry and 14 touchdowns. Kenneth Walker at Michigan State had 1,600 yards, over 6 yards a carry, and 18 rushing touchdowns. Tyler Batty at Missouri had over 1,600 yards, 5.99 per carry, 14 touchdowns. Breece Hall had over 1,400 yards, 20 touchdowns.
What year are you talking about?
2021. So, Deuce Vaughn had over 1,400 yards and 18 touchdowns. Like, Brian Robinson from Bama had over 1,300 yards. Like, there were so many more backs that were more. Jerome Ford from Cincinnati had over 1,300 yards, 19 touchdowns and 6 yards a carry for a playoff team. Kyron Williams didn't belong in the Doak Walker consideration, nor did he in 2021. So this is the first time that you have a back that actually truly belongs. I think Audric had the case for it. I'm simply saying you could understand why he wasn't that year. And that's my point. What say you,
fair.
Trev?
I mean, I don't really disagree a whole lot. I mean, I don't want to reiterate the points that you already said. It's fact of the matter is Love came in with the attention that the other guys didn't.
Yep.
And if they don't make Love a finalist, you start to question the validity of the award. You can't talk about how he's the best running back in college football and, rank him in your, preseason award watch list and, be on every first team All-American as a running back and then not even put him as a finalist. Because then you start to question the validity of your award. So, no, I'm selling that.
Oh. Yep.
Another one from IM Tenzin. Based on player performance now, including all forms of All-American, Notre Dame will have 6 selections to various teams.
Are we talking, would all forms include freshman All-Americans?
I would assume so.
Then I'm buying that. Because, you saw, who was it? Was it the AP? Who came out with the freshman All-American list last year? Or yesterday? But CJ Carr and Tate Johnson were both on it. I think they're going to be freshman All-Americans. Jeremiah Love, I think, will be an All-American. I think Leonard Moore will be an All-American. That's 4 right there. Eli Raridon's in the conversation. You could have, I say one thing that hurt is I think Billy Schrouth was going to be competing for All-American honors, and that could be tough. But look, remember what one of my predictions was before the season for who'd be an All-American? Do you remember what one of them was, Trav? Or bold predictions? So don't be shocked if Anthony Knapp ends up being an All-American this year. Like, don't be shocked if that happens. I mean, yeah, he struggled in the first couple games, but I mean, if Notre Dame keeps doing what they're doing, he could have an argument to make there. I think, and then Jadarian Price earlier we talked about as an AP, an all-purpose guy or a kick returner, he could be in the conversation as well. So, yeah, if we're going to include freshmen in that conversation, I mean, Gerby, I think by the end of the year will be a freshman All-American. I think half of that could be freshman All-American honors, Trev.
Yeah.
I mean, shoot. Yeah. I still don't think redshirt freshmen should be on freshman All-American teams. That's another conversation, but they are. So that's kind of where I'm at.
It'll be close. I do think the majority of it will be freshman All-Americans.
Yep.
There's a lot of players on the fence.
Yep.
A lot of players on the fence.
Well, and there's just not a lot of guys putting up the numbers to be All-Americans. They spread the ball around a lot on offense. The defense doesn't have anybody that's got like big numbers. And, another guy that could be in the conversation by season's end when you look at some of the offenses they're playing, Trev, is Boubacar. I mean, that's another one. I mean, right now, Boubacar Traore, let me go look this up here real quick, Trev. He's tied for 10th in college football right now in sacks. 6.5 sacks. Like, he could be in the conversation if he's able to put up some monster numbers down the stretch. And he's played well in some big games. He played well against A&M. He had the only sack that they had against Miami. And then he played well against USC. So he's another potential guy that would have them. Nobody else on. You and I could sit here and say, let's say we believe that Drake Bowen is one of the 4 best linebackers in college football, meaning he should be first, second team. Let's say we believe that. He won't have the numbers to be that. That's the whole point. Like, right. Boubacar will.
Yeah, for a lot of the offensive skilled players, it's the numbers that concerns me. Like, that's my concern with Eli Raridon. He's played 7 games and doesn't have a touchdown. It's going to be really, unless he goes nuts in the last 5 games, which I'm not saying is impossible. I think it would be pretty hard for him to land on an All-American team. Jay Love, yes. CJ Carr is a freshman All-American, yes. Gerby Lambert, yes. Tate Johnson, I mean, he was on the midseason, so I could see that. Leonard Moore, yes. But then outside of that, I struggle a little bit. Boubacar, I think, is a close one for sure. Absolutely. Yep. So it'll be close. It'll definitely be close.
Real quick, I want to respond to something that was said from Robert Bishop in the chat. He goes, Trevor, based on that type of logic, Michael Mayer would have won the Mackey Award, but here we are. I believe Michael Mayer was number 2 that year. I want to just remind people that the guy that beat him out that year had 63 catches for 942 yards and 7 touchdowns, and average 15 yards a catch. And also had a ton of hype coming in that season in Brock Bowers. So, with all due respect, I would have probably voted for Michael Mayer because of how much the team depended on him and relied upon him. He'd have got my vote. He was the Notre Dame offense in 2022, but it's not like he got beat out by some guy who didn't put up better numbers. I mean, he flat out did. I mean, as good as Michael Mayer was in 2022, and he had 67 catches, 809 yards, 9 touchdowns. Brock Bowers had 63 catches, 942 yards, and 7 touchdowns. Some of that was in the postseason, but they gave it to a guy who also had hype coming the season. So it doesn't really take away from the point that Trevor and I made, with all due respect.
By so hold, Notre Dame ends their games without a shutout streak in one of these 5 last games.
I don't think they'll have a shutout streak. Does that mean like multiple games with a shutout, or is like this have they not
ends their games without a shutout streak?
Yeah, because Notre Dame is. I don't think they'll have back-to-back games with shutouts.
No, I don't think they'll have. I mean, they might, but odds end.
I think they'll have one shutout. I don't think BC scores on them.
I don't know. I mean, Purdue scored on them last year. I mean, it was a busted
Purdue has
play.
a decent offense. Yeah, I mean, Purdue has a decent offense, though.
Last year?
BC's offense. No, this year.
No,
This
I know,
year.
but I'm saying.
Oh, you're saying
No, I
last year's
know.
Purdue score?
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
Purdue's offense
Well,
this year is good.
I don't
but
know
like
if Kennedy Urlacher is going to, come down and take out 3 of his own teammates. But that's a
sure. I
valid
mean,
point. That's a very
like
valid point. That's a very valid point.
I don't think people understand how hard it is to shut out a team completely. I mean, you kick a field goal and you don't have a
I
shutout.
believe Pitt's only touchdown was in garbage time as well, wasn't it? In 2023?
Yeah, that sounds
When they
right.
won 58-7? Yeah. I mean, Tennessee State scored a field goal. They couldn't even shut out, but I still think that, I mean, they did shut out Boston College last time they played, 44-0. Actually, is that their last shutout?
I think so.
Was their last shutout BC? 3-3, 7-7-8. They didn't have a shutout last year. 7-3, 7-3. Yeah, their last shutout was of Boston College in 2022. I think they're going to get another one against the Eagles this time. Man, yeah, that's going to be bad. Yep. No, they won't have 2 in a row if that's what he's asking.
Buy-sell hold from Oceanside, Notre Dame. The SEC, despite being the deepest conference, has multiple teams overrated in the back half of the top 25.
So we're talking about back half. So we're talking about 13 and below. Oklahoma at 13, Missouri at 15, Tennessee at 17, LSU at 20, Texas at 20 at 22. I'll agree with that. Yeah. I think that the SEC is incredibly deep this year, and I would actually argue that there are some SEC teams that are overranked over other SEC teams. Like they should have other SEC teams maybe and consider, it like flipped, but yeah, I don't think Texas belongs in the top 25. I don't think, Tennessee, that's fine. I mean, they've got the nice one over Syracuse, I guess, but yeah, I'm not a big fan of LSU is another one. Like, why is LSU ranked in the top 25 and USC isn't? Like that's kind of my a little bit of my pushback. Why is LSU or Texas ranked and Utah isn't? I mean, yeah, I agree with that. They're overrated.
Yeah, I think Tennessee has a case to be ranked in the top 25. I just don't understand why they're inside of the top 20.
Right. Yeah.
That one misses me. I mean,
and LSU being 20th.
Yeah.
Are we still pretending like the 17-10 win over 3-4 Clemson team at the beginning of the year was some sort of grand achievement?
Apparently.
I mean, that the LSU has literally beaten Clemson, Louisiana Tech, Florida, who fired their coach, Southeast Louisiana, and South Carolina. And they beat South Carolina at home 20-10. South Carolina's 3-4. So yeah, I would agree with that. I like the way he framed it. They are the deepest conference this year. There's no doubt. But yeah, there's some teams that are ranked too high. Somebody just said in the text, Terry Silver just said, got to buy into the hype-ol. I love that. That's freaking hilarious. I never thought of that. That's very well played, Terry. Thank you for that.
Buy-sell hold from Florida Irish. The last time Texas A&M played at LSU, the Aggies hired Elko as their head coach the next day.
That's interesting. Okay.
BK and LSU lose another key game to a former Notre Dame coordinator, and LSU fires him the next day.
I mean, boy, are they really going to fire him if he loses this game? Like, I know people are upset, but this isn't an emotional reaction. There's financial realities to this. And if I'm LSU, I don't know that I'm firing Brian Kelly in season, and here's why. Even if he's done, here's why I don't do that. If I'm the AD at LSU, I'm putting feelers out to people saying, hey, if you're interested in Brian Kelly, we are willing to lower our buyout and just see if someone's willing to take him. See if there's somebody dumb enough to take him. Because, and that's going to require some patience. Now, I don't know that anybody will, Trev, but it goes back to the thing you and I talked about earlier. There's going to be a lot of coaching chaos, which means Penn State, Florida, may not want him right now. And what's the other jobs? So it's Penn State, Florida, Virginia Tech are open right now. They may not want them. What are some other jobs that are currently open right now that are P4 jobs? Is it Penn State,
UCLA,
Virginia Tech,
technically
UCLA? Let's just Florida's available. Let's say Florida State also comes open. Let's say that Oklahoma comes open. Let's say Brent Venable struggles down the stretch, comes open. There's some other jobs come open. They may not want Brian Kelly, but then the teams that lose their coaches to those teams may want Brian Kelly. There's enough potential chaos that I'd be willing to say, hey, listen, let's see if somebody's willing to take this freaking guy. And I tell him, hey, listen, Brian, here's the deal. You can save face and take a job, and we'll tell that team to lower the buyout. So tell your agent at Trace Armstrong that we'll lower the number up, to $5 million. I mean, I'd do that. It's better to make $5 million than to have to pay out 60. So I would at least be patient enough to let that process run its course. And then if no one takes him, Trev, and you have the money from the boosters to fire him, then I'd fire him. But just keep in mind that you're asking a pretty small state with a very loyal but not a large pool of donors to not only pay $60 million plus to fire Brian Kelly. I saw a tweet from an LSU person said it's going to probably cost you about $100 million to fire him and the entire staff. And then, oh, by the way, you've got to go pay $20+ million minimum for your football roster next year. And then you got to pay whatever buyout the coach you hire is going to have. Does LSU really have that kind of money? I'm asking an honest question. I don't know. I just have a hard time believing that a program in this modern era of having to come up with 8 figures just to pay your roster starting next year can really afford to fire a coach who's 5-3. When they owe that, let the process play out and see if anybody else will be willing to take them. That's what I would think. So no one's going to be stupid enough that I didn't think LSU would be stupid enough to hire him either, but they did. That's where I'm at, Trev. What do you think?
I'm selling this. I don't think they fire him the next day. Like, to your point, they'll be 5-3. Their season will be over. They're not going to play for the SEC championship, and they're not going to make the playoffs, most likely. And so I've never been a big fan of like mid-season hires because you do it because, well, the team was doing so bad. It's like, okay, so then what does that do then? You just set them up to continue to be bad. Just do what Florida State did. I think that's perfect. There is no doubt in my mind that Mike Norvell's gone after this season. But they came out and they were like, we're going to let him finish the season. And then by the end of the season, all options are on the table and everything will be evaluated from top to bottom. That is wink, wink. You have 6 more games left to be the head coach at Florida State. Like, that's what that tells me. Do that. Like, sure, let's play this out and they fire Brian Kelly. They think they rattle off 4 more straight wins, including Bama on the road and Oklahoma on the road. I doubt it. Like, so I sell it. Do I think that they lose?
Go ahead.
Do I think that they lose? Yeah, I buy that. I sell that they fire him the next day. Like, barring a scandal, I think midseason firings are pointless because you've already wasted the potential of that team. Firing him doesn't restore the potential of the team. You just collect your losses and say that it sucks.
I think part of this deal, Trev, is a lot of teams think that, well, we got to get a jump on, insert reason why you need to have extra months to find a new coach. What prevents you from being able to talk to agents before you fire a coach? What prevents 100%. You from finding out what's out there? Because I'll go back to, say whatever you want about Brian Kelly. There are worse options out there. Are you certain that you're going to be able to get one of those better options? Can you afford to get one of those better options? Let's say a big time coach wanted to come coach for you. Can you afford to pay his buyout on top of what you got to pay Brian Kelly? You're the idiot who thought he was an elite coach and paid him all that money and paid him like he was Nick Saban. Like, that's on you. So I have a hard time believing that they're going to do that. Like that's, I have a hard time doing that, believing that. So yeah, I'm with you. I just have a hard time seeing that one, Trev.
Mm-hmm. BK's last brain cell, buy, sell, hold. Carson Hobbs' best position would be the boundary and press man and should never have been put into the slot.
Buy.
Also
I don't think he was a fit for the slot. I absolutely agree with that. That's a great observation.
And buy, sell, hold. All things considered, it's a pretty good chance Ashton Craig has taken his last snaps as a starter at Notre Dame.
Now, I understand why you would say that, and I think Notre Dame has to have some tough conversations about him in the future. But I'm not ready to say that. And what I mean by that is, Trev, is like, look, this guy's had 2 devastating serious injuries after 9 starts in 2 years. Like, I'm just not ready to, I'm not ready to just say, okay, the job is yours. And it kind of is like what you were talking about with Jagasol. Like, okay, Jagasol is an elite talent, but am I really ready to hand the keys over to a guy who plays a game and then gets hurt, plays a game and then gets hurt? I don't know that I'm ready to do that. And the same thing with Ashton Craig. I think he's a heck of a player. But it's now 2nd year in a row that Ashton has started some games, and then you build around him, and then boom, he's out for the year. You have to take that into consideration. My hope is that he heals well, and then he's able to come back, and the staff is comfortable with where he is, and he's able to compete for his spot. Because at the end of the day, I'm still going to let him compete for the job, and you have to play the best man. And I'm not going to say, like, look, I'm not going to start my best center because he might get hurt again if he's significantly better than anybody else that I have. Is Joe Wadding significantly better right now? Are they willing to move Anthony Knapp? I don't know the answer to those 2 questions. Is Cam Herron going to have a great offseason? Maybe he could. I don't know the answer to those questions. But I just know Ashton Craig has been good enough in the 9 games, or actually the 12 games he has started, because he started 3 at the end of 2023. You put those 12 games together, he's been a pretty good football player. He's not just an average player. He's been a pretty darn good football player. I don't know that I'm ready to just say, yeah, you'll never be that guy. So, if it's close, let's say Joe Wadding plays great in the next 9 games, has a great offseason, and it's close between him and Ashton. I would say I'd have a hard time not playing the guy that hasn't been injured a bunch. But if it's not even close, Joe does a nice job, but Ashton's just way better. That's a tough thing to justify. Because remember, there was a time when people thought Drew Tranquill was never going to play a meaningful snap in Notre Dame because he's had his 2nd straight season-ending injury. And he turned out to be a pretty darn good football player in Notre Dame. I'm glad they didn't write him off like we're talking about writing off Ashton Craig. But I also understand the sentiment. I do. But hopefully Ashton Craig comes back healthy and is able to answer those concerns, and he's able to start again. I don't want to say that's the case, but I understand where it's coming from. So I'm going to sell it, but I understand where it's coming from.
Same boat. Another one from BK's last brain cell. Notre Dame's lack of running this play to, quote, set up, insert play here is a huge missed opportunity.
Yeah, I'm going to sell that. I don't think that happens nearly as much as people think it does. I think it's more of a reaction to, we ran this play because we thought it was going to work. They're doing this to stop it, and then now we're going to come back to this. Notre Dame does some of that stuff. They do run things that set up other things. There's no question about it. I just don't think that happens as much in real life as it does on CFB 26 or 25 or whatever the past installments were. You're running a play mainly because you think it's going to work and you think you can get positive yards. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not some setup involved, but that's just kind of, Notre Dame does that though. I mean, they do certain things, and if a team does this, they have answers for it, usually. So no, I'm going to sell that.
Buy, sell, hold. Chris Ash's iPad has reruns of Mary Tyler Moore Show on it, and Mike Mickens has been calling plays since the second half of Purdue.
As much as I love that submission, I'm going to sell that. That's not happening. Chris Ash has been calling plays for Notre Dame, but that is a tremendous and I think he kind of dated himself because Trev's like, who's Mary Tyler Moore? Yes, he doesn't know. So you're old like me. That's a great submission, but no. Could you imagine if they looked over and Chris Ash is looking at his iPad, he's just laughing. There's no answer. He's just laughing. He's like, yeah, I don't think he's watching the game anymore. But no, Mike Mickens has not been calling plays since the second half against Purdue as much as I think he should have been. That's not been the case. That's a great submission.
Bisel Holt from Ballpeen Shillelagh. CJ's rut in the offense is mainly a mental thing as opposed to mainly physical, i.e. mid-season wear.
I think it's a mental thing. I think that but I think it's both. Yeah, I would say I don't think CJ's in a rut either. I mean, the game before he threw for 342 yards in a game where they weren't running the ball very well. I don't think he played well against USC. I don't think he played great against Boise, but even the Boise game, he still made some big time throws in that game. I think it's amazing how high he set the bar that we're saying he's in a rut. But I'll buy that his issues against USC were more mental than they were physical.
We get that. Bisel Hold, the bye week will give the wide receiver core a chance to get back to their best, which will give the offense a much needed boost.
Bye. Yeah. Bye. And hopefully it also involves some changes,
Yeah, I'm at the bare minimum, it'll get Fields and Faison's legs back fresher. The bare minimum, which will be good.
Yep.
Another one from Ballpeen. Bisel Hold, self-scouting during the bye week will result in no less than 3 personnel changes, whether positional or situational usage.
I'll buy that. I mean, because I think you're going to see some changes. That might just be the case in the goal line by itself, Trev. I mean, the goal line situation alone might result in that. So, yeah, I'll buy that. Offense and defense, yeah, I'll absolutely buy that.
Yeah, I think the bulk of it, too, if not all, will be situational.
Yep,
so,
agree.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
I don't see anyone getting benched coming out of the bye week for play. It'll just be like, hey, look, we're going to use this guy more. We're going to do that more. We're going to use this. Yeah, I absolutely see that.
The only, I guess, air quote, benching I could see is that, if Devontae Smith is back healthy, then, I could see him starting against Boston College. But I would hesitate to say that they're benching Dallas Golden.
Yeah. But, and I don't think it has anything to do with self-scouting. I think it has to do with your starter being back.
Right.
But I could see that now maybe they start playing Dallas Golden more outside also to give breathers to Christian or Leonard possibly. But yeah, it's a little different.
Berto 21-21. The biggest fix for the offense during the off week is the red zone offense. Wide receiver rotation cars decline over the last few games.
So I'm just going to buy one, sell one, hold. I'm going to buy the red zone offense. I'm going to hold the wide receiver rotation. I'm going to sell the CJ Carr thing because I don't think CJ Carr. You could argue the second best game he's played this year was a week and a half ago against NC State. I mean, I would argue 3 of the 4 best throws he's made all year happened a week and a half ago. So I think teams have adjusted how they defend Notre Dame. Notre Dame now has to adjust. That's where I would put that one.
Yeah, that's fair. And Bisel Hold, biggest fix for the defense: play calling and scheme, personnel groupings, lack of aggressiveness in play.
Yeah, I buy that. I'll buy that in its entirety. You've already started to see some adjustments, Trev, but I think now it's about really taking it to the next level with those 3 things. Absolutely. I'll buy that, Berto. And Berto, by the way, go Trev.
It's about enhancing those 3 things.
Yep, that's great. Berto, by the way, man, really, again, appreciate the honey that you guys gave us. I have some tea right here I'm about to start working on that's got a little bit of your guys' honey in it, so I appreciate that very, very much, man.
Bisel Hold, another one from Berto. The defense remains the biggest concern overall compared to the offense moving forward.
If we're just talking offense versus defense, I still buy that. I'm still not completely sold that the defense is turned around, but I'm a lot more confident now. If I could include anything, I still say the biggest concern I have the rest of the way is still the kicking operation.
Kicking operation, absolutely. I think one thing that's going to start creeping up here as a major concern on my list is the wide receiver rotation. I'm going to keep talking about. I've talked about it a lot this bye week. You're putting a lot of mileage on Malachi Field and Jordan Faison's legs for just the pure and until I know otherwise, the pure stubbornness to just not play other players. There's not one reason that you can tell me why KK Smith didn't play at all against USC.
Mm-hmm. Agree.
You got to get Greathouse more involved. And if you're dead set on making Will Pauling who Jaden Greathouse should have been this year, then play him more. You got to find different ways to get Fields and Faison rest. You're not going to convince me that into year 2, Cam Williams still can't run a post. And if he can't, that's on you as a coach, because your other guy, like you got to get more people involved. So, especially given the talent level in the next 5 games that they play, if you don't see other wide receivers rotating in, that will slowly start working its way up my concerns list. Because the last thing I want is Notre Dame to get to the quarterfinal games and Fields and Faison just have dead legs.
Yep.
Notre Dame seems to kick more kickoffs out of bounds than most teams. Infuriating.
I can't say that for certainly that's true, but I can buy that I feel that way. I watch a lot of college football, and I feel like I don't see a lot of balls get kicked out of bounds except when I'm watching Notre Dame games. It may not be true, but that's how I feel. Just want to say this too, Trev, is we still have a lot of submissions left. We want to get to all of them. We're gonna have to work through these next ones a little bit quicker. The other show just started, and I do want to get to everybody. So we're just unfortunately not gonna be able to give all you guys the same amount of time for the rest of your questions, but we do want to kind of still get to the rest of these and knock these out.
Buy, sell, hold from Irish Cheesehead. Neutral site. Notre Dame is favored against every playoff contender right now except Ohio State and Alabama.
I buy that. We had a text exchange the other day with Sean Davis brought that up, and I think maybe you could throw Georgia into that conversation, but I actually think Notre Dame would be favored over Georgia in the neutral field right now. I do. I think Indiana maybe also might be the only other one, maybe, with how they're playing. I think that win at Oregon earned them some props. I think Notre Dame would be favored over Oregon. I think they'd be favored over Georgia. And I think they'd be favored over everybody else. I think those two, and then maybe Indiana, maybe Georgia, but I still think they'd be favored to beat Georgia, especially since they beat them last year by 13 in New Orleans.
Yeah. I think they'd be favored. I think they'd be favored over Georgia, not Ohio State. I don't think they'd be favored over Bama. I also don't think that they would be favored over Indiana. Oregon, I think it's a question mark because, like, again, when you get into like the favored question mark, like you're talking about Vegas lines, like people that work in Vegas for like betting, like they're not analysts. So, like, do I think that they should be from a football standpoint? Yes, absolutely. But as far as like when the lines come out, I don't know. Ohio State and Alabama for sure. Indiana's close to that conversation. Oregon is because of their perception. So, yeah. And then it also depends on if come playoff time, if Georgia wins the SEC, I know they did last year. But if like Georgia wins the SEC and only has like one loss to Alabama, I could also see them being favored when that time comes. Depends on how.
Possibly. Somebody said in Miami, Notre Dame lost to Miami at Miami by 3 points at the beginning of the year. There's no way in heck on a neutral field that Miami will be favored to beat Notre Dame. Yeah. I don't see any chance of that at all.
And buy, sell, hold, who's back next year and doesn't enter the draft? Price, Schrouth, Schuler. Can buy, sell, hold each individually?
I'm going to buy Schuler, buy Schrouth, sell Price. I don't think there's any chance that Jadon Price comes back next year, barring injury. He shouldn't come back next year, barring injury. I mean, I don't think he has anything else to prove, Trevor. As long as he's healthy.
Yeah. I'm gonna buy Schrouth, hold Schuler, sell Price.
You think? Yeah. So, he said you could do each individually. You'd still hold Schuler.
Oh, if we can do each individually, then I would buy Schrouth, buy Schuler, and then hold Price. But like okay. if I just did a buy, yeah, I could. Yeah, if he has another good season, I could see him bouncing. It's not
if impossible. Notre Dame plays. Let me see this here. If Jadarian Price stays on his current pace, and Notre Dame just plays 14 games, he'll be over 1,000 yards this year.
Yeah, he'll be like.
They didn't have to get as far as they did last year. Yeah, I mean,
like the end of the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, here's the one for the regular season, Trev. At the end of the regular season, he'd be at 873. So, again, I don't see any need for him. He could be the guy. He's already going to still have a ton of carries in his career. He's going to have over 150 carries this year if they win a couple games of the playoffs. He had 120 he's going to be over 200 carries the last 2 years. And he had another 47 carries as a redshirt freshman in 2000. I mean, he's going to have 250 plus carries coming out of college. And the kick return production. I don't know what else he has to prove. And I don't think being the guy next year really is going to improve his draft stock. And if anything, you got to think this is a kid who tore his Achilles as a freshman. I don't know that he's going to want to take a chance to have another injury like that. And to go into a league that doesn't value high workloads. So, yeah, that's where I'm at.
Another one from Irish Cheesehead. Notre Dame finished with a top 3 recruiting class in 26 and 27.
I'm going to sell that because I don't think their 26 class is going to end up in the top 3. It should. So if you're asking me on recruiting rankings from the national services, I'm going to sell that. If you're going to ask me my opinion on that from evaluating the Notre Dame players in my ranking, then that's a much better shot of happening. I can't say for certain in 26 that that's going to be the case because I haven't evaluated everybody else's classes since the summer. But if you're going to ask my opinion, I think that's definitely a possible buy. If you're going to say the national recruiting rankings, I don't think that's a shot that has a shot at happening. Actually, let me just go see where recruiting right now. Let's go to team rankings right now. In the 2026 class, Notre Dame is ranked 3rd right now. Oregon is barely behind them. Texas is barely behind them. And those 2 teams are going to add a lot more players than what Notre Dame is going to add down the stretch. So, no. But it's still going to be a heck of a class.
Teach like a champion. Buy, sell, hold. Love and Price are the best duo Notre Dame has ever had playing at the same time.
I'm going to sell that for now. It's possible that becomes the case, but right now they're still not ahead of Jerome Bettis and Reggie Brooks yet. By the end of the season, my answer might change. But so far, now I would say if I could only start from the time Trevor was born until now, that's a buy.
Yep. Took my answer from my lifetime. Yes.
Yeah. And I don't know that it's particularly close. Right now.
Yeah, agreed. Buy, sell, hold from Teach like a champion. Billy Schrouth will come back and play this season, assuming he is healthy enough to do so.
Buy. Yeah, buy. I think he will. Yeah, buy.
Buy, sell, hold. Before he is done at Notre Dame, CJ Carr will be invited to New York as a Heisman finalist.
I mean, I hate to put this kind of pressure on the kid, Trev, but right now as a redshirt freshman, we haven't seen him come close to his full potential, and he's 10th in Heisman odds, on FanDuel. I hate doing it but yes, I buy. Yeah, I buy that.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will receive a minimum of 3 commitments in the 2027 class within the next month.
Buy. Especially if I'm including the one they got today. I'll buy that.
The Immaculate Extension. Buy, sell, hold. The Notre Dame defense finishes the regular season and enters the playoffs as a top 3 team in yards allowed per carry and a top 25 team in yards allowed per passing attempt. 2, a top 3 team in yards allowed per passing attempt and a top 25 team in yards allowed per carry. Or 3, a top 10 to 15 team in both yards per carry and yards per pass allowed, or yards per play.
I think of those odds, I'd say I'd buy a top 15 team in both yards per carry and yards per play. I'm going to sell top 3 in yards, I'm going to sell top 3 in yards per passing attempt and top 25 in yards per carry, and I'm going to hold that they could be top 3 in passing yards or yards allowed per carry and top 25 in passing yards. I think there's a snowball's chance in heck that Notre Dame is going to finish the season in the top 5 in passing yards allowed per pass attempt. Yeah. Like right now, they are 74th on the season. They'd have to be so ungodly good to even get in the top 10, much less the top 5 in passing yards per attempt. So no, they won't sniff that, in my opinion. And yeah, but could they get into top 25 in yards allowed per pass attempt, like this one says? Possibly. But even the area that they're good at, the rushing defense right now at 3.2 yards per attempt, they're 18th. Right now, to get in the top 3, you'd have to be at 2.5. Last year, they're 3.2, which is really good, would only rank 14th. So they're a ways away from that, but that's much easier to get into, Trev, especially looking at the schedule, than going from 74th to top 3 in passing yards per attempt with only 5 games left. I mean, we said this. Notre Dame averages 45 points a game the next 5 games. That only ups their yard points per game by 2 points. So, yeah. Yeah.
Same page. Buy, so hold from double bogey like a champion. The wide receiver running backs rotations.
Sell. Running back, I'm fine. I know people are upset about them not using a third back, but when the way that these backs are playing, I don't know how you justify taking them off the field.
Agreed. Yeah. Agreed completely. I'm selling the wide receiver rotation this year. Like again,
Agreed.
like I think Mike Brown has done a quality job this year. I think the wide receiver rotation has been bad. Like
agree. And we have no problem with anyone that's playing. It's about not going deep enough in the rotation. Then the whole notion of playing, basically making Will Pauling co-starters with Jaden Greathouse was a decision where from the beginning it was very obvious that Mike Brown was pushing that, and because of his long-standing relationship with Will Pauling, and I strongly disagree with that. Disagree with that.
And look, if you're going to insist on playing Malachi Fields 70 snaps a game, make sure he finishes with more than one catch for 9 yards.
Amen.
Like, come on, man. We got to do more. Buy, sell, hold. Yep. Coach Ash continues to field a strong defense and gets offers and accepts a head coach position. Mike Mickens is elevated to DC.
Can I hope buy that one, Trev? I mean, I
sure can.
I have a hard time with that, but I mean, sure. Let's hope buy. I love it. PJC already said, as soon as you started reading this, he put that in right there. I love it. He read my mind. So, yeah.
Buy, so hold. The Big Ten and the SEC account for half of the playoff field. Oh, absolutely buy. I mean, you could argue they might have the majority.
Yep. Agree. Get to the next one.
Buy, so hold from D2R 1913. Dallas Golden will supplant Christian Gray as starting field corner at some point this season.
Barring injury, sell. That's an easy sell, unless Christian Gray gets hurt. That's the only way he supplants him as a starting field corner.
I talked about this on the message boards, and look, you need Dallas Golden to get as good as possible at nickel. Like he is now as of right now, your only healthy option at nickel. So yeah, I'm selling that one as well.
Yep.
Buy, sell, hold. CJ Carr will get the hook for at least one series the next time he throws a bad interception deep in the red zone.
Heck to the no. No, sell. You coach him up, you don't bench him. That's a dramatic overreaction. And it's the first time he's made that kind of bad play. The pick in the end zone against Boise, or was it Boise? NC State. I have no problem with it. It was fourth down. He had to throw it up. Like, it's fourth down. Throw it up. Like, there's nobody open. Give it a shot. And he should have drawn a pass interference on the play. So, no. Definitely no.
He has 14 touchdown passes and 4 picks on the year. He's not getting benched, guys.
Correct.
Another buy, sell, hold from D2R 1913. Notre Dame makes the playoffs. The committee seeds them as such, so they meet the number 1 or number 2 seed in the second round, and the Irish advance to the semis regardless.
Yeah, I mean, I'd buy that. I do buy that. I think if Notre Dame gets in and hosts, they're going to go on a run. I do believe that, Trev. And I'm not afraid of anybody in the second round, 1 or 2. And I think 7 or 8 right now is more likely to be hosting as opposed to 5 or 6 as of right now.
Yeah.
Now, that could change in a couple weeks if there's just utter chaos and the first playoff ranking comes out and they're already 8th. You know what I mean? Like, sure. But for right now, I think 7th or 8th is the most likely ranking for them as of right now.
Yeah, I buy this. I think regardless of where they get in, I think they go on a run. Notre Dame is a team that teams should not want to be in the playoffs if last season was any indication. So, no, I'm buying this. I do think that they make it back to the semifinals regardless because I think that's what this team is geared towards. So,
Yep.
Buy, sell, hold from Florida Irishman. Buy, sell, hold 1 each. So buy, sell, hold Notre Dame re-ups with USC.
I'm going to buy that they at least extend it for a couple years. I'm going to sell. If you're asking me if they re-up for a 10 to 20 year contract, that I'll sell. I think there's a chance that they'll at least get some sort of extension.
I unfortunately am going to sell this for the simple fact that I just don't think USC wants it. Unfortunately, like they don't want to make the deal. They don't want it on the field. Last game showed me that they want nothing to do with Notre Dame. So that's where I'm at with that one.
And they're crying after the game shows it as well.
Yeah, 100%. You're blaming the refs. The referees didn't make your defense allow 306 rushing yards. Clowns. Mm-hmm. You just aren't a physical football team. So it is what it is. A buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame signs new deal with Oregon, Washington, or UCLA.
Sell. I don't think that they are dead set on have to have that West Coast opponent. I don't think that's the case. I would certainly sign a deal with UCLA. I would have no problem doing that. That would be awesome. Like, I would have no problem. Hey, you don't want to play us? I bet your rival will. But I just don't think that Notre Dame will do that.
And buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame uses a Shamrock Series to play on West Coast every year.
No. Sell.
From Tom Chris, 2488, buy, sell, hold. If Notre Dame wins out, they host a playoff game, Notre Dame travels in a playoff game, or Notre Dame misses the playoffs. So buy one, sell one, hold one.
I'm gonna buy that they host. I'm gonna hold that they travel, and I'm gonna sell that they miss. I don't think there's any scenario in which Notre Dame misses the playoffs if they win out.
No, I don't either. I'm selling they miss. I'm buying
the only caveat is if they look ugly winning their next 5 games. That's that should not. I mean, if they win their next couple games they beat BC by 9, they beat Navy in a walk-off field goal, they beat Purdue in a walk-off field goal, they beat Syracuse by 7, and then go on the road and have to come back in the fourth quarter to beat Stanford, they don't belong in the playoffs. So there's that caveat, Trev, but that's not going to happen. If they win out, it won't be a bunch of close games. It'll be dominance. And we know that because we saw it the last 2 years. I mean, Notre Dame, what Notre Dame has done in November the last 2 years, I mean, it has been really impressive. Like since their loss to Clemson in 2023, it was the last loss they had in November. Since that game, they have won November games 45-7, 56-23, 52-3, 35-14, 49-14, 49-35. So they've been pretty dominant since that point in time. I think that continues.
Buy, sell, hold. The ACC gets 1 team in the playoff, 2 teams in the playoffs, or 3 teams in the playoffs.
Right now, I'm going to buy 1, hold 2, sell 3. I don't think there's any chance in heck that they get 3 teams in the playoffs.
Same page.
And we got one more.
Buy, sell, hold from Akshat Shakar. Tyler Warren got James Franklin fired because his talent enabled Kotelnicki's worst excesses.
I mean, I hate to say that, but it's kind of true. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think Andy Kotelnicki has done a good job of coaching this football team on offense. A pretty darn bad job, actually. And he's someone who I've been very high on coming into the season. But, yeah, I mean, I kind of get that submission, Trev. I kind of do. What are your thoughts?
It's an interesting take. I'm selling it because I don't think Tyler Warren has anything to do with the regression of their offensive line. Like their offensive line right now is
sure
who. And so like even if Tyler Warren was back in Happy Valley this season, like I don't think that but Tyler Warren is not responsible for Nicholas Singleton averaging under 4 yards a carry right now.
That is crazy, by the way.
Isn't it?
But then then Patron, last I saw, wasn't he like around 7?
I'm not sure.
It's really bizarre. Yeah, Catron is at 6.2, so he went down the last couple games. He had 5.6 against Northwestern, 5.2 against Iowa. He was around 7 before that, but he's still at 6.2, which is a 1.2 higher than he did a year ago. But watching Nicholas Singleton through 7 games, Trev has 274 yards rushing and is at 3.6 yards per carry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not great. Definitely not great.
Pretty terrible. We do have two super chats, Trev, we'll get to here before we get out of here. So we will start with Indy Milton fan.
Buy, sell, hold. Within 5 years, Indiana will be the most dominant college football state.
I mean, it's not outside the possibility, Trev, that it's that way this year. I mean, you could make a case that right now, if you were to say who are the 5 teams that are the best teams, not who should be ranked the highest resume, but just when you watch games on Saturday and you just look for talent, dominance, coaching, who are the 5 best teams in college football? I would argue that the only state with 2 teams in that list is Indiana.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
But within 5 years, I will still sell that. Unless it's this year, because I think Texas has got a shot to be there. Mike Elko's doing a great job at A&M. I mean, this is a down year for Sark. This is still the same coach that led him to back-to-back semifinal appearances. Like, they're going to be fine. Joey McGuire is doing a great job at Texas Tech, thanks to the boosters and of course their excellent GM. Like TCU's doing. I mean, there's great depth in that state. Right now, they don't have the top 2 but it's Notre Dame, Indiana, and then Purdue. That's it. I think that Florida is going to make a good hire. I do. I think I'm more confident that they make a good hire than Penn State makes a good hire. And, I think, let's see what Florida State does. Miami's ascending. South Florida's got a heck of a young head coach. Let's see how long he stays. Georgia Tech or Georgia could be a team that, when it's all said and done, could have a couple playoff teams in it. So that's another state to consider. But, I think right now I would say that's a pretty fair statement to make, that right now you could argue that there's no state in the country that's got 2 better teams at the top than the state of Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
You could certainly make that case.
Agreed.
But
they're definitely in the conversation. They're definitely in the conversation.
Yeah. If you'd have said that to me a year ago, I'm like,
isn't that wild?
Somebody's been smoking it, before, but yeah, he's spot on. Absolutely spot on. It's crazy.
Beefeater ND08, buy, sell, hold, special teams plays. Buckner running counter out of the punt formation. Rendell dropping a kick for 3 points, or drop kick for 3 points, and then Burnett kicking field goals on 2 weeks rest.
I'm going to buy Burnett kicking field goals on 2 weeks rest. I'm going to hold Tyler Buckner running counter out of the punt formation because I could certainly see that. And I'm going to absolutely sell James Rendell making a drop kick for 3 points, although I would love to see that. Absolutely love to see that. Here's one real quick. Go ahead, Trev.
I'm going to buy Burnett field goal kicking and sell the other 2. I don't want to see another trick play until they figure out how to make a gosh darn field goal.
Do they have FanDuel odds for things like that? That'd be pretty fun. They should have props. Is this guy going to make a drop kick? If you bet $10, you win 1,000. If a guy makes a drop kick, that'd be amazing. I would love that. And then Pedrick Regan has a super chat, but he went down here with a question, didn't get the question in. He says, I didn't even put the text first. Trev, we talked before the game about Christian Gray. Is it safe to say his new nickname should be Crutch Clutch? Awesome meeting you guys. Go Irish.
Yeah, it was good meeting you before the tailgate, or at the tailgate too, man. I mean, I don't know about any nicknames for him. I get where you're coming from. He's got some stuff he's got to figure out, man. That's all I'm going to say.
And then we got a super chat from Packer Fan Total Access. Appreciate you. Clayton here. Clayton also runs a podcast, so we appreciate you, Clayton. If you're a Packers fan, check out his podcast. Clayton here. Just wanted to say how much I appreciate all of you and the content, fellas. You guys rock. Clayton, I appreciate that very, very much. And with that, we are done with the longest buy, sell, hold in a very long time. We had so many great submissions, Trev. We just had to get to them all. You guys did a tremendous job. You guys really did a great job with this today. So that's why we stuck with it and gave you all 4.5 hours because of the great submissions you had. So we appreciate you all so very much. Thanks for all the super chats. We appreciate those as well. You guys are absolutely awesome. You can head over now to IB Nation Sports Talk. Sean is live right now. Trevor and I will be back tomorrow, 1 o'clock. We are going to have so much fun tomorrow previewing this weekend's big games. We will also dive into the playoff sort of watch guide for Notre Dame, what games you should be paying attention to, what games help or hurt Notre Dame the most, who you should be rooting for in games. And then after that, Trevor and I are going to preview all the big games of the weekend. And then Friday, we're going to have a mailbag. We're going to have to put a little bit of a time limit on that one. We're not going to be able to do the full mailbag like we did today, but I'm looking forward to it. Go to the boards.irishbreakdown.com after you hit the like button here. after you make sure you subscribe to our channel, after you've given us a 5-star review on the podcast platform, head over to boards.irishbreakdown.com. The next 24 to 48 hours, I'm going to have run game breakdowns, pass game breakdowns. We're going to have videos coming out, breaking all that stuff down. So we will have that here for the next couple of days. You're definitely going to want to check that out. Of course, follow my guy Trev on Twitter. He's got some great takes. He's making me proud with some of the shade he throws at especially Penn State fans. You can follow me at Coach D178. But, of course, the best way to stay in touch with what we do, what we think, how we feel, and what we're seeing is to subscribe to the premium membership at boards.irishbreakdown.com. Thank you all so much for being with us today. We will see you tomorrow on the Irish Breakdown Podcast. Peace.